It's even got a whore in it. Perfect. What is... Yeah, you better run myself for 2010. This is my new joy. Gooning, I'm gooning, but death is coming sooner. Pay 500 every day for OnlyFans. I can't wait until I drop the chin off. He won't let. I'm gooning in the cool cave.
That's mental.
Yeah, I know that I'm a cool slave. I got 40 Twitter accounts and they're all porn. I'm a parents wish I was never born. Never born, never born. I eat American food, it's all corn. I think there's demons inside of it. Everything I watch, they see me need nice get cooning. I just cool all day. Gooning, yeah, I'm a straight goon cave slave. It's like I'm tackled up in you. It's like I got something on my shelf and it's a disease. But I don't even touch no pussy. I don't know how I contract STDs. It must be that everything I'm touching is touching my nuts. When I get to shuffling my forefinger fluke, woo, my skin stuff. Yeah, I want some real stick stuff. Fuck sickos, is what King Cover told me. But my goon cave, it's never lonely, cause I'm gooning 24 hours a day. I just took another hit off that glass ice pipe, yeah. And I look at Ice Spice talking BWC modes, and I like gooning in my goon cave. I'm a straight up goon and goon slave. Yeah, I don't leave my computer chair. It's got like 3 different liquids and a lot of hair. I don't know, cause I don't ever go anywhere that I could be seen. Let's see my chrome dome, it is glistening. Now I'm back in the goon cave, gooning all day, straight up 24/7, goon slave, no homo though.
It is.
I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need cum to start my day. 1 teaspoon of penis juice to keep the straight away. I'm fucking gay. Your home was made for me. I'll crawl inside and live a life of quiet dignity. I'm fucking gay. First is also gay, yeah, my last name is the same. I'm fucking gay. At least that's what they say when they see me dancing gaily in the big gay fag parade. Yeah, I'm gay. I eat the BOWBLAX souffle and wash it down with piss like delicious lemonade. I'm fucking gay, and gay sex is my trade. Bottom to top, I'll call the lot and make it great. Don't tell my wife, she's not about this life. She doesn't know I'm with her, cause she looks like a guy. Don't tell my kids, they never would forgive. They don't know that I'm the one Googling penis gifts. Don't tell the cops, they'd confiscate my cock and lock me up in jail with all the burly cons. Tell the cops, I'm gayer than they thought. I've got a taste for man flesh and that will never stop. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm gay. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. I'm fucking gay. I'm fucking gay. They call me Gay Jack the Ripper, cause I hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer. if he was normal and not straight.
Yo! I was muted. I said the exact same sound, but I was muted before. I've just realised something. Stop playing Monopoly Go now. Enough. No more. Well, play it if you like it, obviously, but it won't be helping me any further. The sponsorship is finished. And I forgot to turn everything off, so let me just do that quickly now. So, Monopoly Go, delete. Delete that. Delete the timer there. Delete. Delete. Delete that. Let's delete this as well. Do you get feedback from your sponsors? Normally it's just, you know, well, it's not the sponsor directly because I do it via Stream Elements. But normally they message you and say, oh, well done. Clickbait stream title. What's the title again? Forgotten. Does disrespect drama continue next week? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about soon. Honestly, I feel like some people just want you to start and just immediately start talking about the topic. And it's like, it's not really how it works. At least not on my channel. Do other streamers not do that? Do they not just spend a bit of time like looking at stuff and fucking around for a bit before they get into it? What the fuck is up with Queeman being a little... He said most normal people don't care about Lolly and brings it up every stream. I can't speak to that if it brings up every stream or not. I mean, I don't know what he said exactly. Queeman is not a pedo, okay? I will defend Queeman on the basis of not being a pedo for starters. Secondly, I think he gets frustrated because people he feels overstate the issue with Lolly and act like it's way worse than it is. I mean, I think my take on it is obviously it's not bad in the context of yes, I'll put my rep. Yes, I am extremely confident that no inappropriate shit will ever come out in regards to Queeman and minors ever. I would put money on that. I would bet my credibility on Queeman's. 100%. I mean, I don't, you know, I think that Queeman has got a too soft a take on it personally. I don't know, dude. I just think that it feels like sometimes it's like people do kind of overreact a bit to it, but I do think it's kind of fucked to look at that stuff. Oh, hello? Oh, I'm back. And I think it speaks to the kind of proclivities of the person. I don't know. I do, you know, the problem you've got with it is it's obviously... Hey, there he is. We're just talking about you, mate. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I just think that don't die on Lolly Hill. I go by Ethan Klein's kind of methodology, really, you know? He annoys me sometimes too, but can we just be honest when talking about him and just not lie? Yeah, I've heard Queeman's takes on it. I don't think he's saying it's like okay or like you should look at it. I just think people are saying that you know people overreact to it sometimes. You know, and I do see that sometimes. It's like you're looking at an image or something, and it's not even necessarily sexual. It's just a young-looking character, and it's like pedophile, 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 and it's like. I don't know, dude. I think there needs to be more going on for me to really think someone is like a full-blown pedophile. I just think if you look at it, you've probably got some sort of sexual proclivity towards children in some respect as you get that like looked at, you know? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I don't want to talk about fucking lolly shit today. I literally don't care. I'm getting baited to talk about lolly by retards in kick chat. By the way, what does my kick chat say? What does my kick description say? What is going on? Dude, what the bro, I'm gonna fucking lose. I've changed that about 5 times. Right. Bro, how is it that Kick cannot get this basic, simplistic thing of a description for a stream right? Okay, I'm just about to change it. Right, I've changed it. Has it changed? Right, so it's changed to Dr. Disrespect now. I've done that so many times. Let me know if it changes back. Well, no, it's just like... It's the most basic fucking thing in the world. A description for your stream and something is going wrong with it. And in order to sort it out, I need to contact someone at Kick. And it's like just such an obnoxious activity to have to engage in for such a simplistic issue. You know? Anyway, thank you for checking that for me. If it changes back, let me know. But, yeah. I'll just leave it. I'll just let sleeping dogs lie, not touch anything. Bro. Also, I'm still installing Fallout London. Why is it taking so fucking long to install? I'm currently downgrading my copy of Fallout 4 on Steam, and it's still fucking. It's like been hours, and it's still operating through. I've not even started installing it yet. Yeah, later on, I'm going to be doing the Fallout stream. That's right. Any hot takes on the sponsor? I mean, you know, I don't like to just like immediately the sponsorship ends and I start shit talking them. But like the real take I've got about the game is, you know, it is very addictive, right? It's like you feel yourself picking it up and just rolling away. And there's a lot of offers that get thrown at you constantly, and it's like fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. More dice, more dice, more dice, more dice, more dice. Yes, I'm getting paid a monopoly money and those little plastic green hotel houses and red hotels. And they said they give me a life-size pewter model of a hat. So that's my payment. But yeah. Anyway, also, I'd strongly recommend watching that X thing that's just come out.
How do I make money off depressed people?
On
Ruben
Netflix.
Macaque became a member. Ruben Macaque celebrates 8 months of membership. You going to play Space Marines 2? It's the first game I've been hyped for in years.
I think so, yeah. I'm kind of like somewhat interested in some of the Warhammer stuff, and I never played the original. You know, it's kind of it felt like a Gears of War clone, but this one looks pretty good. So yeah, I might well play it. Okay. Is it woke though, or not? People are arguing about if it's woke, not woke, or apparently there's a woman in it, but maybe that's a fan thing. I don't know. Me and Becky might be doing co-op this week. Pull up. When would that be? That could be fun. Yeah. Is it multi like co-op? Like how many is like 4-player co-op or something? The Brit Space Marine. Okay, cool. The Brit Space Marine. Yeah, let me know when, and I'll see if I can do it. That'll be based. So yeah, that could be fun. Also, I could do like an extra gaming stream or something. Oh, by the way, going back to Monopoly Go, someone linked a video about it, and I actually watched the video. And I've got to be honest with you, it was just another, oh, heavily monetized mobile games are bad, actually. Okay, yeah, all right. Like, I don't know, dude. I just feel like if you become a whale on a mobile game, I feel like that's on you. That's your fucking lookout. Like, you should be able to resist monetization stuff. You know? I mean, there's nothing wrong with her as such. It's just such but I'm so used to hearing it now, you know? Anyway, speaking of which, thank you, Scopely, for the bag. Appreciate it. Water is wet. Yeah, exactly. Oh, shit. I just blocked someone. I don't mean to do that. No. Did that just happen? Did I just block someone by mistake? I did. Oops. Sorry. Sorry. Right, you're back. You're back. That was a mistake. I clicked the wrong button. I'm not even getting one guide yet. Yeah, so anyway, a Monopoly Go is just like any other, mobile game, really. I mean, I don't know. I actually had fun playing it, but I can never really get into mobile games for the long haul. Funnily enough, the fun that I have playing it kind of aligns exactly with the length of the sponsorship, and then it kind of tends to end, which is quite interesting. Anyway, I'm just deleting all the shit for it because it's over now. Also, the other thing I wanted to say as well that you guys should watch is there's a new show on Netflix called My Nightmare X or something like that, right? And it was really interesting. It was about a guy, Americans might know this guy, called Benjamin Foster. Are you familiar with this? Benjamin Foster. It was kind of like the American Raoul Moat situation in some ways, I would say, but he didn't kill any coppers. I thought this was quite good.
The search for a man in Oregon who authorities believe was targeting victims on dating apps is over. The suspect is now dead. Overnight, police in Benjamin Foster were locked in a tense standoff for several hours until a SWAT team stormed the home where he had barricaded himself. Our Lilia Luciano is in Grants Pass, Oregon this morning with this all unfolded. I want to warn you, some of the details you are about to hear are disturbing. Lilia, good morning.
Oh,
Good
Juxton,
morning to
thank you very much for the
Every
sub, by the
detail
way.
about the story is disturbing, and we hope to learn more from police, like why did that standoff end here at the victim's house last night after a week-long manhunt? What happened was that police eventually found Benjamin Foster hiding under that crawl space under the house, and that's when they closed in on him. The intensive search for Benjamin Foster strangely ended where it began, at a home where police say he bound and tortured his victim, nearly killing her. Our cameras were there during the standoff.
By the way, if you watch the Netflix thing about it, yeah, it was pretty, wasn't very funny, let's put it that way. It was quite vicious and brutal. So, there we go.
Pops and bangs rang out on what neighbors say is a usually quiet street in Grants Pass, a small city in southwest Oregon.
Come out with your hands up.
They approached behind large shields,
like a documentary.
assembling in a line, then moved in. After the standoff, Foster was brought to the hospital, where police say he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. On Tuesday, police posted a photo of Foster from earlier in the day where you can see him walking a dog in town. That prompted law enforcement to swarm the area. Last week, police got close to catching the 36-year-old some 20 miles away, but he escaped. There, they did charge a 68-year-old woman accused of helping him get away and warned the public that he was still active on...
I don't know if they're going to mention it, right? But, like, this woman helped him out, and then he killed her neighbours. He killed 2 of her neighbours. Like, well done. Good one. Good job.
On dating apps, perhaps to find an accomplice or another victim. as this was not the first time he was accused of a crime. In 2017, a partner accused him of trying to strangle her. And in 2019, Foster was charged with assaulting his then-girlfriend in her home in Las Vegas, tying her up for 2 weeks, severely beating her before she could escape. Foster faced decades behind bars, but took a plea deal and was released from prison the same day.
By the way, that sounds insane. And it is insane, in all honesty. But I'll explain. I know why, because I've watched a documentary on Netflix, which you should watch. It's very good. I enjoyed it. The reason that the plea deal was struck is because the woman that he tied up in this incident and kidnapped refused to testify in court. And obviously, one massive part of the American legal system is you face your accuser in court. That is like a right that everyone is entitled to. So because she didn't want to go to court, obviously it's very difficult to then prosecute a case because you don't have a witness to put on the stand or whatever. Because she was like, I mean, it sucks, and like I do think she should have like done it. But she was just terrified of this guy and didn't want to be in the same room as him. So it's like, I can kind of understand that. But because she didn't want to testify, that is a massive part of the legal system. The district attorney, basically, you see him on the screen, say, well, we have to try and salvage something out of it. And that was the kind of best I could come up with,
Day he arrived because of time already served in jail.
I mean, it's still crazy. Regardless, it seems wrong. Like, if you listen to what this guy did, it's fucking insane that he got off with time served and was out of jail the same day. He was on the hook for like kidnapping causing like bodily harm and all sorts. It was fucking insane. It all got bartered down in a plea deal to lesser domestic battery type charges.
Out of respect for the victim's privacy, we're not disclosing her identity, but I did hear back from some of her friends who late last night expressed some relief, saying that Foster can no longer hurt other women and that they just hope they're...
Hey! Thank you! The Caravan for the sub, appreciate it.
Their girl, their friend, wakes up, that she recovers. Tony.
Yeah, a lot of questions about that plea deal, Lilia. Thank you very much. Moving on now to a
I know
sigh
the
of
answers.
relief in Omaha, Nebraska this morning after police took quick action to stop what could have become another...
Yeah. But yeah, it's a real story. It's called Worst Ex Ever. It's called Worst Ex Ever, right? And I'll tell you the reason that I watched it, because I don't often watch true crime stuff. I'm just a bit like, whatever. But when I watch it, I do tend to get quite into it, right? The reason I watched it is the little preview that it showed on Netflix. In the poster that they show, they had an Indian guy's face. And I was like, oh my God, this looks really funny. Let me check this out. And then it was this fucking dude. It was a white guy. It was a fucking white dude. I got baited by some Indian hate, and then it was some white guy. It was still good though. And I don't want to spoil it if you want to go and watch it, okay? Too much. I won't tell you everything that happens because there's lots of other bits in it. But there's one woman in particular who, and you when you see it, your jaw will drop. But there was one woman in particular who ended up like being abused by this guy. Won't go into the details. See for yourself. And then ended up accepting his apology much later on and kind of taking him back into her life as a friend. And you can probably guess what happened next. Anyway, I was amazed that this woman had decided to take this guy back. I was like, why would you do that? You know? It describes stuff, but it's got this interesting dynamic where they show, it's a kind of funny in a way, I guess, but they basically like dramatize some of it, but with animations. So you see like, you know, an animated image of a woman getting fucking beat with and you know, nearly having a finger cut off with a knife and shit like that. It's pretty crazy. But honestly, this is like probably a good example, assuming that the way the documentary presents it is accurate. It's probably a good example of the legal system fucking up dealing with like violent men who are a threat to women. And I mean, yeah, that plea deal is probably an example of that, and other aspects of how they totally fucked it up. You know, police completely failing their duty to protect women in danger from violent men like this. It's pretty interesting. Strong recommend. But yeah, very good video. Also, he's a total schizo, so you get a kick out of that part too. Okay, yeah, I did see this earlier. I think, Shelby, you mentioned this a moment ago. Have we got some trouble in paradise between BOWBLAX and Nicholas the Oreo? Here we go. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is a bit of Queenman spin, but I do think it is true that Nicholas is like having a bit of a go at BOWBLAX. There's a little bit of drama, maybe bubbling up possibly. Nicholas the Oreo publicly insults best friend Sonic Twitter versus Josh for being a pathetic estrogenic loser. Shocked and saddened by this huge betrayal, I'll be watching every BOWBLAX stream to show solidarity and support. Let's have a look. It is kind of weird how BOWBLAX has had, like, you know, a few kind of proper spurg outs. People have been saying he's the next tipster. That's the claim.
Oh yeah, that's the King of Nothing update. I think Sonic Josh tried to run defense for it, and he's like, well, actually, this own gets kind of ruined when you notice that King of Nothing has double the likes, and it's like,
bro, Nicholas going in on the tip. Nicholas the Oreo shit a stream VOD has almost as many views as King of Nothing's 2-hour epic that he poured months of blood, sweat, and tears into. The own kind of gets ruined when you notice that King of Nothing has double the likes with the same amount of views as Nick. Isn't that kind of missing the point that's being made here, though? What does it matter what the likes are? The point is, the King of Nothing put loads of work and effort into a documentary. And Nicholas just cut a segment out of a stream and they got the same views. I think that is the point that's being made. I think the likes are really relevant. Also, I do not know why BOWBLAX would be taking shots at Nicholas. Let's just leave it at that, okay? That seems like very dangerous ground for BOWBLAX to be wandering into, but I guess we'll see.
my video has more likes. My video has tons of likes. It's like, it's so obvious he's just parroting again. Listen, I get it. Josh likes to both sides, like every controversy or whatever, just to try to like check in and make sure everyone knows they're friends and stuff. But we all know whichever one of us slights you first, you're going to spend the next 6 months on stream talking shit about. So why don't we just speed that process up a little bit?
Bro! What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know. What are we running defense for him on Twitter and telling me everything he says in private, or what are we doing here? Like, what side are we on? Are we picking a side?
Ask you nice enough?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh no!
Oh,
what am I gonna do?
I don't know. I don't respect it. But yeah.
Guys, listen. I listen. I'm telling you, that's not a joke, right? Nicholas, guys, just take it from me, right? My word is my bond. BOWBLAX is like taking these little pot shots at Nicholas. Nicholas has been very gracious to BOWBLAX in more ways than you know, right? And what is going on there is I think Nicholas is holding back a little bit. He wants to go harder probably, but he also doesn't want to go totally ballistic on him and completely fucking wreck him. But yeah, I think Nicholas is genuinely like a bit peeved about the fact that BOWBLAX is like having a pop at him, you know, over some stupid shit like this. Defending King of Nothing's honor. What did BOWBLAX do? Well, he's just kind of taken a bit of a sly, underhanded shot at Nicholas, basically. you know, he's kind of saying, oh, well, actually, his video's got more views, right? And he's kind of shilling King of Nothing a bit, knowing that obviously people have been very critical of King of Nothing. So yeah, it's like just a bit of a sly, underhanded shot. And, you know, it's after obviously Nicholas has been very gracious towards BOWBLAX in ways you will and won't have seen. And so, yeah, it's like, what the fuck, bro? You know? Yeah, exactly. What Nick is trying to get at with the 6 months thing is that BOWBLAX was friends with Tipster until Tipster cut ties, and now BOWBLAX is doing these endless fucking A-log streams about Tippy. So what he's saying is that he's going to do the same shit with either Nick or King of Nothing once one of them cuts him off. So yeah, I mean, it's just a scrap. Obviously, not really much to go off, but I'm telling you guys, King, that isn't some me. If anything, he's just holding back a bit, and he probably is a bit annoyed and ready. Another person is getting cut off the Goon Squad, it seems. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. But anyway, it's just a short clip. There's not really much to go off. Just a very slim pickings. Slim pickings on the drama front. Would Nick versus BOWBLAX be enough to bring Augie back? Like Gandalf the White. But yeah, I guess we'll keep watching, seeing what happens. Augie coming out of retirement to gump bar Bobby for the last time. I mean, I don't have any, you know, personal issues with BOWBLAX. I've only, I think, ever really had reasonable, fair interactions with him. I mean, I remember that stream when he came on and he got really mad when Stylo and Creeman were like teaming up on him. That was pretty funny. But yeah, I've never had any issues with BOWBLAX. But I do think he's got a tendency to spurg out a bit too much sometimes. So, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen next? We'll see. We'll keep watching. BOWBLAX getting taken out to the back to look at the rabbits, like at the end of Mice and Men by Nicholas. Okay, right. What else has been going on anyway? God, I tell you what. Oh, it's slim pickings. I got some more Dr. Disrespect stuff. We got the Demon Mama response as well. That looks like it could be fun. But yeah, it's pretty rough. Pretty rough out there right now. What's this?
Hi. Oh my God. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I want to tell you something. I'm Jewish, and and you're a white guy, right? Well, I just want to tell you that whoever convinced you to join the army, just a heads up. I want to just show you this really.
I don't know what this is. What is going on?
Army.
Oh, what are you?
I'm a Marine.
Oh, you're a Marine. Okay, so are you in the Middle East somewhere?
No.
Okay, well, I just want to show you this real quick. Read that for me.
Every single aspect of the media is Jewish.
Bro, why would you link this to me, dude? I can't fuck it. Listen, I can't play with that shit, dude. Come on. Dude, I gotta be careful out there. The what would the advertisers say? What would the advertisers say?
There's been a really interesting and rather unexpected
British
update in the Manchester airport incident, but nothing to do with the two individuals involved, but rather whoever it was that leaked, supposedly, the CCTV footage. Now, I have David Atherton to thank for the tip-off of this, so go ahead and follow me on X if you want the on-the-pulse updates on these things. And it says here, the IOPC has demanded that the Manchester Evening News...
Hang on a sec. I've seen that David Atherton guy's posts. Isn't he like a bit of a whack job? I don't know. I might be wrong about that. I'm saying it with a pinch of salt. Not 100%. But I'm pretty sure that I've seen him say some pretty interesting things before about certain people.
News desk reveal their source of who leaked the CCTV footage from the airport incident. Now, even before I go any further and read any more, of course they can refuse, because it is the very cornerstone of a free press and journalism that you don't have to reveal your sources. More about that in a minute, because there is one thing that might catch you out, so keep watching. But it says here, on August 23rd and September 3rd, the Manchester Evening News received letters from the IOPC seeking to access the CCTV footage and ask questions designed to identify the source. We denied these requests because it's journalistic material, and the provision of material like CCTV footage to the press is a cornerstone of democracy. Now, just...
Oh, basically, the long story short is a firearms officer at the airport. There was a video released of him kicking someone in the head whilst they were on the floor. And obviously everyone got super outraged about it and said, oh, this is really terrible. And then there was footage released of the leading up to the incident, right? From the other direction. And basically this guy, Muslim, was like fucking going insane. And he was like fighting and punching, and his like other family members were getting involved. And then the kick happens literally just as he subdued him on the floor. So it probably isn't procedure, you know, it probably is like an outburst of anger rather than like a procedural move or something like that. But I think with the context, you can actually at least understand why the officer did it. You can at least go, okay, well, you know, yeah, like this guy broke a female officer's nose and shit, like he was really going crazy. So I think with the further context, people were, you know, everything from, oh, well, okay, that's more understandable, even if, you know, maybe there should be some sort of like slap on the wrist for the act, all the way through to the police didn't do anything wrong and, you know, arrest the people that did it, whatever. So, yeah, I think it was one of those situations where a very slim context made the police look really bad. And then further context made the police's actions more understandable, if not, you know, arguably acceptable, you know? Yeah, it's like, yeah, they were, it's like, exactly. It's like they were fighting for their lives, right? Because obviously they're firearms officers. One of them could grab a gun, like, you know. To be honest with you, I think my view on it was, they were lucky they didn't get fucking shot. Chud supports police brutality. I support violent subjects being subdued by whatever means necessary. Yes, I do. Now, obviously, it's going to get a bit rough around the edges, and it means that sometimes police are going to take actions which look real bad. But I'd rather some fucking dickhead fucking about at the airport being violent get put down violently than have a risk of even the fucking second of disruption at the airport all the way through to an actual violent act, okay? What led to the fight was the family's mother had come to the airport, and the mother reported that she was getting harassed by another gentleman in the airport, and then she relayed that to these guys, and these guys kind of took the law into their own hands, so to speak, and went and tried to challenge the guy, rather than just reporting it to the authorities. And then obviously the police came to talk to them about it, and that's when they started kicking off. Dude, if this was in America, they'd be dead. They'd be fucking in the morgue already, okay? Well, he had a reason. Well, not the police. No, I don't think the police did anything. Oh, shit, I've done it again. Why do I keep doing that? I didn't mean to block you. What is going on, dude? Are you still there in Kick Chat? Who did I block? Okay. Anyway, what do I think about this? Manchester Evening News received letters from the police watchdog, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, seeking access to CCTV footage and ask questions designed to identify the source. We deny these requests because it is journalist material, provision of material is a free. I didn't block anyone. There's something, I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess the police can ask. I don't think there's anything wrong with the police asking questions to try and conduct an investigation. But yeah, I think it's correct that the newspaper denied their request. I think, yeah.
To put that in very straightforward terms, if you want to send footage to the news because you think it's of public interest, you're a member of the public, you film something, or even you work in the CCTV room and you want to tip off or you want to whistle blow or whatever and leak this to the press because you think the public need to see this, you can do that, and the press should absolutely 100% keep your anonymity, save for very, very narrow circumstances. One of which might be immediate threat to life. But, you know, we'll come back to that in a minute. Now, it says in another letter dated 4th of September, the IPC said, we're conducting a criminal investigation into the provision of the CCTV footage to Manchester Evening News, specifically from the airport incident relating to the incident on the 23rd of July. The MEN says the IOPC asked us to confirm if we hold the original video, whether we'd be prepared to supply it for inspection, whether we consider the material sensitive. The investigator also asked us to list all additional material that we hold in relation to the case. They say that we've declined to enter into any discussions about the source and said the protection of sources of information is key journalistic principle. And goes on to say that Greater Manchester Police said it submitted a file of evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service, etc. And so that really is the point. If you've supplied something to the press, it is journalistic material and you are protected as a source of the press from identification. Now, under UK law, this is a fundamental principle and even protected under Section 10 of the Contempt of Court Act, whereby it is not contempt of court for a journalist to refuse to disclose the identity of sources. This means that no court can compel a person to disclose the source of information.
So what it sounds okay, well that's good. I mean, that's one good thing we do have on the books, I guess. So yeah, I guess that there's nothing wrong with the authorities asking. But I mean, if you're not, well, I guess the authorities can ask, and if a journalist feels that they want to do it, they can do it. But if they refuse to, they can't be penalised for that. So yeah, and it looks like the paper is actually doing a good job to withstand those requests.
Unless, of course, as I briefly outlined earlier, it is absolutely necessary in the interest of justice, national security, or the prevention or disorder or crime. And even in cases like that, they will be very fiercely argued because the free press is fiercely argued. And even where a court makes such an order for disclosure, it may well be that only special counsel will have sight of who the source.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Twitter stuff where it's like, you know, unless there's evidence or proof of some sort of malfeasance on the part of the state or the journalist or whatever, just asking the question, I think, is reasonable. But then obviously if there's provisions that would protect a journalist and they refuse, then those provisions should be respected, right?
Was, or the material itself or anything like that, and only limiting the parties absolutely necessary to see this information.
If two people agree to a fight, cops shouldn't be involved. What, at an airport? The reason that cops get involved, even if two people agree to fight, is because it could cause distress to other parties that are present that they aren't the two people fighting. Like, it's not just you that you're affecting by fighting another individual. There's other parties present that could be affected by that too. Or, you know, there's people that might come along and try and break the fight up and an elbow goes into their nose and breaks their nose. Yeah, it's like a disturbance of the peace, isn't it? Right? Like, you can't allow that. Because otherwise there's other broader factors that can come into play. And also, yeah, exactly. Beyond that, yeah, you can agree to a fight. Are you agreeing to have a fatal injury? Probably not. But in the course of a fight, a fatal injury may occur. Right? And then you got a dead person and then a person that's on the hook for fucking murder or manslaughter or whatever. Bro, what are you on about? You cannot just let people fight in the street. It's not the Wild West anymore.
And perhaps go back to the judge with it and to ensure that it all remains confidential so that that anonymity is protected, because this is a fundamental provision in law where journalistic sources are protected. But I found that a fascinating update, that this is the line of inquiry, that it says here they are holding a criminal investigation into where the CCTV footage came from. It says
I mean, yeah, a person, regardless of what you think of the outcome, if someone leaks CCTV footage from an airport, I can understand why the police would want to find out who did that. Yes, that's not completely unreasonable. Even if it's wrong, you think, for the press to release the info, which I would agree. If someone's releasing footage from an airport, even if you think it's for the right reasons, I mean, that would be like, you know, I don't know what. That's not something that you should just be allowed to do and not have any potential consequence of that, even if you're doing it for the right reason.
As here, we are conducting a criminal investigation into the provision of CCTV footage to Manchester Evening
Yeah,
News.
exactly. It's like a security issue that you need to ensure is dealt with.
So alongside everything else they are doing, which I can't really speak about because they are live proceedings, because people have been arrested and they've said that.
No, the video that you're watching there, that's the phone footage. The other footage that shows the other side before it happened, that was the CCTV footage that was leaked.
They are collating information, etc. So I can't say too much about the incident itself. All I can say that I find it interesting that they are approaching news companies to say that they are.
Yeah, exactly. People keep telling me to watch the Ricardo Avocado video. I'm watching it now. Guys, I'm not going to watch it. I don't know why you're so keen for me to watch this guy. I don't care that much about it. I've never covered him before. He's lost some weight. Good for him. I'm not that invested in the whole thing. There's so many people that are like, are you going to watch it? No, I don't care. Why is everyone so keen for me to watch this fucking dude?
Holding a criminal investigation into the supply of that CCTV footage in the first place. I find that really interesting. I would say leave me your thoughts in the comments below, but bear in mind that you shouldn't say or post anything that is likely to jeopardize any ongoing proceedings in light of what we're talking about with the Contempt of Court Act. But I thought I would tell you about that. I found that interesting myself. So I'll be keeping tabs on it, and within the bounds that I'm allowed to do, I will keep you updated about this. But obviously, you know, with live and ongoing cases, there's only
Nah, I don't think it's the schoolboy situation again. That was unique. That was a unique recommendation that turned out to be good. Smart schoolboy. That's it, yeah. Fat man becomes skinny and still eating. Watch now. It's fine, I get it. I get that people are excited about it, but I'm just not particularly invested. Oh. Right, here we go. Let's get into this Dr. Disrespect stuff. The Smart Schoolboy 9 subreddit is deranged. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, I saw a tweet. Apparently someone went and chucked a brick through his window. Is that right? Like, the guy's some fucking total freak, deranged fucking freak schizo. Like, certainly report him to the authorities and have it investigated, but I'm not sure if going and smashing his house up is going to do anything. I don't know, dude. Let me see if I can find the video. Oh, no, that's wrong. Smart Schoolboy 9. That's it, isn't it? Okay. Bro, I can't find it. Wait. People are dressing up and praising Smart Schoolboy 9. Dude, what the fuck is this, dude?
Running tram, go back in time, not out of time. I think I like a little lemon and ice.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
How do you respond to claims that you were the baby on the cover of the Nirvana CD?
True. Thank you for the $20. Stop looking at it, you pedos.
I think I hear a running tram, go back in time, not out of time. I think I like a little lemon and ice. To Marianne, it's the Dan. I like the sound of the running.
Whoa! Bro, really? Oh, here's the video. It's only a short video. The guy's a total schizo, certainly, but it just seems weird that now it's like, oh, we're going to chuck bricks at his house. What does that even achieve? Zoomers enacting total schizo death. Wait a second. Wait! That was my house! Look, you can see the same windows. That was me! I just remembered someone smashed a window. I'm not Smart Schoolboy 9. Stop smashing the windows. No, that's a very common building fashion. The old bay windows. Oh, basically, Smart Schoolboy 9, Nick Crowley did a video about them, and they're just a completely insane schizo that dresses like a schoolboy and makes weird mouth sounds and acts like a total pedo. And allegedly has had contact and communication with some kids. A lot of the video was quite funny, but then some of it was quite alarming. So I think it's like, yeah, it seems like something the police should be involved in. The guy's probably doing some pedo shit somewhere. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not surprised, dude. It's very funny. It's like very entertaining content, despite the fact it's about pedo stuff, you know? Okay, anyway. Oh, wait! Oh, shit, I forgot about this. There's two things I forgot about. There's actually two... yeah, okay. I totally forgot about this to show you. Dude, I swear to God, right? I feel like black people are just allergic to consequences. Man sentenced to an extra 558 days in jail for cussing at a judge. I feel like this shouldn't be legal. How is it any different from a cop slamming you to the ground or shooting you because you talk back? The whole system is full of inflated egos and abuse of power. Judges have got to maintain absolute respect at all times. And anything that interrupts that respect has got to be dealt with harshly, because otherwise people will just take the piss. Judges have to do this. They cannot let people back-talk them and shit-talk them, because otherwise it turns into an impossible proceeding to deal with.
Kiss my ass. This is
you know what? Fuck you. Okay. That's contempt. That's 93. Keep going. Fuck you. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's 6 93s consecutive.
Bro.
How you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir?
He's laughing as well. Bro, this John is so based. I love the guy's soy jack at the bottom as well. Dude. Anyway, apparently, Judge Simpson is typically quite reasonable. 6 days later, he reduced it to 93 days, credit for time served, suspended the balance, and will consider reducing it further in his next appearance. So then he shouldn't have done it in the first place. I'm going to become fucking... Bro. Where's my fucking hood, bro? Bro! The reason that the judge did it was obviously to try and maintain order in the court at the time, hoping that later they calm down. And then he was like, okay, right, let's be more reasonable about this and actually deal with that situation. Boom, there we go. Bro, how can you say black people are allergic to consequences when 2/3 of the people are screaming back? Okay, Stylo, okay. Not black people. I'm talking about... You're talking about the fakest fake wannabe black... Oh my God. Dude, yes, it's some random shitter on Twitter. Bro, what do you want from me? This is like a little throwaway funny thing I wanted to speak about, and you're acting like I'm doing some massive segment about blacks. Maybe I should start doing that, actually. Maybe I should do every day black news updates or something like that. Yes, there's obviously some retard. I just thought it's funny. And I thought the judge was funny. The Redacted review. The redacted review. That's what we're going to be calling it, okay? And on that note, I must say, I've got to be honest with you, okay? I think Matt Walsh can be kind of retarded. But these films that he does, I think are actually quite good, where he goes out, like, and speaks to people and stuff. Like, he could be quite funny at doing that. Anyway, what's this? This is from his latest movie, I think, that he's doing. Called, I think it's called Am I a Racist?
My daughter's 4 years old. I am an anti-racist educator, quote unquote. She's still watching Disney movies, and she is choosing a white princess over princesses of color.
Have you talked to her about that?
All the time.
My 3-year-old daughter.
Dude, is that for real? You cannot be serious, dude.
All the time.
My 3-year-old daughter is her favorite princess is Moana.
Love it.
It's a good sign.
Yeah.
But then I also thought, you know, there's a little bit of cultural appropriation here. She wants to be Moana for Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we navigate that? Do I go and buy the Pacific Islander native attire for my white 3-year-old?
I wouldn't.
But I guess what we might call
No, this is not a skit. It's like when he did the What is a Woman thing and he went and spoke to a bunch of purple-haired gender freaks about it. He's basically speaking to like anti-racist educators talking about whether he's racist. And, you know, he's kind of leaning into it a bit, right? He is actually very good at it. He's very good at playing the part of like, you know, a listening. Like, he obviously thinks it's a load of fucking bullshit. But he's playing the part of this person that's, I'm concerned about this.
The Moana problem here is what, on one hand, is cultural appropriation. On the other hand, there's gravitating towards white characters.
Right.
So it's almost like no matter which way you go, you end up back in racism.
We think every space belongs to us because we live in a white supremacist society.
Is America an inherently racist country?
I think the word inherent is challenging there. If we say...
Fundamentally,
yes. America is racist to its bones. All of the...
So inherently.
Yeah.
They gonna say you racist. Am I Racist? In theaters September 13th.
I actually want to watch this movie. I think this would be a good laugh. It's a bit, you know, some of the stuff this person is saying feels a bit outdated. Because there's even this other thing, like, you know, I feel like this is like from a few years ago, really. But obviously this stuff's still happening. And then there's this, and I think I recognize this woman. I'm pretty sure this is this, I think it's Syra Rowe or something. Is that her name? Yeah. Matt Walsh is at a paid dinner where white women pay thousands of dollars to be humiliated and feel guilty about themselves. I mean, wait a second. Are you... I gotta be honest with you. I'd probably support that, to be honest. So I could do that for free.
I used to be a white woman, an unsuccessful one, for many decades, and it was a miserable experience. And really, the hatred of yourselves
Is
and
that
each
him?
other is like the most. The not seeing your power, the being afraid. Like all you do is talk shit about each other, talk shit about yourself. Oh my God, I'm so fat.
That's all they do. I'm telling you, these white women.
But it's that's it. It's I'm so fat, I'm so stupid, I'm blah blah blah.
Sorry.
Dude. It just dropped like
Your
That was
kids are
quite
watching
funny.
you. And they're watching you talking shit about each other, you know, raging against the machine or being silent or whatever the hell it is that you're doing or not doing. And they know that you're not doing shit for them.
That's so important. That is so important what you just said. It's really important. That's all.
We may have to add you to our team.
Oh, I would love to take a seat and join you.
No, you're not allowed to.
Okay.
Definitely not allowed.
Okay. I have my DEI certification that I got.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
not saying I'm an expert, but I'm also not a novice. So, okay.
White people are starved for these conversations.
We are. We're so starving.
Yeah.
We are so starving for this.
Anyone else? Want to say anything?
I'll just say one thing. I'm so glad we can have these conversations, and I'll be done. But I'm just so glad that we could all get together and have these conversations. That's all I want to say.
Is he an actor? Are you an actor?
Oh,
Can
no.
you let us, we're trying to listen and trying to have this conversation.
Okay, you know, we're all acting all the time in our lives. And I think that that's part of the problem, you know? That it's like we're all trying to play a part rather than just being real and having these uncomfortable conversations. And that's what I'm always trying to tell people, especially, you know, white women. No offense, but
No,
so,
but see, like, you're a white dude. There's power positions, and you know, it's pointing white people pointing fingers at each other is not helpful.
Yeah, I feel like it's it was funny at first, but it's like, I don't know, man. This conservative Borat, I think, is a good way of putting it, but like a kind of budget version.
you know, I've been on this journey for so long, and just to see you guys at the table having this conversation has been really enlightening for me. Anyway, I got the DEI certification, and I'm just on the journey. All right, you ladies have a great night.
Decolonize yourself. Do your own white supremacy.
Also, it's too overdone. There's no subtlety there. Like he's gone way too hard on that. Like it's not particularly subtle the way that he's engaged there.
Dismantling, and then you can start to bring in other people.
Can I just say one last thing? Can I just propose a toast? I mean, just raise a glass if you're racist. And that's the thing.
Cheers. Oh, I'm not racist. Let me
To racist. Well, all the rest of it. To racist.
They gonna say you racist.
Okay, yeah, that's the first clip. Dude, nah, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be bad. I've completely changed my mind on it now. The more I've watched of it, that's gonna be shit. It's good. Yeah, it wasn't funny. Like he was trying to ape Borat or Ali G, but poorly. And that's probably their best clip. That's probably their best clip as well. Disappointing. Say only the left is funny. I don't think that's true. I don't think funniness is based on your political ideology. Yeah, the hint in the first part was the fact it does, like, people are like, oh, they still say stuff like that now, and it's like, maybe, but the kind of cultural dominance of like white fragility-esque rhetoric is nowhere near what it used to be. You're only saying that because he's mocking your side. Sorry, what? My side? What do you mean, my side? When have I fucking been on the side of the white fragility-esque fucking DEI retardation? Dude, I would happily say something's funny if it's funny, but it just wasn't very funny. The bit at the start, the bit of physical comedy and stuff, you know, yeah, that was kind of Borat-esque and funny, but then when it turns into like, you know, a diatribe, you know, absurdly stating their opinions back to them, it soon became very, like, oh, okay, it's like, this is it. Over-egg the pudding, exactly. Like, if you did that more subtly, right? And you sort of had, you know, dialogue or conversation in there that was, like, more subtly undermining and satirizing their ideas, it could be funny. But it wasn't that, was it? He was just basically saying it in a very forced manner. Exactly, it's too on the nose, but it could be funny, right? You can see it being funny.
Had 3 different homeless people come yell at us, which
What's
is like
this?
Yo! All right, everybody. Well, that was awesome. We've had a lot of awesome conversations. You guys have been awesome. It's been a lot of fun. And we live in a very dark and very absurd world. And no matter what, we got to remember to laugh. So let's do some laughing now. Let's introduce our next person coming up on stage. We're going to have a good time. Everybody welcome Lauren Chen.
Well, where is this from? 4 months ago.
All right, how you guys doing tonight? You good? Yeah. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be with you. I'm so happy to be in Austin. This is an amazing city. Are you guys from here? You locals? Heck yeah. That's so awesome. You guys, you clean up amazing, okay? You barely even look homeless. It's just good for you. Good for you. But no, I do love Austin. Last time I was here, actually, funny story, I saw a homeless guy walking what I thought was a small dog on a leash.
Is it going to be like right-wing clap comedy? Like where you come out and you say things that the crowd are going to agree with?
Turns out, no, giant rat. So it's one of those fun Austin stories that I have. Love that, love nature. This morning, was eating on a patio with my toddler, threw out our meal, had 3 different homeless people come yell at us, which is like...
White racism. Check is in the mail. Whites are all racist and to clear the way for diversity. Read the script.
Thank you, Jewish Overlord, for the 333.
Basically the Austin version of dinner and a movie. It's, you know, entertainment as you eat. It's good stuff. But no.
Hey, guys. Homeless people suck, am I right?
It is really sad seeing all these homeless people, and my heart goes out to them. And I honestly think that being homeless, that's got to be one of the worst situations that a person could be in, frankly. At the same time, though,
God, this is so awkward, dude.
Not popular to say this, as bad as it is, I'm sure, to be a homeless person, also not great to be around homeless people, right? And am I saying we are the victims here? No. But it's not nothing, right? It's not nothing. Like, I don't want to be the person who can't afford dinner. Obviously not.
Well, based on recent events, I don't think that's a problem for you anymore, is it? Also, why didn't Russia cover a couple of fucking comedy lessons? Come on. What were they thinking?
But I also don't want to be the person who gets mugged to pay for dinner, and I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's fair. But no, I just, the problem I think is that over the past few years, people have decided that the worst thing you could do is be offensive, is to be insensitive. And if you don't think this is a problem, we have American cities now where people are so afraid of even being perceived as being offensive that they would literally rather live with human feces on the street than tell a homeless person to take a hide and crap in the woods. Like, that is the level that we've...
Bro, thanks. This is not a comedy routine. This is, I'm going to say some opinions that you'll probably agree with. Routine. Where's the jokes, bro? Jake Weddle needs the teacher. Hey, Anonymous. Thank you for the 333. I disavow your misogyny.
Reached, which is insane. And it's insane. Haven't seen that here yet in Austin, thankfully.
Okay, I need to... Dude, I can't even fucking watch it, dude. It's too bad. I'm cringing too hard. Oh. Anyway. Very bad, very shit. That was very rough. But yeah, I don't think that comedy is based on your political ideology. In fact, I think the more of your political ideology you try and overtly squeeze into your comedy, the worse it becomes. Because it goes from being just thinking about what's funny to what is the correct way to say something that, you know, appeals to my side. Okay, guys. Right. That's updated. Okay. So it says that I need to apparently just load up Fallout 4 quickly. So I'll do that while I'm explaining this next part. Okay. Okay. Right, guys. So, we're just about to cover the doc stuff. Can you hear that? Whoa! Can you hear that? Can you hear the Fallout music?
Okay, that's
Right,
wonderful.
so that works.
But
That's
how
good.
do I make money off depressed people?
What is this bitch on about? Black people don't pay for dinner, they dine and dash. Free meals, am I right style?
That is terrible and Austrian painter, and I disavow, but thank you nonetheless. Okay, that's fine. That was what it should have been. Right. Okay, I'm going to be very calm today. I'm going to be extremely calm talking about this, as frustrating as the topic is. Dude, it's so funny to me that all of like the big streamers, all the big Twitch streamers have come out and just been like completely unimpressed with Dr. Disrespect's statement on this, you know? What's this that someone's linked to me? This Dr. Lupo statement was top notch. It was like very good, right? He was basically saying that, yeah, the guy said he did something real bad, so I had to cut ties with him. What is this fucking perspective that people have, dude? Where like someone could come out and say they did something which is like morally condemnable, right? And you expect people to just, for a fucking month, well, how long has it been? A month or so? You expect people to be like, oh, I'm sure he's planning some 5D chess move, and then this admission of guilt of this moral kind of issue is nothing, and I should just ignore it. What are you on about? Of course, people have got to fucking cut ties with the guy when he said he did the thing. What are you on about, dude? There's an expectation of people to withstand, you know, withstand pressure of people going, why are you still associating with this guy? He's admitted to it. Because he might have some 5D chess move that he's going to pull later. Okay, someone needs to say it. In no given reality is there a situation where interpreting the word inappropriate as eliciting sex makes your take even remotely sensical, and no amount of high road Billy Badness virtue signalling justifies that madness. Do you hear yourself? At the time this happened, the conversation was saying that Dr. Disrespect was a pedophile, that he'd sexted a minor, you know, that he'd propositioned the minor for sex and all this shit. So why didn't he say any of that at the time? What was his plan? To trick everyone into thinking he was a pedophile, including his friends and associates. What is the plan there exactly? That's the thing that people miss. Yes, he was trolling the journalists, but he also trolled everyone else. He trolled people like Dr. Lupo, apparently has got some connection to him. Nick Merckx and others. Keep spewing lies. What lies am I telling? I'm not telling any fucking lies. It's the Dr. Disrespect fans that are lying and coping now, even to the point where they're trying to claim that Dr. Disrespect never admitted to having inappropriate messages with a minor, when that is exactly the thing that he admitted to. 100% he fucking admitted to that. And now people are like, he never admitted to that. What are you on about? Oh, it could just mean jokes like he said. Anyway. Okay. I'm not... This is the thing that happens, dude. I see these retards with absolutely insane takes and I just lose it with... I'm just like, what the fuck are these people on about? You're living in an alternate reality. Yes, that's exactly my take. I believe he was hedging his bets to see what would leak and what wouldn't, and when nothing leaked, he could come up with whatever fucking story he wanted. Which he did, and people lapped it up because they're fucking stupid. We're going goblin mode. We're going goblin mode, guys. How do these people not feel ashamed at how retarded they are? I literally just tune out of the Dr. Disrespect stuff. It's blackpilling, but after the Vosh taxes folded debacle basically amounted to nothing, I expected to make a full comeback. I mean, yeah, I don't know, dude. It's obvious that, you know, people... The problem is that for some of these people, they want to believe. They want to believe that that he did nothing wrong, so they'll do anything they can to grasp onto that idea, even to the point of utter absurdity. So we're going to cover the Nick Merckx stuff, the Dr. Lupo stuff. Is Dr. Lupo actually a doctor? There were similar statements from other top streamers at XQC who linked Rod Breslow's Rolling Stone report about the facts of the case. Reminder for those whose brains turned off entirely. Dude, this is the problem as well, is people are not going to want to see this and are going to claim it's bullshit. They'll claim that this journalistic article is bullshit, but simultaneously will we'll just believe everything that Dr. Disrespect says it as words with no proof. Next, you're going to tell me it's not Guy Beam HD. No, but they called him... Oh, streaming doctor. Okay, it's like a joke, is it? Right, okay. I still don't care about any of this, but I'm too lazy to find something else to watch. Well, that's fine with me. No problem. Haven't been even on Missed the Rape reviews. Right, okay. Right, now archive isn't working. Okay. Bro, what the... Okay. And now Rolling Stone is asking me to take down the fucking ad block. That's very annoying, isn't it? But I understand. You know, it is what it is. Yes. Click the shield icon. Turn off the ad blocker. Okay, there we go. Boom. I'm gripping. Boom. Wait, this isn't working. Why can't I read this article? I've read it before. Was it on the archive? Is that why I can't see it now? Okay. Anyway, I don't need... The basic point I'm trying to make is if you read that article, like, I accept that it's anonymous Twitch employees, which Dr. Disrespect is now, you know, more or less saying have got it out for him. But it would be utterly insane to me that story from the other side is completely and utterly fabricated and based on nothing. I find it very hard to believe that Rolling Stone would publish something that is completely and utterly fabricated. There's obviously embellishments that happen and the press don't get it right all the time. But yeah. And I think, you know, I'm certainly not going to disbelieve what they're saying there purely off the back of Dr. Disrespect's word. You know? Anyway, one person who got massively fucked in all of this, I think, is Nick Merckx, who actually didn't realise did a video response, which we're going to have a look at. So yeah, this retard Dr. Disrespect is married with children pushing 40, admits to texting a minor inappropriately, his words not mine, so I cut ties because obviously that's inexcusable. Now I'm a shit friend for not having his back, bunch of brain-rotted morons on this app. Okay. Let's have a look at his video response. He actually did a video about it yesterday. Let's see what what's he called? The big Spartan's got to say. Oh my God, bro.
YouTube, what's going on today, man? Listen. In today's YouTube upload, we're going to be weighing in on Dr. Disrespect.
The big N. The big N is going to weigh in. The big N-I... Anyway, I don't need to do the rest, do I? Let's have a look.
Return stream yesterday. I do want to start this video off by saying that this entire situation sucks. Yet here we are. And like a lot of things in life, we're going to push right through. If you like the video, don't forget to like the video. And comment down below and give me your thoughts on everything, man. I know a lot of you guys have a lot to say. I will be going through the comments. But as soon as that...
He didn't... Okay. Fuck it, dude. Already I'm starting to get annoyed in one guide. He didn't claim it was utterly fabricated. Yes, he did. He claimed he was defamed. He claimed that he was fucking defamed by these journalists. What are you on about? God, you people are so retarded you make up your own fucking reality. That's absolutely what he fucking said. And he claims that was pushed on by his own admission.
that football is kicked off at 12.
Dr. Disrespect is walking back his confession 100%. And if you disagree with me, you're either retarded or a pedophile. Pick one.
O'clock, you will not see me for a long time. As always, guys, enjoy the upload. I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Go Blue. It's game day, man. And we're doing this.
Transpired over the last couple months.
We got to do it, though, man.
Am I excited to be back?
We got to let the man speak his piece.
Type of world.
See what he says.
Good to be back.
Get a vibe check, you know?
Degree.
Get a vibe
check.
check.
Figure out this monetization thing. So September 25th is basically when we can reapply for partnership on YouTube. For almost 4 years, the public demanded to hear from the doc regarding the Twitch suspension. Yeah. I guess since
Google inappropriate. Okay. Retarded pedophiles, okay, are saying things like Google inappropriate to identify themselves. So be aware. Be aware of that, okay? Okay, there's two parts to this. One is calling it inappropriate and then leaving it up in the air for people to fill the pieces in, as he's claiming he's doing as some sort of bait. I think it's because he's testing the water to see what comes out, okay? Right? If someone says to you that they have engaged in inappropriate behavior with a minor or inappropriate messages with a minor, what would you think of that in the first instance? What would you think? What would your first instinct be that they're trying to express to you if they say that to you? Do you think it's just a couple of off-color jokes, or do you think it's more than that they're trying to express to you in saying that? Okay? So your kind of like baseline interpretation of what that means in the context of talking about being in communication with a minor. Okay? And the second part as well is, despite what the doc is claiming, do you think that there's possibly a chance, right, that he is trying to diminish what he's done by using certain language and certain words? Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible that in order to obfuscate a little bit and not make it seem as bad as it is, he's using particular words? Now, I know that you're so fucking retarded that you'll believe this guy offhand and disregard any journalistic reporting on this. So you're probably a lost cause, and you're probably about to fucking, you know, inappropriately message a minor as we speak, right? If you look at the reporting of this, okay, the way it's been reported from the other end is that, yes, indeed, the inappropriate is trying to downplay it. And the claim is that the messages were of sexual nature and that didn't diminish once the age was revealed. Now, I'm willing to accept and admit that, you know, that could not be exactly 100% true, right? Okay? Because, you know, the truth is often in the middle of these situations. But I also don't think the way Dr. Disrespect has described it at any point is true. I think what's likely is the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, and, you know, it maybe isn't as egregious as it's been painted out by some people in the reporting of this, but it's not as diminished as he's saying. And it probably is some sort of sexualized messages that occurred of some fashion. Right? And again, the question I would ask is, why didn't he make it clear what he meant by inappropriate at the time? You now believe it's because he was trying to bait people, but that now includes baiting people like Nick Merckx, Dr. Lupo, his friends into believing that he's a fucking wrong'un, so they cut ties with him. He lost his YouTube partnership. He lost his business relationship with this game studio. Maybe sponsorships as well, I'm not sure. To bait a couple of journos. Why are you... Okay. Why are people so willing to take him at his word? Honestly, I'm mind boggled by this. He's not shown you a single shred of anything and you're just believing everything he says. Even though he's demonstrably lied about this already.
You all missed the point with my personal statement. Maybe it's time to tell my side of the story. You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules. Right. My lawsuit against Twitch was eventually resolved, as you all know. But even then, as part of the settlement, all parties were still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement. However, if one side violated that confidentiality, then the other side could respond. Again, I respected all the confidential obligations. But apparently Twitch's own disgruntled employees didn't feel the need to...
Okay, before we get... It's crazy that he's doing this whole thing in character, by the way. Like, this is going to be a wild watch.
Abide by those same obligations. Cody Connors...
Oi, Peter. Yes, exactly.
Ex-Twitch
You admit to
employee
it.
wasn't even involved. Leaks Twitch's reported reason. But why do this? What was the point? This was settled professionally. And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided you...
I mean, it is this, basically, isn't it? I added the word minor to bait the journalists. Fuck off, pedo. Jokes on them, I was only pretending. Yes. It is this. It is the fucking, I was only pretending meme. And people are buying it.
Fucking rat. To leak the reported reason Twitch banned me in 2020. Did you not know the repercussions from spewing lies?
Some people defend Doc, saying he never said inappropriate, but leaning towards inappropriate. Yes, the reason he said leaning towards inappropriate, he is admitting that he sent inappropriate messages, but he is trying to downplay at any point that he can. Or lean towards inappropriate. That means he sent inappropriate messages. Read between the fucking lines, will you? Holy fuck, dude. And now we've got to put all these excuses in post hoc to his statement. Oh, they were jokes. Oh, I was trolling journalists. All this other shit. Said it yesterday, saying it again. His wife was about to leave when he cheated on her. You really think she'd still be with him when it was close to what you accuse him of? Wife was about to leave when he cheated on her, and she stayed with him to this point. You really think this fucking woman not leaving is proof of anything when she's already demonstrated that she doesn't want to leave him even when he cheats on her? He's clearly a very manipulative fucking freak in public. Imagine what he's like in private.
About the 2-time? Did you not know the repercussions of accusing me, Cody Connors? You don't know shit, and it was obvious from your tweet. You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of my dispute with Twitch. You said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch's Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs. When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages? You didn't. Neither did any of these journalists, and neither did Twitch at the time of the ban. You also tried to tell the world that I was trying to meet up with this user at TwitchCon, but you're wrong. Let's set the record straight. I never intended to meet this user ever. We never made plans to meet at TwitchCon or anywhere else, and in fact, we never met in person ever.
How does it work with the lawsuit between Twitch and Doc in terms of their ex-employees speaking out any idea? I've got no clue whatsoever. Would it be that Dr. Disrespect would sue Cody and Twitch in one fell swoop or something like that? I don't know the answer. I've not got no idea. But if Cody is not subject to any NDAs, because NDAs obviously are not necessarily going to last forever. It could be that he was not in an NDA and had no legal obligation to not say anything. So yeah, I don't know, dude. It's complicated, I think.
Your bullshit accusations gave false courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well. I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated this attack. These journalists, these various outlets, they act like they're just gossip channels now, without any real journalism and real research happening. They reported on all this based on leaks from 2 former Twitch employees, one of whom was supposedly on the trust and safety team. If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety team at the time of my Twitch suspension in 2020, then you would hope they would tell the truth. But apparently that's just too much to ask. If these former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly who they are, actually had firsthand knowledge,
say something, Nick Marks. I want to hear what
then
you
what
say.
they conveniently left out is, 1, Twitch's trust and safety team.
Also, another thing with this is it's so reliant on distrust of Twitch. Right? You're really latching on to the idea of people's heads of how bad Twitch is to get the medicine to go down. So it's like primed for people. It's like primed. It's like primed, aimed at people that are in that kind of camp of like hate the mainstream media, hate Twitch, hate woke shit. It's all kind of directed specifically at that dynamic of audience that he is wanting to tap into. You know?
The same employees that decided to ban me internally admitted that the whisper messages were not sexting. And 2, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM. Cody Connors and these other anonymous sources are trying to paint a picture that I was exchanging sexually explicit messages and photos with this Twitch user. That never happened. I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it was defined by everyone, champs, including these defaming articles.
Yeah, dude, yes. I have had an allegation against me before. And do you know what I did? Do you know what I did?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
I showed the messages to exonerate
The
myself.
fake confidence and anger
So, I
on
don't-
display here reminds
so
me of
he used to do
Logan
the same
Paul
thing that
when
I
he
did.
responded to Coffeezilla.
I proved my case by showing evidence. I didn't just go, oh, no, I didn't do anything wrong, guys, and it's a big conspiracy to get me. I was like, here's the fucking black and white proof to back my points up. So I don't know why people are coming to me going, oh, didn't you have an allegation against you? Yes. Yes, I did. And do you know what I did? Showed evidence to clear my name. That is what I did. So why doesn't he do the same?
I'm sorry, but mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context should have never led to me getting banned from Twitch in the first place. And this is not a situation where victim...
So they're jokes. If this is true, if what he's saying is true right now, why does he not show everybody the whispers? I mean, it would be instant. Instant. Why can't we see the whispers? Because now he's saying that they're jokes. I mean, I make jokes all the time. Granted, I ain't doing the other stuff that he's done and doing, but I make jokes all the time. And if I made a joke and people were saying that it wasn't, I would show everyone it's a joke. Confusing, man.
Yes, exactly.
Publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened. We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half-baked reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal. I engage with my community. I engage with other streamers. And through Twitch whispers, I communicate with Twitch users.
The messages would be in some sort of legal documentation. I am 99% sure that Dr. Disrespect, if he wanted to, could show those messages because they likely would have come up in the settlement that was agreed with Twitch when they agreed to pay his contract out.
Conversations that consisted of a variety of playing games and gaming politics, content creation, random stuff. This was the extent of my whispers with this Twitch user. On June 21st, 2020, my ex-Twitch partner manager learns that I exchanged whispers with the Twitch.
God, Tron the Don, you are like another example of a completely subhuman, low IQ Dr. Disrespect fan that is not worthy of genuine human consideration. Again, listen to this rat. Why Nick never asked for the whispers, but to the internet say to paint him guilty. You fucking morons are rewriting history. That never happened. That literally never happened. I'll tell you what happened, because I actually watched and covered it, right? Nick Merckx was under pressure to disavow Dr. Disrespect, and he released a short clip, I believe when he was away on holiday or something, maybe. But anyway, he released a short clip and he said, listen, guys, I'm paraphrasing. Listen, guys, I'm not going to condemn him. We need to see the evidence. You know, I can't really say more than that until we see some evidence, right? And then what happened is Dr. Disrespect released a statement in which he admitted to having communications with a minor that veered in the direction of inappropriate. Off the back of that, Nick Merckx said, okay, well, he's admitted to it. I can't stand by that. You know, I've got to cut ties. He then released a longer video where he went through his thought process more. And he even was like arguing with people in his chat who were trying to say to him, "Oh, you're making a big deal of it." He was like, "No, come on. He's admitted to it. That's that. I can't fuck with that. You know, that's bad." We weren't like the closest friends per se, but I did obviously, make content with him, and I didn't know him personally, but yeah, it sucks for me. I'm trying to figure it out still, but fundamentally, I can't associate with that. So it wasn't that he just went off the internet's word. In fact, he stood staunchly against the internet as they were trying to say that Dr. Disrespect, had definitely done it without any further proof, evidence, or insight. But then Dr. Disrespect admitted to it. God, you people are fucking unbearable. The idea that you've got you as a creator, right, have got to fucking, lay your career on the line on the back of someone who has admitted to doing something on the possibility they might be doing some 5D chess move to later come out and say a bunch of shit with no proof that turns out all that was nonsense. What on earth are you on about, dude? That's insane. That's such an unreasonable standard to hold people to, that you've got to continue to associate with someone when they've admitted to wrongdoing, just in case when they get back from their hollybobs, they're going to come up with a statement. What planet are you on, bro? The guy admitted to it in a fucking tweet. And then people said, I don't want any of that. That's fair enough. Like, this is what's so despicable about this guy, about this Dr. Disrespect guy, right? Is the fact that he's not only thrown the journos under the bus, he's thrown his friends under the bus as well. With this deception and this dishonesty. People like Nick Merckx getting a load of shit when Nick Merckx has acted and behaved completely appropriately at every single step of the way of this drama. Say what you like about him. You can not like his politics, whatever. That doesn't matter. But he's dealt with this correctly. And yet for some reason, people are out here acting like he's a total scumbag snake that's backstabbed him. When he didn't do that at all. He stood by him when the pressure was on to disown him. And he only did so when Doc admitted to it.
Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything for me, my community, or my channel. And it was just so obvious that he carried a grudge against the two-time. So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager. Just a few months later, that ex-Twitch partner manager is directly involved with getting me banned. Coincidence? The Twitch user tells this ex-Twitch partner manager that they do not want to report anything to Twitch. But this ex-Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with...
If you have the .com in the biggest rape review on the platform, think of the shekels, Chud.
Thank you very much for the 333. I appreciate it. Nick elaborated on one of the streams are not friends as such, in a group chat to arrange playing together. I think what Nick was trying to make clear, because I think what he was trying to say is he played games with him, but he wasn't going to his house and hanging out with him. He didn't know him on a deeply personal level, because otherwise people might think, well, how, were there no signs or something like that? I think he was trying to, somewhat distance himself from being a close friend, which is fair enough, and just accurately relaying what the relationship was, Yeah, I like I say what you want about Nick Merckx. I think he genuinely was very reasonable in how he handled this.
Twitch.
I will say on the Twitch side, man, there's been a lot of employees that have went through there. There are some weird people, man, weird people. I'll say that much for sure. Not condoning what this guy did, not trying to breeze by it or anything, but there's been some Twitch employees.
Even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged.
I mean, I can't really, yeah, that's kind of undeniable. But the thing is what you need to understand with this is, yes, there's people that are total freaks that work there. Gender goblins, wokes, blacks, etc. Okay? But the thing is, in order to get an article published where you got quotes from people from Twitch, the legal consequence that you could be on the hook for if you just are some random person says, oh, Dr. Disrespect had sexualized messages as part of Operation Sparrow. Or what was it, Golden Sparrow? Whatever it was, right? Yeah, there's being weird, and there's being a gender goblin, and there's being woke, and there's being against people like Nick Merckx and Dr. Disrespect. And then there's saying stuff as a matter of record to a journalist that is completely and utterly false. Like that's a quite a big barrier to cross. And, you know, as much as Slasher fucked up by mentioning that he knew years ago, I'd be surprised if that article is not legally watertight in terms of having some level of safety from a defamation claim, because I'd presume that a lot of T's were crossed and I's were dotted in order to be able to publish that article, you know? Be skeptical, scrutinize, but obviously, you know, don't be skeptical to the point your brain falls out, okay? Don't be open-minded to the point your brain falls out. Thank you for the $5. Shiba dog in a combat position. Thank you very much.
Exchange.
Get buzzer. This video is sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. Make your predictions now for today's college football games and tomorrow's NFL games. Make these predictions, but before you do that, make sure you use code MFAM to win up to 1,000 times your deposit. All you got to do is pick higher or lower. Now back to the video.
On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's Special Operations Team receives and reviews the user's report. They find no issues and determine that it did not warrant any further escalation to Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Is there a chance Dr. Disrespect doesn't have access anymore to the full whispers? Yeah, like I say, probably through legal documents, I'd presume he has access. There was a chance he doesn't have access, but again, if he didn't, why doesn't he say that? When he was asked about it, rather than saying, what are we, in second grade? Why didn't he say, I don't have access to them anymore, so I can't show them myself?
That would have been the end.
Legal.
That should have been the end. But that partner manager, he had it out for the two-time. He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team. So a day later,
Twitch
on
has
June 25th,
a law enforcement
the
team?
LER analyst pulls the entirety of the whisper messages and begins discussing them.
One thing that's a bit annoying about some of these responses is I feel like there's a kind of lack of explanation from some of these big streets, because they probably would know like some of the internal aspects of Twitch way more than, you know, I would as someone that was only ever 500, 600 viewer Andy at the top end. So, you know, they partner managers in different departments and internal communications and so on. You know, I think they probably know quite a bit to be able to, you know, speak on it in at some length. And yeah, I just feel like I'd like a bit more of that, you know?
With his director of the LER team. Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time. The LER analyst cherry picks and sends a few targeted excerpts out of context from the whisper messages to this director. Now, if you do this, you can make anyone's messages look inappropriate, even when they aren't. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made...
What are your thoughts on doing this in character? Well, firstly, from his... Obviously, I think an aspect of that is funny. It's hilarious that he's decided to do it in character. But you understand why he's done it in character, don't you? It's to solicit that kind of relationship with the fans. It's to give the impression that this is no big deal, that it's just another day in the office. Because remember, he came out of character to admit on cheating to his wife. We gotta watch that. That's a classic. So yeah, Dr. Disrespect cheats on wife. Wait, what? That's got to be put on. That's got to be put on.
Hey guys, okay. Kind of have a little bit of an announcement, and I just want to be completely transparent with you guys. As you guys know, I have a beautiful family, and a wife and kid. And I want to be transparent that I've been unfaithful and
based.
And I'm probably going to be taking some time away, time off to focus on.
Bro, this dude, bro, he is so manipulative. It is insane. So he comes out of character to tearfully confess because it's more beneficial to public perception to do so, right? Oh, I'm going to go in character and act like I'm crying because I cheated on my wife. But with this one, he doesn't come out of character and do that because he knows it's better for public perception if he's in character, brushing it off like it's nothing and moving forward, whilst reminding everyone how based he is for his return stream. Honestly, I think that this guy is like giga fucking manipulator dude, and he is just very good at, you know, spinning things. He's very good at spinning situations and knowing what the kind of right move is in order to, you know, best placate whatever he's trying to do at that time. Like a total reptile, yeah.
Stupid fucking mistakes, man. I'm gonna take time off to focus on my family, and so I just wanted to let you guys know that. And I apologize to you guys and Slick Daddy. You guys are. I apologize to you guys, my sponsors and Twitch. And this is not who I am. It's not what I represent. And that's it.
Do you predict he'll be doing an exclusive interview? No. Bro, why on earth would he agree to do an interview about this where he can actually be fucking pressed about the situation? There's no way. He's gonna do what he said. He's probably never gonna talk about this again. I'm like 99% sure he's not gonna sue anyone. I think he's just gonna try and get back into his normal stream. People will forget, not care anymore about the suing thing, and then by the time in 6 months, a year's time, when people are, hang on a minute, Dr. Disrespect never sued anyone. What happened to all that? It'll be some excuse as to why he decided not to proceed with anything, you know? Because at the moment, all of his fans are baying for blood. Like, yeah, sue. I'm pretty sure that will eventually diminish and things will move on and no one will care anymore, and that'll be that.
Made the decision to suspend me from Twitch.
Obviously, the other thing as well, right? Just to be clear, I don't care. I'm probably going to still watch the odd Dr. Disrespect clip if it pops up and he's playing fucking PUBG or something, because I find him funny and I find him playing Battle Royales entertaining, right? I don't really care if people want to fucking watch this dude. I don't care if you know, whatever. I just find it so obnoxious that people are accepting nonsensical bullshit rather than just thinking a bit more about it and, you know, looking at it from more angles. You obviously just don't like the guy. That's not true, though. Before he admitted to it, I said there's no evidence. People should wait before they conclude. So I've had I've got no, like, ill will towards Dr. Disrespect beyond just thinking he's a little wretched, manipulative freak, right? But beyond that, I'm not like, oh, I hope this guy burns. I'm just like, he's obviously being dishonest and people are buying it and it's annoying.
Submits that report. The National Center for Missing...
Okay, this claim that there's no evidence is bullshit. Okay, you're wrong. An admission of guilt is a form of evidence. Okay? And in legal situations, okay, why do you think that people say, don't talk to the police, get a lawyer? Why do you think people are told that? It's because if you say something, if you accidentally say something which suggests that you might have some implication. They'll dig and dig and dig and fuck with you, whatever. But also, if you admit something to the police, it's very difficult to walk that back. Unless there's some sort of duress or something you can point to. If you're questioned and you say to the police that you did something, that is a piece of evidence that they can use against you that you committed the fucking crime. Now, obviously, it's not foolproof. It's not 100%. You can walk back admissions of guilt, potentially, but it's quite difficult to do so. It's not simple. And I think you're going to need to show quite a lot of stuff in order to show why that wasn't an actual genuine admission or there was other mitigating circumstances that led to the admission. So, yeah.
Missing and exploited children. Guess what?
National Center for Missing and...
As far as I know, and over...
Oh my God, Henry Resilient, why are you being so retarded? He said he texted a minor. He never said he sexted a minor. Right? This is a red herring that he's created. Inappropriate communications with a minor. This sexting thing is a red herring that he's thrown out there so people are so busy discussing what sexting is. The defamation lawsuit was on the table. I don't think he's going to file a lawsuit. I'm, 99% sure he's not going to.
"4 years have passed. They didn't do anything with the report. As far as I know, they didn't escalate Twitch's report to law enforcement."
Also, the other thing as well, we did talk about this a bit yesterday. When it comes to the idea of what is and isn't sexting, someone using sexting is likely using it in an ordinary sense, not in any sort of legal sense, because it's quite rare that sexting is part of a legal statute. There's this Florida law, apparently, where there's a sexting thing. But most people are using it in a broad sense, and I don't think that it needs to be specifically the legal definition of sexting for you to be allowed to say something is sexting. Right? And there could be like a casual communication between two people, which is a sexual nature, which someone may say is is sexting in a sort of casual sense.
Mind you, the same people that made this decision admit internally that the messages did not constitute sexting. The same people that made this decision at Twitch admit internally.
Defamation would only apply to Cody Connors and maybe Twitch. How could Twitch be subject to defamation when they've not made any public statement on it? The people that would be liable for defamation would be the papers that have printed the words of anonymous Twitch employees. Bro, Henry, this is where you prove how fucking retarded you are, bro, despite all the court cases that you look at, okay? What do you mean what has Twitch said that they could be guilty for defamation? The paper that publishes the words of the anonymous people, they take on the liability for the defamation because they're the ones that are publishing the words of these anonymous fucking employees. Right? Cody Connors, possibly, I agree, there's a possibility there that maybe he might be on the hook for something, but I just don't know how that would shake out in court and how firm a definition sexting has for it to be defamatory. Liability on Twitch for not putting Cody on an NDA. Cody hadn't worked for Twitch for some years, I thought, no? When did Cody leave Twitch? You can't expect a company to put an ex-employee under NDA forever. Legal Mindset is a fucking moron, okay? Legal Mindset is an utter retard, okay? He pushed that fake email as factual. Why would I listen to a single fucking word that retard has got to say about this when he's totally undermined his credibility while talking about this? That guy's a fucking retard, dude. I'm not going to listen to anything he says about this. He literally pushed the words of an AI slop channel talking about this as factual.
That the messages did not warrant any child sexual abuse material charge. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitted they did not.
Twitch is on the hook. It shouldn't have leaked outside of the NDA group. Cody would have heard it from one of them. I cannot see a world where you would be able to sue Twitch because they didn't adequately silence all of the employees that work for them. How would that work? Oh, one of your employees that left you years ago has said something on Twitter. You're liable for that, actually. Well, how does that work, bro? When did Cody Connors leave Twitch? I need to know that information. When did Cody Connors leave Twitch? There's an article here about him. Okay, if anyone can find it, let me know. I'm just wondering, because if it's years ago that he worked for Twitch and years later he says something about something that happened at Twitch, I don't understand how like, what's the solution? I'm pretty sure he left years before he said it. You cannot have a situation where companies are putting their employees under lifetime NDAs of that magnitude. That's insane to me. Normally, don't NDAs have a shelf life? Like they last for a certain period of time. No, I do not buy this idea that Twitch are on the hook for anything in this. And in fact, I tell you what it is. That's probably another reason why they've not made a fucking public statement about this, because that just opens up more legal liability if they start talking about this, commenting on this, and releasing information. They want out of it. They don't want any part of it, right? And so they're just going to stay well out of it and ignore it all and let the fucking shit pass in the night. Meanwhile, a few employees are willing to put their head above the parapet somewhat anonymously to speak to journalists, and little bits of information are leaking out off the back of that. So yeah, I just don't think there's anything Twitch are responsible for in terms of like a defamation thing. Cody is probably the person you'd have to take. So my understanding of it is Cody is the person that you'd be able to take to court for defamation. Maybe a paper if you could demonstrate that they'd engaged in some sort of reckless disregard for the truth, perhaps. But Cody Connors, sure. Let's say we agree with that. Let's say he does that. What's the next step? You need to demonstrate that Cody Connors said something that wasn't true. Or Cody Connors would need to demonstrate that what he said was true. And then via discovery, you could look at the communications and messages from Twitch's end and whatnot, right? And then also, you'd need to demonstrate that sexting a minor is out of the realm of opinion. Like, because sexting could fall in the realm, for example, of opinion. In your opinion that they were sexting, even, do you know what I mean? Like, that becomes complicated too as well, surely. So I just think that even though there is, sure, he could file a defamation suit, right? You know, I feel like there's a lot of barriers that people aren't really taking into account of actually moving forward with this, in that what he said is not like, to me, my understanding of it would not be as clear, defamatory as like just outright saying this person is a pedophile, you know? So yeah, I don't know, dude. But we'll probably never find out because I don't think he's taken anyone to court.
Not perform any legal analysis of whether the messages exchanged were illegal in any way. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me while admitting that they
off depressed people.
If he was innocent, he would just provide the chat transcripts. That being said, this freak is guilty as f. All his actions scream guilty.
Thank you for the super chats. Go and read your job contract. Even if you leave, you are bound to those confidential practices. I don't think the thing that you could have in an NDA, for example, I think, is if you work for a technology company and you under an NDA, you then go and work for another technology company and you reveal information that you learned at the first company, trade secrets, to allow that company to develop a product to then compete with a product from the first company using stuff you learned at the first company. That's something you could probably get fucked for legally for an NDA, right? I think that is like probably something that you could be taken to court for and fucked on. What I don't think would be successful is saying to an employee that's leaving you must take every single thing you've ever heard about Twitch privately to the grave with you, and if you ever speak, we're going to fuck you. And then in a few years' time, the employee comes out and says some little secret they learned from inside the company, presuming it's not some like deep trade secret. I don't know if you'd be able to successfully enforce an NDA against that person, because I think it would interfere too strongly with like their First Amendment right to free speech or something like that. I just don't think that you can be like, you must never say anything ever about the company again. It's like normally the most successful when people are taking trade secrets between companies and, you know, things like that. That's the sort of thing generally that they tend to be more successful with. But I just, yeah, dude, it just seems so crazy to me that a company can, by the force of law, make it so you can never speak about something you learned at a company, even like drama shit or whatever, ever in your life. 20 years, yeah, 20 years contraption for revealing the Colonel's 11 secret herbs and spices. No, Cody Connors never directly referenced Dr. Disrespect by name in what he said. I'm not sure how that would play out, though, because everyone knew who he was talking about.
They never investigated the age of consent in the jurisdiction where the user's messages were sent and received. Twitch makes this decision to terminate my contract and ban me without ever interviewing me, the user, or any other third party, including the partner manager. I'm not going to get into every detail regarding my legal case.
You just did.
But these former Twitch employees that claim to have firsthand knowledge, they just don't have a clue. The judge in the case determined that the whispers were not illegal. So then why did Twitch use these messages against me? Why did Twitch treat the doc so differently from their other streamers outside of the obvious?
Yeah.
And trust me, we've worked hard for over a decade to improve as a person, a husband, and father, and to get where we're at today. I mean, I'm in such a good place today. And all these people, they all act like they're just so perfect. I'm not perfect. I don't claim to be perfect.
I mean, good for him, man. You know?
Sometimes I do. But I also didn't do all the shit that they're saying I did.
People make mistakes.
But then that doesn't make a story, right? And by sensationalizing all of this with big, inaccurate headlines like sexting and sexually explicit, you all got what you wanted at the expense of the tube time. Take a look at some of these horrendous acts of Twitch streamers that were never banned. I've got some examples right here. Example number one.
Okay. Nick Merckx is barely saying anything. Speak up, Nick Merckx. Speak your truth, King. I want to hear what you got to say.
One, a streamer that frequently used the N-word while publicly streaming, which constitutes a violation of Twitch's policies if accompanied by hateful intent. Twitch scheduled a meeting with the streamer to ascertain his intent to determine whether his conduct was a violation of Twitch's policies, ultimately determining it was not a breach of Twitch's policies. Why wasn't I
don't know why he's doing this part.
Into a meeting? Why wasn't my intent taken into consideration, champs? Example number two.
Yeah.
Streamer was reported.
If he's trying to prove a point that he was treated unfairly or just way differently, yeah, I mean, I think we'd all agree with that. I mean, that's just kind of crazy.
Reported for discussing doing things with deceased.
Was he, though? Was he treated unfairly? I don't know if I agree he was treated unfairly necessarily. We don't know unless you believe Twitch. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's difficult without knowing the full facts of everything that happened between him and Twitch. The other problem as well is there is a level of believability. The other thing that this story relies on with disrespect is like Twitch did pay out his contract. Why the fuck would Twitch pay out his contract? If like, I don't know, dude. It's like I really wish that we could just know some insights about that or something just to get a bit more of a clue in, you know? And then not say anything to anyone, even like YouTube. Not even communicate with the higher ups at YouTube to say, by the way, between you and me, da-da-da, right? Because they were in the wrong, possibly. But they could have been in the right and decided to settle anyway. Legally, he didn't. Well, yeah, it could be but it just seems so odd to me, the idea that the contract would be written in such a way that that behavior would not be prohibited, you know? So yeah, I guess the problem is now we're probably never going to know. Like, this is probably it. Unless it does end up that Dr. Disrespect files some Hail Mary lawsuit against Cody Connors. Yeah. Chud, why aren't you defending self-admitted half-pedo, Chud? You have to defend this pedo like lefties do with Balenciaga, Chud. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, I'm definitely going to the doctor tomorrow. I've put it off too long. My throat is just full of shit. Yeah, this is the thing that people... Twitch letting go of Dr. Disrespect hurt Twitch. There's no way that Twitch before would agree to a contract if they didn't see the value of having him on their platform. So to get rid of him not only cost him later with this court thing, but at the time to cut him off would have cost them. And so this narrative of like employees plotting against him, this would have gone right to the top of Twitch. And I'm very skeptical about this idea that the head of Twitch would be convinced by some, you know, junior manager person who's got a grudge against him to let go of him. Because the question would be asked of, we've just set off with this guy, you know, X amount of money. What have we got to look at that shows the case for why we need to ban this guy? You would have thought, right?
Animals and discussing pedophilia, all while live streaming. Never suspended, but instead given a multi-million.
They also offered him an inflated contract because he said he had a counter-offer from Mixer. So what, you thinking maybe they were like pissed off with him? You fooled us, and now you're a nonce.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Weaselly Little Liar Dude became a member. Weaselly Little Liar Dude celebrates 6 months of membership. Please go to a doctor, just don't go to this Dr. Chud Nation needs you.
Okay. I'm going to go to Dr. Lupo. The Mixer story's not confirmed. Okay, so that's like gossip, essentially, right? I mean, also, Twitch probably were offering contracts out just generally because they were worried about maybe the threat from Mixer. They shouldn't have bothered in the end, should they? Fucking collapsed in on itself.
$1 million contract.
What?
Example number 3. Streamer was reported for a sexually explicit stream involving children and telling children to send Snapchats of them playing with themselves. Never suspended, but instead, given a multi-million-dollar contract.
What?
It's so obvious that certain Twitch executives, employees involved had personal biases against the doc and used all of this as an opportunity to terminate my contract. Heck? Go back and look at the timing of all this, too. The doc's termination lines up with 2 preferable, profitable, and expensive streamers leaving.
I think either he's probably characterizing in a more the most egregious way you can imagine, basically doing the inverse of what he did to himself, and describing something that maybe has some truth to it in the most extreme way. I'm extremely skeptical about this idea that there's a streamer who was doing this shit with minors and they got offered a contract and nothing happened. And the other thing too, what does it matter? What fucking relevance is it of anything else to this guy's situation? Twitch could have had a full-blown convicted gigapedo rapist on their side, and it still wouldn't make any difference to, you know, Dr. Disrespect's dealings. Hey, true. So Doc's in the business of protecting pedos by not naming them now. Yeah, why not name them? They just, you know, dude, there's like such a game of this, like, you know, any explanation for why the doc gives such slim info is filled in with some nonsense that they've crafted, right? Why didn't he say the age of the person? Why didn't he say the name of these people? You know, why isn't he showing any documents from the proceedings of the settlement, and so on and so on and so on? And it's like, there's a reasoning for all of that, apparently. Where to me, it's like he's given you enough information to craft a picture that you would believe it, but withholding enough so he doesn't have to prove his case. So, you know, and then if you challenge any part of it, it's, oh, you got tricked by him saying he was a pedo. Unlucky. Ha ha. Quite smart.
Mixer. As soon as Twitch knew that Mixer had failed, these other expensive streamers needed a new streaming platform. So Twitch rushed through its decision to terminate the tube time. You see, I shouldn't even be banned from Twitch. It has affected us on so many levels. Back in...
Same goes for the employees who leaked. No, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that, to be honest. I just think you guys have demonstrated you're so retarded and you don't understand how the mainstream media even works and how articles come together. I don't know why I'd even entertain that from you. Like, you guys have got to just accept reality and stop being so fucking retarded, okay? That if a news outlet publishes an anonymous source claiming something, right? That will have been through various layers and stages of checks, legal checks, okay? Editorial checks that lends credibility to that statement. Now, you're not going to fucking like that because a lot of you are retarded mainstream media. Oh, the mainstream media is wrong all the time. I'm a fucking retard. You guys are fucking morons and I'm sick of fucking pretending otherwise. If you do not agree with me, you're wrong and retarded, okay? I'm so sick of you fucking morons acting like, oh, something's in the paper. Well, there's no credibility to that, is there? The mainstream media lies all the time. You need to explain to me how it works before you can start criticizing it, okay? I think that's what we need to start doing, because none of you fucking understand how it actually works. You just say things about it without knowing. Yes, I would trust a mainstream paper publishing an anonymous account from a source than someone like Dr. Disrespect that has demonstrated they're willing to lie about this situation. That's just facts.
In 2020 and now in 2024. Like I said, this was handled professionally years ago. No fucking wrongdoing. You know, through all this, we are where we are. And like a fucking man, I'll accept it. But I don't accept sitting quietly by and let these idiots attack me with false accusations. No.
A rape on campus is attracted. Defamatory Rolling Stone magazine article published on November 19th, 2014. Okay. How many articles has the Rolling Stone published? And how many of these articles have had to be fully retracted because of defamatory claims made within them? Enough to have you in one. True, DK. Like, this is the fucking retarded game you people play, where it's like, what about this one time that this outlet did something wrong? Yeah, that's fucked, and they fucked up there. But I think you're focusing in on the mistakes, and you're completely ignoring, you know, the multitude of fucking articles that exist which haven't had to be retracted and still stand on their fucking merits. Oh, look, here's tons of articles which are reported, verified, underlined, still stand on their merit. Sorry, Chud, I know you've got all those articles, but what about this one that they got wrong? Like, do you not see how stupid that is, to point to the one exception of what I'm explaining? Yeah, and there's a bajillion articles that don't have that problem. I'm just so sick of you fucking morons banging the same drum about how much the mainstream media sucks. Meanwhile, you're getting spoon-fed, Russian-paid propaganda by some fucking retard in a beanie. It's just sickening to me. It is fucking so obnoxious that you people are so critical of the mainstream press, right? Meanwhile, your favourite creator has got Putin's cock fucking surgically attached to the back of their fucking throat, and you're just completely dismissive of that.
For all these doc haters out there too, oh man, the ones that project and project and project and project and worry about everyone else's problems, right? I can't understand that mindset. I don't give.
And also, bear in mind, like the cope that he's presenting, me saying that led people to falsely come forward. No. His admission of wrongdoing meant that people were more comfortable, and still not comfortable enough to put their name on it, but comfortable enough to at least come forward and speak to journalists about their fucking side of it. That happened because he said what happened. He admitted something, which led to people going, oh, okay, well, if it's a bit more out in the open, I'll speak to someone about it and explain my understanding of it. So this is his own fault that happened.
Care less. We've always stayed in our lane. And I'm not denying the exchange of whispers, champs. I'm not denying that to all of you out there. It looks
okay,
bad.
So it's not denying
I have no way of knowing if the Twitch user thought our exchange of whispers was inappropriate. If it was, I apologize. All I know is that I never did what Twitch, Cody Connors, or the public is claiming that I did.
2 court cases that found nothing. Okay, Gollum, what are the court case names? What court was it in? And where can I look up the publicly available legal documentation on these court cases? What court cases are you talking about?
I'm not saying anything more about any of this, right? Unless I need to, because trust me,
so he's kind of saying that this was a joke.
I just want to get back
to
what we do best. Put on a show and climb our way to the tippity top of the mountain, man.
Very interesting. All right, so my thoughts after hearing this guy's whole
Here we go. Finally, we're going to get to old Nick Merck's thoughts. Let's go.
spiel, man. I mean, the situation itself just sucks entirely. From all of our POVs, man. All of it sucks. The vibe.
Also, bro. What? It was you. Now it's 2 court cases. This is the game that's being played. There was no court case. No court or legal entity has knowingly assessed in full what is being claimed here. We got reports that are filed with certain organizations that don't fucking go anywhere. That doesn't mean anything. This court thing is nonsense. Some arbitration thing looked at it to assess contract breach. There's no demonstration of what anything was said in that situation, or what was said in that agreement. So, no, it hasn't gone to court. It hasn't been tested by court at all.
That I'm getting from Doc is that original tweet he had put out, he's backtracking, which I think was a terrible post to put out initially. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys already seen this tweet. You know, I'm just putting it on the screen for those that haven't. I'm not going to read through the whole thing. We've already kind of been there, done that. You know, for me, this here is half of the tweet. The other half is right here.
Wait, hang on.
Kind of, no, I think was a terrible post to put out initially. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys already seen this tweet. You know, I'm just putting it on the screen for those that haven't. I'm not going to read through the whole thing. We've already kind of been there, done that. You know, for me, this here is half of the tweet. The other half is right here. There's a lot of people on Twitter and my Instagram DMs and YouTube comments saying, Nick, you're a terrible friend. You should have stuck by this guy when he needed you. You, Tim, Z-Laner, you guys made a huge mistake. You should have waited for the facts. You should have called him and talked to him. Look, we had a short, quick conversation. He sent a text to the boys and I, and he apologized for us ever being dragged into this. And it pretty much ended right there. That same day, he had put out his tweet. And in that tweet, he had admitted to sending inappropriate texts or whatever to a minor. Those were his words.
Yes.
Not mine, not Tim's, not whoever. Now, he later deleted this tweet. Personally, I don't think it changes much. And I understand that he feels the need to defend himself. I know a lot of people are coming at him. And I know his...
Bro, what is that about, though? Why did he even delete the tweet? Because everyone... There's a record of it. Everyone's seen it. It's on the internet. What was the point in deleting that?
premise and what he's dying on is that what he did was not illegal. And look, I get that, but at the end of the day, you messaged a minor and it was inappropriate. For me, this is not about legality. And I don't want to beat a dead horse, man. I don't want to talk too much shit about this guy. I give it as good as I get it. A lot of people were coming at me yesterday on Twitter, so I called him a bad word. But I want to be honest, man, him doing what he did, I think he was being that. Late 30s, you got a kid, a wife, and you're doing stuff like that, man. My morals, my understanding of the situation is I firmly believe that he was wrong. I don't care if he didn't break any laws. I don't care if a judge found him guilty or not. He admitted to it. We know enough that there was at least a conversation.
The articles all said this went to court and was dropped, and then the doc went to court with Twitch and they paid him off, and it went through Twitch's own team. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they settled. They settled. It never went to court. What are you on about? See, people don't even know what you're talking about. It never saw the inside of a courtroom. It was all settled before that process.
Conversation, judge found him guilty or not. He admitted to it. We know enough that there was at least a conversation going on. We also know that he admitted to cheating on his wife. You can put 2 and 2 together. Now, as far as the Twitch ban, listen, there's a lot of people there that don't make great decisions. I also have no doubt in my mind there were people at Twitch that were plotting against Doc. No doubt. And we've seen so many things at Twitch, crazy things that have gone unpunished. All the hot tub, bikini streams, people using slurs, etc., etc. But all that said, Twitch is a private company that can do whatever it wants. Now, the next one for me is not revealing the whispers. I see a lot of people saying before they give their judgment, they want to see the whole thing. Now, to me, him admitting that these texts or whatever were inappropriate, that's enough. But now, since he's clearly backtracking, why isn't he putting out the whispers, man? If he's so adamant about them not being bad, why don't you show everybody? Now, to wrap this whole thing up, because God...
Yes. Bro. Dude, honestly, there's not really much you can fault Nick for. It feels so fucked to me. This guy, this fella, this rightoid meathead dude, okay, is getting so much shit when he has done more than what can be expected of anyone. You know? Stood by him when there was no evidence. When he admitted to it, he said, I can't fuck with that. Sorry, cut ties. Like, none of it was good enough. There's always someone that's pissed off at you. You can't make the right decision no matter what. And now he's like, yeah, making exactly the correct point, I think.
Knows that's what I want to do, man. Does Doc's new comments change the way that I think about the situation entirely? No. Am I going to associate myself with the guy again? No. To anybody who sees this upload or gets this far, look, in life, you got to have lines that you just don't cross. There's got to be things that you just don't do, that you can't do. And a lot of times, oftentimes, that's up to you to decide. In your mind and in your heart, you make those decisions. I've made mine. You have your right to make yours. I'm sorry the situation got to this point. It's horrible all the way around. We do got college football today. So
we'll look at the comments now. Why did he stand by him when he said himself he barely even knew the guy? No, you're misunderstanding the point he was making. Okay? He was referring to him as a friend, and he was highlighting that he didn't know him on a deeply personal level, like going round to his house and spending time with him and his family. He was a friend in that he would make content with him and do streams with him and stuff like that. And the reason he stood by him is because he clearly has some sort of principled concept of this, and he didn't want to cut someone off purely on the back of people saying shit on the internet. He wanted to see evidence. But then when Dr. Disrespect admitted, that was enough for him to say, well, he's admitted to it. There we go. It's funny, people, bro. I'm not going to be, dude. I can't fucking cope with it. What was that legal guy stream? Oh, dude. What did he say about it? I'm going to hear him out because I'm not a lawyer and I shouldn't be so rude, okay? Maybe he has got some good points. Legal Mindset spoke about it. Let's see what he's got to say. Because maybe there is an argument that Twitch is somehow liable for the claims of an employee made, I believe, years after they left. No, Legal Mindset, not legal. It's funny people want to see the whispers to prove his innocence, but nobody needed to see the whispers to label him as guilty. Because he admitted to it. These people, it's like alternate. These people live in an alternate reality, bro. Can you play where Doc admitted to it? He put out a tweet where he admitted to sending inappropriate messages to a minor. That's where he admitted to it. I'm not playing this game with retards, okay? Holy fuck, dude. This attempt to twist reality. Oh no, he never admitted to it. Yes, he did. He did admit to it. Legal Mindset probably has a good perspective on this after his long career of advising Western expats in Thailand. So, bro, they're literally... These people are they are making up reality. They've got the fucking... It's like the Marvel movie. They've got the red gem and they're bending reality to their will. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. So the police, a judge, a child protection agency, and Twitch themselves said there was no sexting or anything egregious. The President of the United States themselves read Dr. Disrespect sexts and said there wasn't actually sexting and nothing was wrong. The head of the FBI and the CIA personally reviewed Dr. Disrespect's messages and they could find no evidence of wrongdoing. Fuck me, dude. Come on, how are these people so gullible? Yeah, these people are totally brain broken, totally mind raped. Totally and utterly mind raped, brain broken. Is the whisper thing supposed to be 18 plus? I don't think the whisper thing was supposed to be 18 plus, no. It's just a way of people on the platform communicating with each other. Holy fuck, dude, I can't. This is what makes me so mad, is these retards. They're unbearable. Okay, apparently Legal Mindset did a short video. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him draw on his expertise of advising American expats in foreign countries that perhaps are in similar situations, allegedly, maybe. I don't know. Here we go. Just remember, everyone.
All right.
This guy spread completely unverified claims that were shared by an AI slop channel invoking that fake email. And Legal Mindset spread this as if it was a matter of record. Like, unbelievable levels of incompetence at assessing information. Anyway, now the well is adequately poisoned. Let's have a look and see what this fella's got to say.
Let's get to Dr. Disrespect. So Dr. Disrespect has now come back.
Bro, it doesn't make any difference what the whisper age limit is, okay? Tinder is 18 plus. If you speak to someone on there and it's revealed that they're a minor and you continue to fuck it and they tell you they're a minor and you continue to talk to them. If a 13-year-old is on Tinder and tells you that and you keep talking to them, you can't go, yeah, I mean, you know, sure, I was asking for their nudes, but Tinder's 18 plus. So no harm, no foul, am I right?
And he had in a 20-minute session a response to the Twitch ban allegations. Now, we're going to read a summary. If I had headphones and this was not a scuffed stream, I would watch the whole video. The video's here. You can watch it here. But what we're going to do is we're just going to read the summary, right? So I'm going to go through the summary and talk.
Okay, so, okay. I mean, you see the problems already, right? I could give two fucks about Dr. D-Bag. I just think you were being retarded, especially after watching you cover the Chris Tyson stuff. That had 100 times more evidence than this. Still, he fucking admitted to doing it, you fucking retard! What do you mean? You're getting banned! You're getting fucking banned! You are getting banned right now! What do you mean? He fucking admitted to it, bro! He said he did it! He said he did the thing! What are you on about? Okay, I'm going to time you out. I'm going to time you out because you're too fucking retarded. I swear to God, you're too retarded for this, okay? There we go. Come back later. Holy fuck, dude. Bro, after we got past some of the shittier fucking stuff, I mean, I'm pretty sure from the start, especially the Shadman shit, I was like, yeah, Ava Chris Tyson is fucked. What do you mean? I've been equally condemning of all fucking situations, and Dr. Disrespect admitted to doing the thing.
Talk about where there may be
Anyway,
some big.
let's stop getting distracted by retards. So, the problem with this is straight away, you are not looking at the source material, okay? You are looking at someone's interpretation of what he said. So you're kind of losing a level of clarity over what Dr. Disrespect has said. And obviously, I don't know what this account is necessarily, but they could be, you know, putting across their own bias in how they presented this. Obviously, if you want to know what's happened, you need to go and look at the original source material already. But, you know, if he's away in a hotel somewhere for some reason, doing something, who knows? I mean, we can't really judge too harshly, I guess.
Big issues with this, and where I can.
Chud only reads retarded chats. Yes, Bloink, correct. That is true. I do only read retarded chats.
Can see lawsuits coming out, and also why I said I'm gonna read a summary. If I had headphones and this was not a scuffed stream, I would watch the whole video. The video's here. You can watch it here. But what we're going to do is we're just going to read the summary, right? So I'm going to go through the summary and talk about where there may be some big issues with this, and where I can see lawsuits coming out, and also why I said Twitch is not an innocent party here. And one thing I said through all this is I said, Guy, you know, Dr. Disrespect.
I don't agree with the lawsuit point, I don't think. But, you know, I will always listen to it, even if I think they've made mistakes. I think a lawyer is a good person to listen to talk about this stuff, because as long as they're not a total hack, you hopefully will get some sort of fucking insight. We'll see. The lawsuit thing, no, but I do think that, yeah, I mean, Twitch have totally bungled this, I think, every step of the way. And I think in some cases they're hiding behind this idea, they're protecting the victim. The reality is they don't want legal liability, they don't want the smoke, they don't want any blowback from any of this, so they have obviously stayed well out of it, you know, from start to finish over the past however many years. So yeah, I mean, Twitch are fucking, but also they've made other mistakes beyond that too, like that fucking moron Dan Clancy going and joking about it on a stream. What the fuck was that? Oh, Teehee, yeah, that guy. It turns out he actually apparently had inappropriate messages on a minor. Oh yeah, he went back to his home planet or something, wasn't it? Joking about aliens. Anyway,
can be a piece of shit, and he may be, right. That may be true. I don't know him personally. It's not my bro, right? But Twitch was not innocent, right? They are. Let's acknowledge that. But we could have situations where there's no really good party here. There's no party. There's no person that's like in the right in this. But legally, there may be defamation. So what's going on with the doctor? He's reapplying for monetization, but he's going to stream regardless. But ballsy move. And this is a good one, because if he is denied monetization by YouTube, this actually may be a move, because oftentimes creators are too small to sue YouTube. But Dr. Disrespect might have enough money to actually sue YouTube for demonetization.
I'm sorry, this sounds utterly retarded. The YouTube partner policy has got a term in there that basically says, if you do anything that brings us into disrepute, we'll fucking get rid of you. Like, what? Dude, you cannot... This is like, okay... What is the policy called? It's the one that they got Russell Brand on as well. It more or less says if you do something publicly off platform that brings broad disrepute on us or something. Oh no, it's not. It's called as something in the YouTube Partner Program. Yeah, it's kind of like a morality clause, but it's got a specific name. Can we get a real lawyer covering this and not a Saul Goodman off the back of a bus stop bench? Is it creator responsibility? Yes. I think that's it. Creator responsibility YouTube partner. Yes, this is it. Here we go. Thank you. So this is the problem you're going to have, even if you're a big money bags trying to sue YouTube, is their policies basically bend you over and every single opportunity. So this just feels like really retarded analysis. Here we go. As a YouTube creator, you should remain responsible both on and off the platform. If we see that a creator's on and or off platform behavior harms our users, community, employees, or ecosystem, we may take action to protect the community. Beyond the content that you upload to YouTube, here are some examples of on and or off platform behavior that we may consider to be inappropriate and which may result in penalties. Intending to cause malicious harm to others, participating in abuse or violence, demonstrating cruelty, or participating in fraudulent or deceptive behaviors that leads to real-world harm. While these behaviors are rare, they can cause widespread harm to the YouTube community and potentially damage trust among creators, users, and advertisers. Severe violations that cause widespread harm to the community may have repercussions beyond standard enforcement actions. These restrictions may include, and it says here, your channel may lose the ability to serve ads and earn revenue, and could potentially be removed from the YouTube Partner Program. Yes, I have myself been removed from the YouTube Partner Program. I got caught up.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you for not being pushed around by us
Hey,
troglodytes in chat.
it's a pleasure. Listen, the one guy's come from a place of love, okay? I love all of you. Thank you very much for the super chat, though. I particularly love you. Thank you. In February 2021, there was a spate of creators who got caught up in their monetization being removed for harmful content. And there was actually press articles about it. But unfortunately, I was so small fry at the time, I never got it rectified. But other creators did. What's something Fisher? There's a guy that goes around and he films like events and stuff like that. He films like protests and so on and shit like that. Something Fisher? Ford Fisher. Is that the guy's name? He got demonetized. I got demonetized at the same time under the same auspices. He got it corrected and other people did as well. Ford Fisher, that's it. So anyway, yes, I've been demonetized, I feel unfairly, and it fucking sucks. And I wasn't big enough to get it sorted out. But yeah. Anyway, the point being that to me, it feels it's going to be very difficult to sue YouTube for demonetizing you when they've got like such a broad brush approach that basically if you shit the wrong way, they can just remove you from the monetization. You know? You could sue them if you had millions. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to waste your money, perhaps. But I just don't think that if you're demonetized from YouTube, you've really got a leg to stand on, particularly if you have yourself admitted to engaging in inappropriate interactions with a minor. So I'm not even defending it necessarily. I always say I think it's a bit shitty when people get like demonetized from YouTube and stuff. It kind of sucks. Not a fan generally, but YouTube are just, yeah, they're going to fuck you if they want to, you know? You can still drag them to court and make them justify their actions. Well, I don't feel like that would be particularly difficult in this case. YouTube could say, the reason we demonetized him is because he admitted to having inappropriate interactions with minors. That contests with this part of our policy. That's why we demonetized him. End of discussion. I don't know. I just feel like it would be a very hopeless, thankless endeavor. You know? Would they have the same mindset if this was a firing from a normal corporate job? Well, when it comes to a normal corporate job, I mean, at-will employment is fucked in the United States. But if you got like a corporate job with a good contract, it does, you know, become harder to just get rid of you like that. And particularly if you're, you know, in a union, you can sometimes argue the toss on getting let go for something. wrongful dismissal or discrimination. But I mean, the problem is YouTube employment or monetization is, on such flimsy grounds. Oh, hey Tom, how's it going? Even if Doc didn't violate their policies, it's their website and legally they can do whatever they want. Doc isn't an employee, didn't have a YouTube contract, he's just an independent contractor. Yeah, exactly my point, right? It's on very shaky ground. It's not like an employment contract. They could basically come around your house. They could send operatives around your house. They could slide a couple of fingers inside you, okay, against your wishes, and they'd probably be allowed to do that, I think. Also, there's 0% chance Doc is suing any of these people. He's full of shit. Yes, I agree. I think we agree, Tom. I think we concur. But yeah, so this narrative that he's going to sue YouTube is completely fantastical, and I feel like the reason that Legal Mindset is saying this is because he wants to, essentially placate a certain component of like pro Dr. Disrespect people rather than actually do good legal analysis. Because I think any lawyer worth their salt would look at this and go, it's quite difficult to take YouTube to court for demonetizing you when you've admitted to doing something which would fall foul of their creator responsibility policies.
The doctor, he's reapplying for monetization, but he's going to stream regardless. But ballsy move. And this is a good one, because if he is denied monetization by YouTube, this actually may be a move, because oftentimes creators are too small to sue YouTube, but Dr. Disrespect might have enough money to actually sue YouTube for demonetization and win. Right? This is a case where it could set precedent.
Bro,
if Dr. Disrespect...
What is this guy on about? He's like making it up as he goes along. He might be able to sue YouTube and win. Big, wealthy people have been fucked over by YouTube. Where are all the... Dude, what successful cases have actually been brought against YouTube?
Okay, that's wonderful.
Bro, Henry
But how do I
Resilient
make
recommended
money
this to
off
me.
depressed people?
Henry Resilient recommended this guy to me, and his first opening gambit is Dr. Disrespect could successfully sue YouTube. Bro, it's insane. You convinced me about Dr. Disrespect. The only streamer that I'm going to watch that is sexted over Discord and Twitch is you. I was out of line thinking I should watch someone else. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, Peacecraft. Okay, anyway, look. That's only the first one. Maybe the good points come later in the video. Let's have a listen, okay?
Disrespect sues YouTube for the demonetization, for the lost revenue, he could win. He could actually make enough money. So that would actually be hilarious.
Okay, explain the legal case. You're a lawyer. Explain the legal argumentation that you would make to successfully sue YouTube for demonetizing you when you've admitted to breaching one of their policies yourself. What is he on about? Bro, this guy's talking nonsense.
Hilarious. If just on that section, we haven't even got to Twitch yet, just for YouTube, because we don't have enough cases setting a precedent for YouTube just willy-nilly demonetizing people. Anyways, let's continue.
Okay. I agree. YouTube are fucking gay sometimes in how they deal with this, okay? But it's quite rare. It's exceptionally rare that YouTube just willy-nilly demonetize people, okay? They often have a reasoning, okay, that you can argue with and say is wrong or say is misguided or misjudged. But demonetizing a channel, normally, the examples I can think of, I can, understand YouTube's reasoning. Like when Ackman got demonetized for making joking threats about YouTube family members, or I don't know.
That's wonderful. But how do I make money off
Yeah, I just think...
Is it really terrible to request please do not be a liability for us, which makes difficult to monetize, as no one wants adverts since you are synonymous with the diddling of key? Never mind.
Thank you for the $10. The policy that was violated is the creator responsibility policy. I'm presuming that that is what YouTube would be referencing in getting rid of Dr. Disrespect. Because he wasn't banned, because he didn't release any content on the platform that was violative. So it's got to be the creator responsibility for the off-platform behavior that does whatever the thing that we just looked at says.
With this, staying on topic here. In the Twitch lawsuit, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly after the lawsuit was resolved. Settlement said no one could speak publicly, but if one side violated, he could respond. This is exactly what I said. I said this word for word in my analysis. And I said, look, these guys are the ones that fucked up. Ex-Twitch employee Cody Connors
I think Mindset is making like a really narrow hypothetical point to populate the market with legal cases to make better predictions regarding further lawsuits. Yes, but then what is the legal argument that you would make as a lawyer to explain to a judge why YouTube are in the wrong for demonetizing you when you yourself have admitted to breaching, arguably breaching one of their policies? What is the actual legal argument that you would make? There is no legal argument. How can you take something to court if you haven't got a legal argument to start with? Like, you need that to start with. That's the starting point of any case, is a legal argument as to why what you're saying is correct and the other party's wronged you.
leaked the report for the 2020 ban. Doc says there will be repercussions for accusing him, stating, "You don't know shit. You didn't have firsthand knowledge. You said I sexted a minor through whisper messages." And he talks about the legal definition of sexting and minor, which is going to get Cody fucked with defamation because Cody really, really hates Doc.
Civil action. You can go to court without a valid argument. Well, okay. At some point, you are going to have to be able to explain to a judge why it is that you've been wronged, for the judge to be willing to process that through further into the legal system, right? Am I fucking insane here? What are you on about, dude? You can't just be like, they wronged me. Lawsuit. Okay, yep, no problem. It sounds good. Let's proceed to the next step. Let's get in the courtroom. What are you on about? You need to provide an argument. That's the whole point of the legal system. You provide an argument that justifies why you're taking the action you're taking and why you're entitled to some sort of remedy for what's happened.
Dr. Disrespect, and when you're malicious like that, you're opening yourself up for defamation. It says the user was over the legal age of consent at the time of messages. So there you go. So that saying he sexted a minor, was it sexting? Were there images exchanged? Right? Defamation. And who's that on?
Wait. Okay. This is the problem when you listen to retarded lawyers like this, right? Does sexting have a defined enough legal definition that you can claim that someone is arguing a specific thing in saying sexting? Because to me, I could see it that sexting would be seen as broad enough that it could potentially be an opinion, right? There's, I don't if I look at your messages and you've got a few sexy messages in there, but there's nothing super explicit, and I go, "Oh, you've been sexting that person, have you?" Is that defamatory? If I interpret it as sexting and you think it's not sexting? Like, isn't that then a matter of opinion? Yeah, exactly. Colloquially, sexting can be anything from flirting to legitimate, like, sending of nudes. And people keep talking about this legal definition. I don't think that's common in the law. I don't think it's common in the law that there's a definition of what sexting is exactly. And anything that is sexting and anything that isn't sexting. So this, to me, I would have thought would be a hurdle to any sort of legal case involving the idea of saying someone is sexting is defamation, because that is a opinion, fundamentally an opinion, whereas saying someone committed a specific crime or is a paedophile isn't. Yeah, exactly. BK, this is the kind of stuff I was getting at. Most statutes involving this stuff don't even reference the term sexting because it's a colloquialism that is, you know, a modern concept. A lot of it is stuff like this. California Penal Code makes it a crime to send harmful or obscene material to a minor with the intent of sexual arousal or to have sex with them. So even the statutes don't focus on sexting. You sexted someone. It's you sent material intent to cause arousal or whatever, you know? So, you know, this legal definition of sexting is kind of the bolstering this idea that the defamatory speech has occurred, but I don't know if that's even been demonstrated in what's been said, right? And yeah, I feel like, you know, is that not what sexting is? Well, that is a much broader definition because, as this guy's just said, and as Dr. Disrespect was seeming to suggest, that in order for it to be sexting, there has to have been images or videos sent, which I just think is a high standard. When I think most people, if you had some sexualized messages between individuals, you'd probably characterize it as sexting.
For not locking it down, Twitch, because they had an NDA. They should have an NDA with him. He was a Twitch employee. Says user was over the legal age of consent at the time of messages. He never intended to meet the user. They never made plans and never met. Twitch's trust and safety team admitted the messages weren't sexting and acknowledged it was not CSM. CSM. You guys can read this. I don't need to say it. He says there was no exchange of sexually explicit messages or images. He said he used the term inappropriately, purposefully in his initial response, but said it was mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context.
Hang on a sec. Do you see the problem with going off of just this? Like, he's not mentioned the absurd reason that Dr. Disrespect did that, which was to troll journalists. I'm just hyper-focused on the fact he admitted this already. Well, yeah, the whole thing of this, and the reason that this has gone the way it has, is because Dr. Disrespect is desperately trying to walk back his admission, and the tactic that he's going with is relying on Matrix attack lines, the type of which that Andrew Tate used, it's a conspiracy against me, they were all coming for me. You know, talking about how he said inappropriate, but he meant jokes, and it wasn't sexting. Right? Like, all of it is designed to cause and sow confusion and give people a narrative to latch onto to push back on people that are saying, he admitted to it. Oh, no, he didn't admit to sexting, though. Right? It's all a game that's being played to pull the wool over people's eyes.
You know what's inappropriate about it? The fact that he was married, right? The fact that he was married. That's what's really inappropriate about it. But in this case, this is something that's caused damage to his reputation because you've gone out there and you've said these things about him and they're not true. And Twitter knows they're not true. Twitch knows they're not true. Twitch never had.
Bro, again, this is all just stuff that Dr. Disrespect has claimed. Why are we just accepting that everything he said in his video? Dude, someone put it perfectly. It's like, oh, well, Dr. Disrespect has spoken at length about this, so I guess what he's saying is true. Why? Bro, all of this is just off his word. Nothing else. He's shown nothing.
Had a legal analysis on whether his messages were even illegal. This is huge. At least Niji Sanji, the Japanese black corporation, has...
Bro, why does it matter whether or not the messages were illegal? There's plenty of messages that you could send that might get you banned from a platform that aren't illegal. If I sent a black guy the N-word in big letters, in big capital letters, and got banned, well, I'd be fucked some in the UK, but if I was in America, I couldn't go, well, that's the First Amendment. What do you mean? That's not against the law. Hate speech is legal, guys. Come on.
Some underpaid law students. They don't even have that. These people don't even have an in-house counsel that can look at it real quick and do a legal analysis. Are you fucking kidding me? Crazy stuff.
Honestly, I'm afraid to say, I've not spoken to Henry for a while, actually. Love Henry. Great guy. But unfortunately, my perspective on Henry has been diminished by his recommendation for this, because this is just like, it seems very obvious to me that he's just presenting information in a way that is palatable to doc cocksucking retards, you know?
Stuff. Notes his ex-Twitch partner manager never supported him and carried a grudge against them. This is very true. A lot of those guys, the same partner manager is involved with him getting banned. This is bad faith. This is actionable, and he could sue over that. And that's
This story, the Dr. Disrespect has concocted while on vacation, and he's provided with no evidence. He could probably sue for that. What's he on about, dude? Also, this partner manager story, would this not have like already been dealt with as part of the settlement that already happened if this was even true? How could you sue again? Because it was already a matter that would be resolved if there was like evidence of someone working against him within Twitch.
probably why they settled. That's probably why Twitch paid him out. Twitch users he was accused of inappropriately messaging said they didn't want to report anything to Twitch. The user was encouraged by an ex-partner manager to report the situation. The same partner manager escalated it to Twitch law enforcement in response. But you know what's crazy here? Twitch law enforcement doesn't know anything about the law.
Oh. Henry, why did you do this to me?
Their whole law enforcement function is a fucking joke. It's a kangaroo court. They don't have a single lawyer. They don't have a single lawyer on their law enforcement team. Crazy.
This guy, I mean, I don't know about this law enforcement team, but I mean, it just seems a bit absurd to think that this team that covers legal liability at Twitch would be totally clueless and have no idea what they're doing. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. Listen, there's problems with Twitch, don't get me wrong. But I find it very hard to believe that Twitch would have a specific team that would deal with legal liabilities, issues, and ramifications and have no professional legal support to advise them. They just got a bunch of purple-haired freaks out of the office and we're like, right, go and figure out if they've broken the law or not. Whatever, just do it. Stylo is saying something here which I think is very defamatory, which I'm going to read out. I think it's very bad. Ladyboy mindset, I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, knows very well about the age of consent in many countries in the world, especially the southeast of Asia. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, but okay.
Easy. Like, this is negligence on Twitch's part, if it is true. If this is true, Twitch is fucked. Now, mind you, this is coming from Guy. This is coming from Dr. Disrespect.
Okay.
So he could be lying.
Hey, okay. Credit for that. That must be the part that Henry was recommending to me. Good. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Well done, legal mindset. Good stuff. I don't know what country he's in, but there's lots of jokes about him moving over to Asia to chase ladyboys and shit, but I don't know anything about it.
But holy fuck. If this is true, Twitch is fucked. Twitch is screwed. So they pull entirety of whisper messages. Doc says they cherry pick out a few of out of context excerpts from the messages. 1 hour later, Doc is suspended. NCMEC was reported to Doc's messages. The case was not escalated to law enforcement. Twitch bans Doc without a legal analysis.
Okay, with the NCMEC stuff. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but this strikes me as an organization where there's like a big thing. Basically, reports get made, and it probably is one of those situations where unless you're persistent and you follow it up and chase it, things probably end up going nowhere, even though they probably should. And I would guess there's probably cases where like there's been genuine bad shit that's happened and stuff's been reported to this organization and nothing ended up coming of it because it wasn't pursued or something, right? So the point is not to say that Doc definitely did something illegal, but to suggest that because the NCMEC didn't do something means exoneration is like a retarded way of looking at it, because there's every chance it just got added to the big pile of cases they're probably presumably dealing with, and it could have gone nowhere. Is that what it is? NCMEC. Oh, is it a charity or what is it? Damn. That's crazy, man. Missing kids. Terrible business. What is it? A charity? Every child... Guys! Every child deserves a safe childhood. Am I right? Am I right, guys? Make a cyber tip line report. Call 911.
The cyber tip line is operated by the National Center
I don't know why I can't.
and Exploited
I just want to laugh,
and
bro.
is a place to report any information about child sexual abuse.
It's so
or
soy nod, bro.
By making a report, you could help rescue a child or protect them from exploitation.
Excellent.
Completing a report takes just a few minutes, and you have two choices for how to report. Online at cybertipline.org or by phone at 1-800-THE-LOST. Here are 3 questions that can help you get started. 1.
Womp womp,
What should be
dude.
reported to the cyber tip line? The majority of reports involve images or videos of child sex abuse or adults having sexual conversations with children. But you should report any child sexual exploitation. 2. What should I include in my report? Please include as much detail as...
Right, I'm going to report every Dr. Disrespect defender that I see in chat. That's what I'm going to do. I'm sick of you. I'm going to get you investigated.
Such as the location of the incident, when it occurred...
Okay, anyway. Okay, I get the gist. Anyway, again... I don't even think necessarily Doc did anything illegal anyway. So it's not about that. It's just people keep harping on this point. And again, even if he didn't do anything illegal, doesn't speak to an inappropriateness that maybe we'd have a problem with.
That his messages were even illegal. Doc was banned without him or the alleged victim being interviewed. A judge determined his messages weren't illegal. Oh boy.
This guy can't be serious, dude. This guy's supposed to be a lawyer, and he's not like, oh, okay, well, I could probably look that up, couldn't I? Or something, like, maybe I can discern some more information from this.
Says he's 6'8", beautiful family and life. Accuses other Twitch streamers of bad acts, but were never banned. Very true. Saying the N-word, reported doing things with dead animals, discussing PDF topics. Accuses Twitch of using this as a way to terminate his contract. References 2 big streamers being assigned to leave Twitch around this time. I'm assuming he is accusing Twitch of freeing up capital, terminating Doc's contract, but kept other big streamers from leaving as Ninja and Shroud left for Mixer. It says he has more he won't disclose. All statements according.
Well, I mean, he presumably doesn't know, or he's reading an interpretation of this for some fuckers written up. So he probably doesn't realize that, it was some sort of arbitration or settlement agreement. He's just accepting for some reason the idea a judge looked at this.
Dr. Disrespect. Crazy stuff. Massive amounts of liability. He's definitely got a case there. 100% without a doubt.
Okay. He's read, bro, this dude has read a summary of the video from some retard on Twitter, and he's just concluded he's 100% got a case without any research or any... Okay, dude. Yeah. And then Henry comes in and goes, oh, Legal Mindset said he's got a case. And what did I say? I said that guy totally undermined himself on this story before. But I give it a chance anyway. And yes, it turns out it's just 8 minutes of utter retardation. Okay, good. Dude, it's so wild how people just rely on their credentials. I am like very couching in my statements because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an expert and I only know what I read about and see and stuff like that. But these fucking lawyers are like, yep, I'm a lawyer. Well, I've read this summary and he's 100% got a case. It's insane, bro. These people are fucking such hucksters. There we go, guys. Yes, I am a drama channel, correct. But I also think it's wrong to just say shit. And you need to make sure that you're clarifying, you know, if you don't know something or you're guessing or something like that. Whereas clearly he's relying on his credibility as a lawyer, but he's done no analysis of that situation to come to the conclusion that he has. He's not even looked at Dr. Disrespect's own statements. He's read a summary and then concluded he's 100% got a case without looking into it properly. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Maybe he knows something you don't. Well, what could that possibly be? He's looked at this in that video less than I have. I mean, yeah, he knows the law, but then he makes arguments like he could sue YouTube for demonetization, but doesn't actually make the legal argument as to what that would be, on what legal grounds you'd have. What is this? Nah, to be honest with you, I mean, I appreciate you sending this to me. I don't think Dr. Disrespect broke the law. But then, you know, he doesn't have to break the law for him to be let go from his contract. But then obviously that's another quagmire because Twitch ended up paying out for one reason or another. But also he doesn't need to have broken the law for him to have engaged in action, which he himself admitted to being inappropriate, that we would think is bad. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I think that's it for the Dr. Disrespect stuff. We'll see if it develops more, maybe. But yeah. I think we'll do the Demon Mama video now. Demon Mama responded to the allegations that Westside Tyler put out. So we'll have a look at that, I think. But yeah, I think that's it. Thanks, Henry. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, mate. No hard feelings over our disagreements there, all right? It just shows once again that some of these LawTube channels are just coasting off their reputation. Dude, who is it said something in chat earlier? They were like, I think Nitricator's innocent now. Oh my god, dude. I'm going to look at Nitricator in a bit, actually. I had a video that I've been meaning to watch about it, but I've not got round to it. Is there like an up-to-date video that goes over the past few weeks of stuff? I feel like I've missed loads with the Nitricator shit. Criminal defense attorney Bruce will always be legendary. True.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Thanks for calling me the
Hey!
lol. No hard feelings at all. Firm
Nope.
handshakes for all.
Based. Thank you, Henry. Hope you're doing well anyway, mate. Why the fuck do people think YouTube monetization is some kind of right? Because the narrative that's been crafted over the past few years is that, you know, I somewhat agree with it, that like these big companies are fuckers and they'll like do whatever they want and it's shit and it sucks. I do agree with that. But then it's like the difference between saying that's shit, it's shit that YouTube does stuff like this in some circumstances, and you can successfully sue YouTube for demonetizing your channel. I'm like, okay, that's kind of retarded. Even if I think that YouTube can be a bit fast and loose in their actions sometimes. Okay, guys. So, as you know, a little while ago, I don't know if I watched the full video actually. I think I got a bit bored of it. But there were some allegations levied against Demon Mama and the animal zoo. Fawn was also implicated for having a taste for certain darker hentai. Let's put it that way. Shotacon, is that it? Shotacon and Lolicon. Anyway, Demon Mama actually ended up responding to these allegations. And, you know, it's a bit... There's not much going on at the moment, so we'll have a little look at this, okay? It'll be a good laugh. It'll be a good laugh at the very least. So let's have a little look. Okay. So the video is called Addressing My Community on the False Allegations and Harassment. Oh, so just to clarify as well, I think the West Side Tyler video, I think the stuff in regards to Fawn was decent. I think there was definitely demonstrable inappropriate interactions happening between, was it Glooby and Demon Mama and Fawn. I think that some of the stuff around the payment was overinflated. And I don't know, dude. It was like the Glooby stuff. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm sure that there was a little bit of like, you know, skimping on payment and stuff like that. But I think that's probably a product of the fact the channel was quite small. I don't think it's that Demon Mama was like raking in loads of cash and holding money back from Glooby. And I think that got overstated in the video. It wasn't as big a deal as it was made out to be in the video, you know? That's my guess. That's my kind of thoughts on it, I should say. So yeah, I think some of the stuff with the inappropriate communication and the Fawn stuff was legit. That's probably the stuff that I'd want to see addressed more than anything else. But let's see what's going on. Yeah, maybe there's a hypocrisy point of, oh, socialists not paying workers fairly or something. Sure. Something like that maybe. But anyway, let's have a look.
Hello, everyone. The harassment me, my family, and my friends have experienced over the last few weeks has been nothing short of insane. Ooh. I will not be responding to violent serial liars, drama farmers, or harassers whatsoever. However...
Strong start. I'm getting harassed. The horns are on. This is a bit like Dr. Disrespect responding in character, isn't it, with the horns?
After much consideration, I will address this subject one time, for the benefit of those within my community who are asking in good faith, as I have seen that there are genuine members of my community with concerns that I would like to put to rest. The communities harassing me and my family have falsely accused me of crimes, doxed me, and made threats against the lives of myself, my friends, and members of my family. The perpetrators of this campaign have absolutely no evidence of any of their so-called allegations, and they know this because none of what they are alleging happened at all. They rely on vague language and emotionally hypercharged claims to perpetuate outrage and anger. This harassment is exclusively being pushed by drama farming communities who have been asked by their creators to engage in brigading and more in the name of a grudge that is genuinely incomprehensible to me. The only pieces of evidence...
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't fucking know the ins and outs of this and the truth of this. I mean, it'd be good to see some proof. Hopefully we're going to see some proof in a sec. This just feels like this idea of drama farming coming from Demon Mama, who had just done a hit piece called like the Xander Hall Nuke to shit on Xander Hall for stuff. It's like, okay, so when you're doing it, it's based bringing the truth to light, but when other people are doing it to you, it's drama farming. Like, okay, Xander Hall is DMs about Keffals, right? Do you think they're a genuine statement and expression of like truthful intent that Xander was about to drive down to Keffal's house and, you know, pull out a shotgun or whatever? Like, I don't think that's the case. Like, it was obviously someone just having a private fucking spurg out sesh, you know? So I'm like, I feel like you could argue that that is also the kind of drama farming and, you know, bringing forward things that aren't really necessary, but because you're doing it, it's acceptable. And I just think, no, it's either all of it's okay or none of it's okay, right? That's the way that I kind of would look at this. And I think if you think that Xanderhall's messages being brought forward are appropriate, you kind of have to think that, well, yeah, Fawn's best private messages and your private messages with Glooby, which absolutely could be classified as inappropriate, is also reasonable, to bring forward to the conversation.
Provided at all, whatsoever, are so grossly misrepresented or deliberately presented without context that they can only serve to create a narrative that is, in whole cloth, slanderously false.
Jerry!
So let's get the facts straight. The claims against Fawn, my partner. A former thumbnailer for my channel by the name of Glooby shared his own cartoon not safe for work artwork with my partner Fawn and asked Fawn to share its own artwork in return. In the past, Glooby had unprompted sent me his own art, some of which included cartoon, vaguely not safe for work elements. One was literally a joke drawing of an emoji with a cartoon penis, for example. I told him not to send that kind of art at all, as it was both unwanted and unethical, and I reinforced that boundary multiple times. While I was happy to be supportive of his aspirations...
Is there any proof of this, though? Because the messages that were shown in Westside Tyler's video didn't cover that part of it, at least, but it did seem like there wasn't much of a, a kind of shutdown on sending that kind of material. Yeah, the kind of thing that I think you would need to show here is a clear message of them sending you something and you saying, that's inappropriate, don't send that to me. So I'm a bit like, well, can we see those maybe? Like, that would be quite good evidence to demonstrate that you had set up a boundary. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, look, if Demon shows messages, we'll have a look at them, okay? And maybe I'm pause Andying here. Well, just wait, because we're only fucking 2 minutes in. Maybe they get shown, to be fair. But I'm just saying that that is going to be the key piece of information that would at least somewhat back up the case here,
As an artist, I stayed firm in my boundaries. Let me show you. Here, Glooby wanted to share a not safe for work animation that he made. I refused this after asking him if he had turned 18.
Okay, here we go.
I asked him...
I learned how to animate in Clip Studio. I don't know if you want to see it because it's NSFW, but for the first time I think it's alright. What you mean? You want to see the NSFW I did for the first time in a new program? I'm learning how to use it, but I think I did alright. Wait, are you 18 now? No, not yet, so I prob can't. Sorry, I know I'm weird about that, but weird shit happens. That's fair. Okay, well, this lends some credence to the claim, right? Because the claim was that it was only shut down when Glooby moved somewhere where it wouldn't be legal. Well, these are private DMs, I think, right? Does that meet the legal definition of sexting? Yeah, basically, the way that I see it is I feel like Demon Mama was negligent in some ways, I think. But I don't think it was quite as egregious as I think Fawn was seemingly, a lot more willing to participate in the discussion or trading of sexualized cartoons, right? So I think Demon Mama wasn't really on the hook for this as much, but Fawn, I think, was more so.
This because I had previously in a voice call asked him not to send not safe for work when sharing his art. Once again, I was supportive of his art career, but was not comfortable with him sharing all of his drawings. Then...
Chud is Demon Mama's Nick Mark. It's like... Yes. Many years ago now, it is true. It is true. I did used to be more friendly with Demon Mama, but that has changed. Is it basically every time Demon Mama gets brought up, is that I'm going to have to deal with this? Everyone going, oh, Remember, Chud? Remember, you used to play video games with Demon Mama? Yes, of course. I was there. I get it. Okay? Haha, very funny. Oh, this is the state. This is the state line.
Once again, I was supportive of his art career, but was not comfortable with him sharing all of his drawings. Then, despite me setting boundaries previously, Glooby still tried to send me his own art, going so far as to say that he was of legal age in his state. I reinforced my boundary, and as I am now aware and will show shortly, he then progressed to lying about his age in order to avoid my boundary. With Fawn, the fact that Glooby shared his own art.
Wait, sorry, what did this message say?
My boundary.
The Peridot from SU, I'm proud of it. Also, for future reference, I'm the legal age in my state, so I can send NSFW art without the worry of the feds getting on yet. Damn, Glooby, this is good. I've animated the horny and I'm proud of it. Hell yeah. I still don't want to risk you sending anything strongly NSFW until you turn 18. Because we live in different states and I wouldn't want to tread on federal limits in these times. See, this response here, it does come across less that, oh, we shouldn't do that because it's bad or it's wrong. It's against the law, so I shouldn't do that, right? When it should be a very simple case of it's wrong to share any sort of sexualized images between an adult and a minor. You know, knowing you're a minor, that's wrong. So yeah, I feel like this is more of it's like a procedural defense than a, well, no, I said that it was really wrong to do that. Like, it's like, no, you're saying here that it's about the treading on federal limits. So yeah. But again, I feel like this comes across more like some sort of incompetence or something like that. Like, what's the other word I used? It's like yeah. You know, I mean, what's the other word I used earlier? Not incompetence, but what do you call it? Negligence, like a form of negligence, you know? Negligence is the word. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. Like, it doesn't come across in these messages that, you know, I'm just trying to be fair, okay? Obviously, I very much do not like Demon Mama anymore, to be clear, okay? So I'm just trying to be fair to not look at this and immediately conclude, oh yeah, Demon Mama's a giganonce, okay? It's like, I don't think so. This comes across way more like a kind of negligent approach that is born out of, like, you know, not wanting to shoot this young lad down, rather than Demon Mama desperately clamoring to receive NSFW art from this person. See where I'm coming from? Not sure you agree. What messages would you show or look at to demonstrate that Demon Mama is thirsting for NSFW art from Glooby? I just think it comes across as like a kind of gross negligence rather than, oh, Demon Mama wants Glooby to draw nude art and get sent art by a minor, you know? But I think Fawn is more, you know, guilty of something beyond that, if I remember the video correctly. Just look at them. Okay, dear. No offense, I just got to take precautions these days. I'm incredibly proud of the work you do. I'm going to send you a thing that isn't NSFW, okay? But it's a part of the animation, I understand. It's stinky with the laws.
Boundary. With Fawn, the fact that Glooby shared his own art and asked to see Fawn.
Chud Logic, you're sweeping. She said, don't send the NSFW art because I don't want to risk the federal ramifications, not because it's wrong. I did just say that about 5 minutes ago. I said that exact thing, that this is more of a procedural reasoning than an ethical or moral reasoning, which is bad. But I think that is born out of a negligence rather than a desire to actually get NSFW art from this person. So I feel like I did cover that part of it.
Fawn's art was deliberately removed from the context of the so-called DM leaks.
This is about avoiding legal consequence, not the moral consequence. Yeah, and the point I'm making is, I don't think that's born out of Demon Mama thirsting after Glooby's NSFW art. It's more so a kind of negligence born out of like wanting to support him in some way. Do you see what I mean?
To create a narrative and play into a grossly false groomer slander. Let me show you. While Fawn did share its own artwork with Glooby in a casual context, Fawn never knew Glooby's age and fairly assumed that because he was sharing his own artwork, that it was fine to share its own. Nothing outside of casually sharing their own artwork ever happened, and even Glooby in his original testimony admits that nothing nefarious or malicious occurred.
I mean, I feel like we're in pyrocynical land again, right? Not confirming or checking the age before you start sending absolute atrocities. What? And there was no thought process to ask. And on top of that as well, if Demon Mama knew that information, Demon Mama should have imparted that information. You know, because I've said this before. I actually, you know, a couple of times played Apex with Glooby. I had no idea at the time that he was a minor, and I actually found some old conversations. I looked through, and I was like, "Oh shit, what's here? No, what's here?" But it was nothing. There was nothing untoward. The only thing that Glooby had sent was a meme about Cyberpunk. And it was like an image, a meme of like, you know, there's a character creation glitch or something like that. And it was like, I can't stop the penis from coming out of the clothes. And it was essentially an image that Glooby had sent. And this was back in 2020. Cybergok, exactly. But at the time, obviously, I didn't know Glooby's age. And Demon Mama did know Glooby's age. So the point I'm making is, if Fawn didn't know Glooby's age, right, that would suggest to me, based on, you know, Demon Mama never told me Glooby's age back in 2020, that Demon Mama probably didn't tell Fawn Glooby's age either, which seems massively inappropriate, particularly if Fawn is like sending these inappropriate messages. You know, Demon Mama should be stepping in and going, no, you can't do that, they're underage. Like, stop this immediately, you know? But that didn't seem to happen.
On top of all of this did not happen in my server. I was not aware of such messages between Glooby and Fawn until recently, as I do not monitor my partner's private messages. If I had known that Glooby had sent art to Fawn, I would have ensured that Fawn knew, stopped, and had enforced similar boundaries. While it would have been wise and good for Fawn to ask for an ID before sharing even cartoon not safe for work artwork that it had made, none of
I mean, before you send porn, I think it's reasonable to expect you yourself would ask the age. This is like a twofold issue. The Demon Mama very likely hasn't said the age of the person. But also, what the fuck is Fawn doing before even asking someone's age, sending porn to someone, bro? That's crazy. I don't even think ID is necessary. I think, you know, it's fair, like, I don't know. Like, asking is fine. I mean, first of all, yeah, don't fucking send porno drawings to strangers on the internet, okay? I get that that's going to happen. If you do want to do that, right, at least ask for the age before you start sending that kind of stuff through. And yeah, Demon Mama may not have known or something, but it's just so fucking weird to me. The idea that you're sending these porno images through is crazy. You know, it reminds me, it's like the pyrocynical situation, you know? It's the kind of like not just asking the age before sending insane fucking porno shit.
None of this matches with the genuinely insane slander being pushed by these communities, nor does any of it reflect on me, as I had nothing to do with that. This is the only evidence that is provided to any of the insanity that is thrown at my partner and weaponized to try and hurt me, unless of course you count unrelated, laughably cropped, out of context and literally years old edgy Twitter jokes as evidence. As a quick side note, my Discord server has never had not safe for work channels and has always had strict rules against posting not safe for work content. We have the strongest enforcement against not safe for work of any Discord I am aware of in this space, and unlike many other politics and politics adjacent servers, we have never had not safe for work channels or vent channels. Of course, as all Discords do, we rely on reports from users in order to become aware of incidents from across all channels on the server that may not have been directly observed by a mod. That said, our reports have always been promptly and carefully handled, and any serious issues that are reported are handled by my paid lead mod. This has been true for years. Volunteer chat mods have never had any obligations to handle reports, especially serious reports, which have been exceedingly rare in the...
Yeah, I mean, there is an undeniable problem in lefty spaces of, you know, pretty persistent and unhinged sex posting. Like, why is it like the idea that it's normalized and it's like, oh, do you want to see some asshole pictures I drew? Like, that's not normal fucking behavior that you engage in. Most people on the internet are not sharing fucking asshole pics to people they barely know. You know, normally there's at least a bit of a conversation before that happens. It's just not... So yeah, I mean, I don't know about these claims about the Discord and what wasn't in there, but I think that some of these spaces just end up cultivating a kind of sexual atmosphere, and that obviously plays out in kind of fairly predictable ways, you know? So yeah, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of kind of like cope and a bit downplaying over this fawn stuff. You know, fawn should not be randomly just, oh yeah, I want to see this asshole I drew. That's crazy behavior.
In the first place. Volunteer mods are exactly that, volunteers, who we believe are chill enough to occasionally mute unruly chatters or random spammers. Moving on. Claims about me. Glooby worked for me on a contract basis for thumbnails. I was incredibly upfront that the pay would be based off a static percentage of the channel gross revenue, that we were a small channel, but that there was potential for growth. I never ever gave the impression that this was supposed to be a primary job or a full-time job. It was explicitly contract work from the very beginning. I did not enforce a schedule or even strict deadlines. Throughout my work with Glooby, he was always effusively positive about our agreements, my accommodations for his disabilities, and even in his recent interview, he characterized our agreements as fair. It was only under pressure and leading questions from a curiously biased interviewer that he changed his tune on this.
That's Westside Tyler, isn't it? Demon was talking about Westside Tyler. No! Westside Tyler! No, you're getting called out! Oh, hey, DK. Why the fuck is she wearing dumb headdress while addressing grooming allegations? I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of the Dr. Disrespect thing, putting on your full get-up to address allegations against you.
I wanted to share a couple of examples of our interactions over the years. Here we go. Here is Glooby in June of 2022. Glooby says, "Hey, I have some not amazing news. I'm dealing with a lot of neurological work issues and physical issues. I can barely hold my drawing pen."
Oh, yeah, look. At the end of the day, I think you've got to accept that the claims of, like, financial abusive shit or whatever it was, I don't know exactly what it was, you know, the claims around the work were quite weak. I think that, you know, I would say that there was probably an underpaying for the kind of work that was being done, right? I mean, you could probably argue something like that. You could argue the toss about that. But making it into this grander point, like the video seemed to, I mean, admittedly, I don't think I ended up watching all of it. So maybe it got better later on. I don't know. But I think that there wasn't really much meat on the bone of these claims of, like, you know, Demon Mama being a particularly bad employer or something like that. What really, that kind of experience that Glooby was getting, I think, is the kind of experience that you're just going to get on a smaller channel, working with like a smaller channel that's growing, that doesn't make a tremendous amount of money. Because smaller channels don't have as much money to throw about, and generally speaking, they're going to try and get you on for as little as they can because they don't have much money in the first place, you know? So yeah, I'm not really on board with this idea that there was like this tremendous financial abuse happening, right?
I'm having hallucinations and can barely fucking walk downstairs without vomiting or falling over. I keep having full body tremors that are starting to feel like seizures. I have constant vertigo, and to top it all off, I can hardly type and speak. It just sucks, and I can't do
Dude.
anything about it yet, so I'm stuck like this for a bit. So I'm sorry if work is slow or not good. I'm really trying my best. It's also a reason, if you have even noticed, why I haven't been interacting with anyone really.
Bro, I just... How am I not supposed to laugh at that? Am I just like abnormal? Am I just like an inhuman monster for laughing at stuff like that? It just comes across as so funny to me. This person like having hallucinations from being so ill that they can't hold their drawing pen.
All of this has been an increasing issue for my disease, and I don't want my friends and people I care about hearing me be sick and in pain 24/7. I respond, I have noticed you've been quiet lately. That's a very good reason to do so. Again, you don't have to apologize. You've always been nothing short of awesome to me and in the work you do for me and this channel. Glooby then responds sometime later, a little over a month. Hey there, just wanted to update you on my situation. I'm still sick as fuck. I may have had my first seizure yesterday, so if I'm a little slow with responding in work, that could be...
Chud have a crazy get up for streaming. If you want to keep growing, you know what to do.
Big Greg. The Big Greg get up. I'm going to shave my head. That's what I'll do. I'll just play Big Greg as a character. Get an England tattoo on my face.
Why? It seems my disease is ramping up a bit, so it's a bit worrying, but I'll try my best. Generally, my quality of life is pretty shit right now, but I'm going to try my best. I reply with an affirmative emoji, and then I say, you let me know what works for you, and we can adapt and adjust accordingly. Your wellness comes first, and if we need to tag in some assistance on thumbnails or whatever, that's no biggie. You just let me know where you're at like this, and we'll work it out. Glooby then says, the current work need is all right for me currently. I'm just worried about being late or missing stuff. I'll try to be as open and responsive to tell you if need be. And then I respond with affirmative emojis. Then, later, we had this conversation. This was at the end of Glooby's contract work with the channel. Hey, Demon Mama. I wanted to talk to you about this. At this point, I think I'm too sick to work for you, and I don't want to drag you or your channel down because of this. It was hard to say this, but I want the best for you because I see how much you care and how much you want this stuff to work out, and I don't want to make it harder. I respond, you aren't dragging us down, but I will accept your resignation so long as you understand you have never dragged us down, and you have been nothing but a boon to me, my creations, and my team. Glooby says, or more stressful. I'm just having a bad day, but I've been thinking about this for a little bit. I respond with saying hug. Glooby responds saying hug. I say, I'm going to pay you for this.
Yes, obviously very gay, okay, but I think the point that's being made here is that this idea that Demon Mama was some sort of monstrous whip-snapping boss that was kind of at least insinuated in, if not stated, in the West Side Tyler video was excessive. And I think that there is a story to tell here. I do think there's unquestionably inappropriate, interactions that have happened and criticisms to be made there. I just think that this work stuff shouldn't have really been included. And I think it's like one of those situations where you improve the allegations by focusing in on the things that are bad. And then if you want to do like a separate video where you do a fuller interview and go into it, fine. But yeah. She still offered a garbage contract to some child to draw thumbnails. I mean, I feel like if you're going to criticize Demon Mama for that, you need to go after every small channel. Like, every single small channel is giving shitty deals to artists and editors because they can't afford to do otherwise. So it's like, yeah, sure. I think that there probably was some underpaying going on for some of the work that was getting done. But that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to these YouTube channels. And I think to single out Demon Mama specifically doesn't really make sense to me. And it's a problem of the industry rather than, oh, you're doing this. And it's like, yeah, you're a small channel with barely any income. Of course, you're paying peanuts for fucking thumbnails, you know?
month still, and if you need anything job related or otherwise, please let me know. Glooby says, thank you. I will never forget what you've done for me and my family and for me as an artist. You're the reason I met my partner and my friends. I respond with emojis, and then I say, Glooby, you've been nothing but a good friend to me since we met. Truly one of the coolest people I've ever met in my life. Glooby says, thank you, and same to you. I'm so sick of being sick all the damn time. That's why I'll preach this. If you're going out and about, wear bug spray. Please don't get Lyme disease or Bartonella or any tick-borne disease. It's...
Oh, yes. I believe that the condition Glooby has is a chronic Lyme disease. Yeah, I guess on a much smaller level, it's the kind of like Hassan editor thing on a much smaller scale and stuff. But yeah, there's some hypocrisy you could probably point to. You know, you criticize people for bad workers' rights, but the people that have worked for you, you've treated badly in some way. But then, you know, these messages do, to me, demonstrate a very like reasonable approach to this situation. There doesn't, unless there's other messages we're not seeing, there's not really much pressure here. It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, my chronic Lyme disease is really flaring up. I'm really sick. I can't help you. Yeah, okay, sure. Take your time. No problem. Da, da, da. You know, like it's a very generous kind of approach to this situation. So yeah. Yeah, if you want to call Demon Mama hypocritical for espousing workers' rights whilst paying someone peanuts for thumbnails, I don't have a problem with that. That's fair. I think that's a reasonable hypocrisy criticism. But other than that, I don't know, dude. There's not really much meat on the bone here. If the best we've got is, oh, you claim to be a communist, but you play someone peanuts for thumbnails, I'm a bit like, okay. I think we could probably put this to bed as being like not that substantive and certainly not worthy of the time it was given in Westside Tyler's video. And it's more so the, you know, inappropriate interactions and the INSFW art being shared. That sort of thing is, I think, more relevant and interesting.
So ass. I think that these interactions fairly characterize the positive nature of our work interactions all the way up until the end. During a recent interview, Glooby explicitly lied about me multiple times. Glooby claimed that I did not support a GoFundMe that he ran outside of a retweet. In truth, I was both the first and the largest donor to his GoFundMe. This is publicly available information, which I have screenshotted for you here in...
What is this freak Chud's watching? It's my old pal Demon Mama. Don't speak about my friends like that. Come on now. It's my friend. It's my old pal.
In order to avoid sharing any unnecessary private info. Let's take a look. As you can see, I am both the first donor and the largest donor. All of the donations that came in to this GoFundMe came after my retweet. So it was coming from my community. The support was coming from my community. And as you can see, that is all of the donors. Additionally, it should be noted,
$100, that ain't shit. No. Okay. Demon Mama is not... Okay. You guys are going to make me defend Demon Mama again, aren't you? The claim is not that I gave shitloads of money to the thing. It's that this idea that I didn't support the GoFundMe is wrong. And look, here's money that I provided.
That this GoFundMe occurred a significant amount of time after Glooby was no...
Yes, guys. I'm not, I'm trying not to talk too much about that because I'm more focused on the response to allegations. But yes, I'm very much aware of the controversy surrounding chronic Lyme disease. I personally am very skeptical about the condition. I don't think it's necessarily a thing. But anyway, this video isn't really about that, okay?
No longer doing contract work for my channel. And yet I still supported it financially and with my platform. I do not know why he would lie about this, except to try and make me look bad, especially because I know that Glooby knows that I donated to that. He ran the GoFundMe and took the money out of the GoFundMe. Later, Glooby claimed that I spent $5,000 getting my tongue split instead of paying my team. This is false in multiple ways. My tongue split was a gift from my partner. I have never reduced team pay for my own expenses. Additionally, my tongue split only cost approximately 1/10 of his claimed estimation. The actual cost was about $600 Canadian. I don't even know where he got the idea to place the price so high, because I am unaware of any body modder that charges so steeply for such a procedure. It seems to me, once again, to be a way of misleading viewers. Glooby then claims I also spent money on a Trippie Redd concert during a time when channel income was down.
Listen, guys, I don't know why you're freaking out about the tongue split, okay? That's the last surgery you should be talking about when it comes to Demon Mom, okay? That's all I'm going to say, bro.
This was sometime after my tongue split. It was a birthday gift from my partner, and the total cost of the ticket was about $60. While channel revenue did go down after COVID lockdowns ended, this was not unique to my channel at all, and in fact it's been acknowledged publicly by YouTube. Because everyone on my team at the time was paid a percentage of channel revenue, pay went down for all of us.
Right, anyway, sorry, this bit's important. Yeah, the response to the inappropriate communication was extremely lackluster. So, but then, this is, I think the issue is because there was so much talked about of the employment stuff, this is now getting focused on, and it gives an opportunity to talk so much about this, whereas, you know, I personally wasn't really that jazzed about this economic shit. It's like, okay, like, that's not really that much of an issue to me. It's the other stuff. Anyway, this bit is important to that.
Was about $60. This was sometime after my tongue split. It was a birthday gift from my partner, and the total cost of the ticket was about $60. While channel revenue did go down after COVID.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. Legatlanius, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, apparently, I didn't really follow it that closely, but apparently President Sunday and Westside Tyler used to be more friendly, but then they had some big drama and beef over this, I think. And they ended up falling out because of it, didn't they?
It was a birthday gift from my partner, and the total cost of the ticket was about $60. While channel revenue did go down after COVID lockdowns ended, this was not unique to my channel at all, and in fact it's been acknowledged publicly by YouTube. Because everyone on my team at the time was paid a percentage of channel revenue, pay went down for all of us.
Wonderful. But how do
I have always run this show with an incredibly...
Warning, Chud PLS, don't fight with Bobby.
Hey! Thank you for the $10. I watched that clip of Nicholas talking some shit. I've got no quarrel with BOWBLAX. I think it's funny if Nicholas is starting to, you know, have a bit of a backwards and forwards. That could be some much needed drama that we need.
Tight margin, and I have never put my own pay before team pay, ever. The idea I did so is a flat out lie. Finally, as mentioned before, I am now...
Yes, I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted.
Okay, that's wonderful. But
I do fear that Stylo has had a point this whole time.
Westside Tyler is the dog pack to Demon Mom as Mr. Beast, and Glooby is Jake Weddle. Used to find your abrasive cynicism hard to watch, now it keeps me sane.
Thank you for the $5 Australian. Glooby is Jake Weddle. I mean, on a much lower level, perhaps. You know, we're talking multiple layers down, maybe we could say that. Thank you for the super
And
chat.
the total cost of the ticket was about $60. While channel revenue did go down after COVID lockdowns ended, this was not unique to my channel at all, and in fact it's been acknowledged publicly by YouTube. Because everyone on my team at the time was paid a percentage of channel revenue, pay went down for all of us. I have always run this show with an incredibly tight margin, and I have never put my own pay before team pay, ever. The idea I did so is a flat out lie. Finally, as mentioned before, I am now aware that Glooby lied not only to me, but to others about his age on multiple occasions. According to his interview, his 18th birthday is in August of 2021. Glooby told me that he was 18 in January of 2021 and again in July of 2021, which I can prove. As you can see here, Glooby, in January of 2021, claims that he is 18. And again, in July of 2021, I say it might feed his ego, but it is really funny. And Glooby says it'll feed the horny minds, including mine. By the way, if you're worried about not safe for work stuff, I'm 18, so we vibin', cuz. In this message, he is referencing the fact that I had previously set boundaries with him about sending any sort of artwork that could be construed as not safe for work. I only ever...
So, yeah, sure, it seems like there's some uncertainty over the age in 2021, but those messages with Fawn were in 2020. And I think at that time, at least, it was understood that they weren't an appropriate age to send stuff through to. So, yeah, I just think that, you know, if Demon Mama didn't know that Fawn was speaking to them, I guess there's not much you could really expect. It just seems highly inappropriate and unacceptable to be sending, you know, pornographic art to someone that you've made no effort to check the age of or ask. So, you know, to me, Fawn is just a total freak. I think Fawn is a complete and utter freak. No matter what you want to call it or how you want to slice it, I think it's highly unacceptable to do that sort of thing. And I think the kind of defense of it is quite weak. And I think Demon Mama, you know, should at least have had some wind of this communication, or at least should have told Fawn. I mean, maybe if Demon Mama said to Fawn, don't do that, they're under 18, maybe it wouldn't make a difference. I don't know. But I just think that it seems wrong that that's happened. And the excuse is, oh, well, Fawn was having that conversation and I didn't realise. And also, Glooby sent Fawn the artwork first. Yeah, horsey butts. I mean, bro, what the... It's animal stuff too. I mean, it's like another level of degeneracy.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Glooby needs money for snake oil lime treatments. Okay, thank you for the super chat.
Offered contract thumbnail work to him, given that he had communicated that he was 18 and was openly looking for starter work to build his profile as an artist. I wanted to be supportive of his aspirations as an artist. It's deeply upsetting to me to now know that Glooby repeatedly lied to me in order to try and circumvent my boundaries and get paid work from me and my channel. Just 2 weeks before this harassment campaign against me began, Glooby and I were speaking positively and supportively. We have only ever had one small...
Oh, the Fawn tweeting about jerking it to show toes. Is that what they're calling them now, is it? That was addressed earlier and hand waved away as jokes. My understanding of that is that it was jokes. So yeah, I mean, to me, that seems absurd. I don't think it's jokes. I think it's highly likely that Fawn is into wacky, shota, lolly, pedo-esque shit. Yeah, I don't know. I was only joking about that. I mean, very hard to believe. Very hard to believe.
All issue, which was a crediting mistake that I made when we redid our YouTube auto descriptions. When I was made aware of the issue by Glooby, I resolved it within 13 minutes, and Glooby stated there was no bad feelings between us. I have always been reachable and open to Glooby, though I admit that I am significantly less so now after he publicly and knowingly lied about me to the direct monetary benefit of specific drama channels who have used his word to enact a violent and deranged campaign against me. I find it strange and unsettling that Glooby claims to have had issues with me or my community, but never once raised any of these issues to me, to my mod team, or even to my lead mod, who is in a position to field issues with the community. Glooby was positively and...
What violence has occurred? I thought it was just words on the internet. Maybe the doxing is violence. Yeah, this just feels like Victim Andy shit. Yeah. Look, people were shitty to you. Get over it, dude. I don't know what does this fucking take. Oh, people were mean to me on the internet, guys. Yes.
Regularly engaging in my Discord server, where he has over 21...
Dude, all I did was cover it. I think DK did a juicy thumbnail for it, but I don't think it was like that crazy. I think the word nonce was thrown about, I believe. I don't know, dude. I don't think that probably isn't even referring to me. I think mainly it's Westside Tyler that's being referred to in all of this. He is this, you know, violent drama farmer.
1,000 messages sent until literal days before he decided to lie about me and my family to drama channels. To wrap things up,
To be fair, Demon Mama isn't back, really, in any meaningful way. I'm just covering this because I covered the original allegation, and it's only fair to look at someone's response if it comes out, which is why I'm doing this.
Those of you who are concerned viewers have been made victim of a grossly misleading moral panic with the explicit goal of damaging my reputation and career. The perpetrators of this campaign of harassment and false allegations have directly engaged in deliberate doxing and explosive death threats to myself, my family.
Okay, well, I definitely have not participated in any of that, okay? I'm not doing any doxing or death threats. I just made a funny segment about the allegations. The response to the worst of it is not good. You know, oh, Fawn was sending porn to someone that was underage, but they didn't realise. They never asked, but they didn't realise. And, oh, I didn't realise that was happening. Oh. And also, Glooby sent it first. I mean, that's a pretty shit response as it goes. I think that Demon Mama did express some boundary in regards to Glooby not sending stuff. With them being underage, but that boundary would seem born more of a legal concern than a moral or ethical concern. And I think it shouldn't be that, oh, you shouldn't do that, that's illegal. You know, it should more so be, no, we can't, you shouldn't send me NSFW images as a minor because it's wrong, right? But I think that whole thing is born out of a negligence rather than Demon Mama desperately wanting to see NSFW art that Glooby has, you know, drawn. It's like, you know, wanting to support Glooby and not wanting to shut him down too hard, and so letting him down softly. But with that sort of thing, it shouldn't be like, oh, I don't want to shut you down too hard because I'm worried about your artistic endeavors. It should be, you know, under no circumstances can that happen. End of conversation. No more to say about it, you know? But yeah, I mean, there is obviously some evidence here that Glooby is, like, you know, themselves sending stuff through. Like, sure, but like, I don't know, dude. It just feels to me like definitely inappropriate conduct, communication, stuff like that. Some sort of Nancy behavior happening, particularly between Fawn and Glooby. So not addressed particularly well. I think kind of swept over, pushed on quickly. And I didn't really care that much about the workplace stuff in the first place. Yes, there's a hypocrisy argument to make, but is a small channel paying peanuts for thumbnails that big a deal? I don't really think so.
How do I make money off depressed people?
I used to have a degree of respect for DM before the Shan nuke. I don't like Shan either, but President Sunday's criticisms of DM are pretty spot on.
Thank you for the super chat.
Family and my friends. I had no desire to give any credence to a harassment campaign so violent and built on such paltry and deeply misrepresented evidence, especially because every response encourages obsessive stalkers to torment and target my family and friends more. I expect that certain people will continue their harassment campaigns undeterred by truth, but I do not intend to speak on this matter further. I hope that you as viewers will maintain a critical eye, especially to demonstrable serial liars and their drama farming monetization schemes that parasitically hurt others for their own gain while they go on violent and unhinged tirades. This calculated harassment campaign has been deeply hurtful and harmful to me and those close to me. I cannot overstate the pain and disappointment that I feel at having endured weeks of the most vile false allegations and abuse. It has spiraled into hurting numerous people associated with me in an attempt to hurt me, and I cannot denounce this enough. That is all for now. Thank you, and goodbye.
The ending. Thank you, and goodbye. I hate this, the death threat stuff and the vile false, I mean, oh my god, dude, I don't care about any of that. There we go, guys. There's Demon Mama's response to the allegations. The nonce-gations. We didn't hear the gay fresh stuff get addressed. What was the last word with that from Westside Tyler? Because I remember he was talking about wanting to like fire himself like an autistic missile at like people like Gayfesh, a name which probably doesn't mean much to a lot of you. He's some like Vosh hanger-on that's got in with this community that does crazy shit. Like he's, you know, he's like a gay ops extraordinaire. Yeah, also, just broadly, this idea that it's okay when it's about Xanderhall, but when it's about me, oh, no, that's bad, actually, and drama farming, just fucking retarded. Anyway, there we go, guys. Did you like that? That's it. That was the best piece of content we got today. What is this, then? Biohazard emoji. What the fuck is this? Isn't this the AIDS emoji? Isn't that ribbon for AIDS? Reminder ribbon emoji. Oh dear. Oh no. Gift givers are wearing this ribbon to show that they're intense. Be careful. What did Nick say? I mean, Nick was pretty reasonable in how he went about responding, I'd say. There's another Nick that's weighed in again. Oh, Nicholas Diorio. Who raises, I feel, a very salient point, I must say. Let's say it wasn't Dr. Disrespect. Hypothetically, someone like Keemstar was caught inappropriately texting a minor before he turned 40. Would you be pulling up a state law to explain why it's okay a nearly 40-year-old man was inappropriately texting a 16, 17-year-old minor? I see you calling Keem a pedophile for dating his 23-year-old girlfriend as it stands. Is it because Doc wears cool sunglasses? I mean, yeah, people do call Keemstar a pedo for dating a 23-year-old. Because you dislike Keemstar? Well, I do it because I hate Keemstar, actually. Now, this is true. People do call Keemstar a pedo for that. But then Dr. Disrespect, it's like, nope, you can't say that. He used me as an example. Hopefully a good one, I would hope. I used myself as an example earlier. I used myself as an example earlier myself about how showing evidence to exonerate yourself is necessary sometimes, you know? Doc ain't in his early 20s, bro. He's too old to be doing this shit. Dude's got kids and it's creepy. You're all switching up after he told you a conspiracy theory with no screenshots. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
oh
make
my
money
God,
off
dude.
depressed people?
Legat Lanius.
Welcome.
That is
to Chud
insane.
Nation.
Oh my God, dude. Thank you so much, Legat Lanius. You legend. Appreciate you.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that's the thing for
but
me.
How do I make
dude.
money off depressed people?
Figured I would wait until the segment was over and get the oiling in. Good chat etiquette and all. Hope all is well, brother. Empty out those wallets, you woke commie bastards, and give this man some money.
Yes!
Leggett out.
I agree.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
Thank
make
you, Legat
money
Lanius.
off depressed people?
I
love
concur.
all the knickers in this community.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
By the way, read an article about Farage focusing on winning smaller local elections to scale up reform more sustainably before taking more significant aim at Parliament. Any thoughts?
Yes. Yeah. Good idea, honestly. The more that he can undercut the Conservatives at that level, the better chance he's got to have more kind of say. And the Conservatives are fucked. It's unlikely that they're going to win the next election because normally the party that's won wins another election. So he's probably got to set his sights a bit longer term than that if he wants to kind of encapsulate the Conservative Party or be the kind of alternative. Also, I did see Nigel Farage knocking about in Clacton at the Wetherspoons. So fair play. He's actually there. Good for Farage for going to his constituency for once. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Farage is, dude. Yeah, well, I guess we'll see what happens. Farage is not going to form a healthy alternative to the Conservatives. He does have a groundswell of support. I think it's possible. Not anytime soon, but if he builds slowly up, I think there's a chance that he could have some sort of challenge there somewhere. Did you see the stuff I posted in Discord? Nate, are you talking about the... Are you talking about the Lily Orchard stuff? Because I actually did try and cover the Lily Orchard stuff once. Anyway, listen, let's reset the bars. Come on. Leggett Lanius has done an absolute solid. Let's reset them. Thank you for that, mate. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm afraid to say, Nate, that I tried it before and it was no good. No, I've got a couple of things to watch. I'm doing a gaming stream as well today, so I'm ending stream a bit early to go and play some Fallout London. Woo! Although I do still need to install Fallout London. Shall I try that now? Owned games, Fallout London, install. Let's see if this works. Okay. Install. Is my stream still up? I thought it would be up your alley. See, the problem, here's the problem. I like rate reviews when it's kind of jaunty and funny. And it's kind of like, you know... And it's a bit like, oh, haha, this is funny. Oh, this is a bit bullshit, isn't it? But the video starts and this person's like, when I was a child, Lily Orchard did da-da-da-da-da to me. And it's like, okay, no, this is not, I can't do this. Whoa! Oh, it's downloading. Hang on, I need to change the settings because otherwise it's gonna fuck up my connection, isn't it? It was too dark, yeah, it was too dark, I'm afraid. So unfortunately, I don't think that's something that we can really do. Okay, I do have some other stuff to look at, but I'll tell you now, it's slim pickings, okay? But I'm only going to be here for a couple more hours before we switch to the second channel. Also, the reason I didn't install Fallout London already is I went to install it earlier.
That's wonderful.
And
but
it took
how do
ages.
I make money off depressed people?
Why do you have to install it? Just walk outside.
Very true, Yoro. Thank you very much for the tip. True. I can just walk outside
wonderful.
and get the same experience.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Could you see reform backing Labour in electoral reforms to bring in proportional representation? The only loser to PR in the UK would be the Tories.
I don't think so, no, because Labour don't want proportional representation. They'd have had lost. You know, they've essentially lost if they'd have had proportional representation at the last one. Yes, I downgraded it. That's why it took so long, because I had to do this thing to downgrade it, and it took fucking ages. Okay, anyway, while I'm sorting this out in the background, let's keep moving forward. Let's do this as a palate cleanser, I guess.
We've had our share of controversies on this channel. Getting hacked, uploading April Fool's pranks that were too believable. That time Colton issued copyright strikes against ourselves twice. We've also removed plenty of videos from our channel, sometimes due to typos or other errors that needed to be corrected or disagreements with sponsors. But you know what's never happened in 15 years? We have never had a video on our channel taken down by YouTube without our consent, is what I used to say. That is until last Tuesday, when I received a notification that our video titled "De-Google Your Life Part 2, Ad-Free YouTube" was removed from the platform, and I was issued a community guidelines strike warning. A warning that turns into a full strike if I repeat the offense. Except, what exactly did I even do? How is it that a video about open maps and ad blocking can fall under harmful or dangerous content?
Oh, uh-oh. Dude, this is where you have the Louis Rossman take, isn't it? And I'm like, nah, that's dumb. I've got the big tech pro corpo take, basically, right? Yeah, if you're trying to circumvent the ways that Google make money, they're gonna fuck you for that. And you're uploading it to a Google platform. Oh, dude. I'm so torn with this stuff, to be honest with you. I want to give like the kind of like plucky, yeah, guys, the big dogs have gone too far this time. They're taking this video down, but I'm like, I can kind of see the corpo side of it, right? The strike seems excessive, and I'd like to know more about the details of exactly what terms of service was breached. But yeah, I think doing stuff like adblock and shit like that when YouTube are trying to like push against adblock on a big channel, I think that's, stuff like that is gonna fucking, I don't know, dude. Let's listen out and see for more.
I've done more dangerous things for a D-brand sponsor spot, and those are all still up. Speaking of, obviously those guys weren't gonna miss an opportunity to insert themselves into an LTT controversy, so they sponsored this video, and we'll talk about them more a bit later.
I love the intro.
First,
guys, yes, Occam's cock comes. Thank God Chud has the corpo's back. Too many people don't stand up for the underdog. I'm about to lay it all on the line and defend a multi-billion giga corporation for no benefit.
First, let's go through what happened. On August 20th, we published De-Google Your Life Part 2, and after about 2 weeks and 1.4 million views, YouTube took the video down and gave us a warning for violating their terms of service, or TOS. But why? I mean, we've uploaded numerous other videos that cover topics like ad blocking, VPNs, and alternative YouTube clients. What is it that made this video specifically harmful or dangerous? We get part of the answer in this explainer paragraph that says that this category applies to videos which violate YouTube's terms of service or...
Oh, okay. I mean, the ad blocking, I'm going to presume, is against YouTube's terms of service. So if you're saying, hey, here's an easy way to block ads on YouTube, and it's like, well, that's against our terms of service. I don't just want to defend the big corpos, dude, but I feel that online you get this real kind of like anti-corpo sentiment to the point of like retarded takes. And I'm all for criticizing big corpos, but doing it on this basis, I always just feel is a bit like, well, you kind of like, even if you disagree, you can kind of see it from their side, surely.
But how do I make money
right?
off
I mean,
depressed people?
You're telling people how to avoid the method by which the platform makes money. You know, it's like, oh, hey guys, here's how you can get a free sub or something on Twitch, or I don't know. Let's listen on and see if there's more.
Emphasis here, encourage other users to do so, which includes content that provides instructions on how to...
But wait a second. There's nothing fundamentally wrong. Wait a second. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with recommending an ad blocker, okay? I personally use an ad blocker because it's built in to my browser. And I would say, yeah, using an ad blocker is a good idea. But the difference is between saying that in passing in a comment on a stream versus uploading a video on a massive channel going, here's how you can circumvent a monetization aspect of Google. And it's like a big part of the video. You can kind of see how that might potentially be in breach of the terms of service if using an ad block is against the TOS.
Download YouTube videos in an unauthorized manner. There's a lot to unpack here, starting with that I don't understand how that is harmful or dangerous, except maybe to Google's bottom line. They want you to pay for premium for the privilege of downloading videos, which is well within their rights, but I don't think
Wait, hang on
you
a
can
second.
make
Wait.
harmful or dangerous. We get part of the
Downloading.
answer in this explainer paragraph that says that this category applies to videos which violate YouTube's terms of service or, emphasis here, encourage other users to do so, which includes content that provides instructions on how to download YouTube videos in an unauthorized manner. There's a lot to unpack here, starting with that I don't understand how that is harmful or dangerous, except maybe to Google's bottom line. They want you to pay for premium for the privilege of downloading videos, which is well within their rights, but I don't think you can make the argument that downloading a video is harming the community in any way unless we've dimension hopped and gone back 40 years, and viewing that content could cause the thought police to cart you away for reprogramming. But let's put that aside, because the arbitrary categorization isn't really the point. The video was removed.
Yeah, I think that harmful, yeah, it's like you're saying there. Harmful or dangerous is just the category of the violation he's sorting out with the category name. I think that's the overall headline of the category, but then you look in the detail, oh my God, I'm having some problems here. It'll sort itself out, okay? But if you look at the detail, there's probably terms in there that say, you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do this, blah, 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 right? Maybe we can look it up. YouTube, harmful and dangerous. Oh. My internet or something. I think it's because I'm downloading this thing. Harmful and dangerous. Yep. Digital security content. Bypassing payment for digital services, digital content or services. Content that shows viewers how to get unauthorized access to content, software, or services that usually require payment. Well, you're banged to rights, aren't you? It's right there. If YouTube offer a service that says if you pay us money, you can download videos, and you say, hey, here's a way that you can download videos without having to pay. If YouTube have a thing where they say, if you can't afford to pay, that's fine, but we'll run ads, and you say, here's a way to circumvent the ads. I mean, maybe that wouldn't be captured under this, but yeah. I don't know. I just don't think this is that crazy a decision. That's not harmful or dangerous. No, that's just the categorization of the TOS. That's the headline of this. That's the headline of the policy. I will use... Okay, you guys need to understand something here, okay? All of what I'm saying here, like if you want to go and use a fucking YouTube thing, I don't fucking care, bro. Good luck. Good luck downloading your little YouTube video, okay? It's not about that. It's about when something comes along and there's like a penalty or something that happens, or it's like, you know, like what was it recently? Oh, people were moaning because YouTube were kind of pushing back against ad blockers. And I was like, and it's like, yeah, of course they're going to do that. You know, I'm not saying that you shouldn't use an ad blocker. I'm just saying that you can expect that YouTube are maybe going to try and implement things to stop that from happening. That's just their right to do so as a business. You know? I mean, people now are using like sponsor block, which is pretty crazy, where rather than just skipping a couple of minutes ahead in the video. Chud sweeping for $1 billion company. Dude, how am I sweeping? I'm just laying it out as I see it. I'm not sweeping for anyone. I'm just saying that, you know, it's unreasonable to me to get annoyed and frustrated when a big company is taking obvious action that protects their bottom line in some way. Well, I guess you can get annoyed. It's just like when people are like, oh, I can't believe YouTube are doing this. Oh my God. Anyway, that was more about the ad block thing. Maybe Linus is going to have a reasonable take. Let's have a listen and see.
Because for several of its 23-minute runtime, we discussed a number of ways of accessing all of the content on YouTube without interfacing with YouTube directly, including by downloading videos. Now, to avoid this video getting removed.
Yeah, that's against the rules of YouTube. That's it. That's the reason it got taken down. It says in their terms of service, you're not allowed to provide information to services that circumvents what would normally be paid for. And you did that, and they took it down. This seems like, yeah, fuck around and find out.
I'm not going to repeat what we said, and I'm not going to link to the re-uploads that other users have graciously provided for your convenience. What I am going to do, though, is not issue copyright strikes against those guys, and I'll give you the one ad-free YouTube hack that I actually thought was the coolest one. For whatever reason, if you copy the URL of a YouTube video into Bing, you should get to enjoy an ad-free experience. Now, saying that shouldn't violate any TOS, and if Google doesn't like it, they can hash that out with Microsoft. I'd recommend an MMA match between Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai. Other than that, I don't know if there's a path to us making this video available again on YouTube, because if we re-uploaded it, that would be violating the TOS again, netting our channel a strike, which is a pretty big deal.
Listen, guys, Linus is like a bajillion sub YouTube channel. I appreciate ads can be annoying, okay? And obviously if you use an ad block or whatever, that's your discretion, but, you know, for you... I can't afford to have everyone watch it with no ads, okay? So please, just watch a couple of ads at least. That's all I ask, okay? If you can't afford to pay. I just hate it when these massive channels that have got tons of subs that clearly are not that bothered about, like, you know, you losing a few bucks of ad revenue. Yeah, just go and watch it here. No big deal. And I'm like, wait, no. Please don't do that. No. At least get YouTube Premium. I get a few cents for that. Oh, anyway, let's continue.
YouTube has a pretty clear 3 strikes and you're out policy, with strike 1 stopping us from posting for a week, strike 2 stopping us for 2 weeks, and strike 3 permanently removing the channel altogether. Not posting for even just 1 week would result in significant damage to our business, and with around 100 people working here, supporting their families, that just isn't a risk that we're willing to take, no matter how cheeky I'm personally feeling about the whole situation. And besides, if we're being honest...
Okay, right guys, I'm about to make the big corpo defense argument, right? Why does no one ever apply this logic to Google? Okay, bro, like, by the logic of avoiding ads and circumventing payment on YouTube, if everyone did that, YouTube would have no fucking revenue. And then YouTube couldn't pay their fucking staff. Like, bro, it's so funny to me that it's like, well, our poor little company, what about YouTube? They got people that need to pay as well, and then they make $1 bajillion, but they, you know, fundamentally, the principle still applies. Hey! Cat Dog with the 30 gifted subs on Twitch. That is insanely generous. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. That is exceptionally generous. I will shill Google. I will shill Alphabet. I will shill big corpo, big tech media all day long, okay?
We probably should have known this was coming. We aren't the first channel that this has happened to because of discussions around downloading videos. And even channels that are on the larger side, like Louis Rossman's, have gotten struck for promoting a particular desaturated Corvid app that includes just such functionality. Now, obviously, he didn't end up getting banned forever, considering that his channel is still around, but they were clearly furious that he'd been so brazen. And I mean, it's pretty obvious why.
Bro. Louis Rossman. I do like Louis Rossman. I like his strong takes, but it's annoying sometimes. he is like the biggest like anti-corpo guy going. And sometimes that's correct. Okay? But other times I'm like, oh my fucking God, dude. Come on. Give the corpos some love, dude. What's the problem?
Why YouTube is upset about this. At the end of the day, we both knowingly violated the TOS, and in a manner that has a clear impact on the long-term viability of the platform. As much as I hate to say it, they're kind of right here.
Hey, okay, fair enough. See, I told you we need to hear him out. We did need to hear him out, and he submitted. Okay. There we go, see? Nearly paused Andy, but we gave him a chance. Well, I've not watched it yet, so I've not pre-watched, so I didn't know. But yeah, okay, fair enough. I think that's a win.
I mean, imagine if you created a restaurant. Let's call it Nacho Gong. Then someone punched a hole in the back of the restaurant, giving everybody direct access to the kitchen, and then started giving out the food for free. Food that you paid for. Now, obviously, the bandwidth and storage costs of serving a video are not the same as the food supplies and prep costs of serving a meal, but they are real costs that the platform does have to bear, and the payment for them is ads and tracking on YouTube. You don't have to like those things, and you can continue to circumvent YouTube's payment system as long as you're able. I'm not gonna judge you. But what you can't do is sit there and say, well, I have no idea what they're mad about. And you shouldn't be surprised if YouTube...
Hey, okay. This is actually pretty based. This is what I was saying earlier. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, is I find ads annoying sometimes, right? And it's, you know, it is okay to be annoyed by it, but it's this idea that you're like, what? YouTube don't want to let me easily use an ad blocker? This is unacceptable. And it's like, bro, yeah, because you're freeloading. I'm a freeloader too, on my fucking thing. It's fine. It's fine to do it, but don't act crazy about it when they try and stop you, because that's of course what they're going to do.
YouTube does someday patch the undocumented API exploits that third-party platforms are taking advantage of. So when that inevitably happens, then what do? Well, I can't speak for every creator, but what we did is
Well, I mean, on YouTube, I've got YouTube Premium, as you can see up here. I've got the family plan, so I've got a bunch of accounts linked to it. I'm laughing. I think it's like $20 a month or something. And I've got this Chud Logic account, my personal account, linked to it. And my daughter's still too young for a YouTube account, but I'd probably, when she's old enough, include her in that, I guess. Let her have an ad-free experience.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Hey, Malkaz, thanks for the bits. Oh, I meant to reset the goals earlier, but I forgot. Thank you. Appreciate that. Look at that. I think it's like $20 a month, and you get 4 accounts you can associate with it. I think by itself it's like, yeah, $15 a month or something. It might actually be more than that, so don't take that as a word. But anyway, in any case, I just think for me, I'd much rather just fucking pay the whack and it's whatever. But no, they don't pay it out by super chats. It's a separate bill.
we made our own video platform with float planes and exclusives. So if you like our content, please consider subscribing over at lmg.gg/.
Oh wait, is there a hype train? Yo, gold kappa train. Guys, if you give some stuff, you get a gold kappa, do you? Oh, you earn it for 24 hours. Oh, right. I thought you got it forever. That's unbelievable. Bro, I've not had a hype train for ages. I'm actually excited.
Float plane, where you will still be able to find De-Google Your Life Part 2 with no ads or sponsor integrations, along with plenty of behind-the-scenes and exclusive content that was, in many cases, deemed to be too hot for YouTube or, in most cases actually, not algorithm-friendly. And I mean, I hate that it's come to this. Nobody wants more subscriptions, but we aren't the only ones who see the writing on the wall and want to reduce our reliance on Google's fat teeth. Plenty of other creators have also set themselves up on alternatives, like Patreon, to offer their fans something more that doesn't come with intrusive ads and tracking. As for the future of our content here on YouTube, well, we're definitely going to keep uploading, but we're also definitely going to play it a little safer with respect to third-party YouTube clients and tools. With that said, though,
Okay, that's
we
wonderful.
haven't donned our
But how do
tricorn
I
hat
make
for the last
personal,
time.
thank you
In
for the
fact,
bits.
we've got a video coming
Someone
very
say
soon
hi.
on the various ways that you can activate Windows
Welcome
11.
to Chud Nation.
Thank you, Grindhard, for the sub. I feel like I've said this a lot. Starter just said it there. Ads are
Welcome
just the
to
reality
Chud Nation.
for
Hype train.
content. Yes. Thank you, OC Modder, for the Prime sub. If you think about it, the reason that ads are starting to encroach on streaming services are not because streaming services are like, you know, evilly want to show ads to you against your wishes, and they want to rape you with ads. It's because they recognize the money that ads can bring in. And
Okay, that's wonderful.
all these streaming
But how do I
services are
make
starting to
money
include them in
off
some way.
depressed people?
And there's a reason for that. Attack Fox, thank you for the 500 bits.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money
Tofra.
off depressed people?
It's just horsey butt.
Okay.
Welcome to Chud Nation.
Free the doc. Fuck the chatters.
Based Fig Bella, thank you for the Prime sub. So yeah, I feel like people, you know, the era of the ad-free internet is long gone, and I think a lot of platforms have realized just how beneficial ads are as a supplement to lower tier of their service, or, you know, just as a general revenue generator and whatnot. If you don't like the ads, cancel your sub and stop using the platform. Or get an ad blocker. But you can't if you're watching Netflix on TV, right? Or they've got it on Prime now. You have to spend £3 extra to get rid of ads.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money
Woody Bird, thank you for the
off depressed
bits.
people?
Dude, we're absolutely killing it. Thank you. You guys have been super generous today.
Ranging from buying it for $200 to activating it for a lot less than $200. So make sure you're subscribed, and I will see you over there. Just like dbrand sees us through difficult times like this, those guys are always there helping reduce our dependence on GoogleTube and other tech giants, and
Victory
they've got
with the
something
5
special for
gifted.
you
Thank
guys,
you.
helping you reduce your dependence on inferior skin and case companies. They are offering, until Monday, 10% off site-wide. All you've got to do is go to the link in the video
Where's the
description.
sponsor, Skip?
Whether you need a case for your Steam Deck, a screen protector for your phone, a skin for your game console, better looking sides for your PlayStation 5, they've got you covered. And what's the link?
Fuck YouTube.
Fuck YouTube. Thanks, dbrand. You're always there for us. If you guys enjoyed this video,
Bro, it just always feels so, like, look, I agree, YouTube bad, okay?
Welcome to Chud Nation.
YouTube sucks and all this stuff, and I've got problems with it. It just feels so weird to me that people
Okay,
whose
that's
entire
wonderful.
fucking
But how do I
livelihoods is
make
built on the
money
back of
off
YouTube
depressed
are like,
people?
fuck YouTube, because they take a video down because you try and promote how to download videos for free. Just feels like a bit obnoxious, a bit too obnoxious to me. I think I guess I prefer measured criticisms over like, fuck you guys, fuck the system, man, fuck the system. Am I right? Yeah, it's like very childish and stuff, you know. I'm not saying you need to suck YouTube's cock. I just would rather it would be a bit more measured. And obviously, that's just dbrand style, isn't it? But do you remember when dbrand had to apologise to that guy because they called him shit rash? So dbrand have, you know, got a little funny story there too. This is the thing about capitalism integrating its own criticism. YouTube doesn't give a shit. Well, the funny thing about it is, yeah, I mean, obviously YouTube aren't going to care. That as long as you're not promoting ways to circumvent YouTube Premium, you can say fuck YouTube all you want, and they'll be like, "Can we run ads on it?" Yep, cool. Let's fucking roll. Oh, you hate YouTube? Yeah, keep watching, guys. Keep watching. Keep telling us how much you hate YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, want to buy YouTube Premium? Want to watch some ads? Oh, Plutonin. That's a good question. What happened to the fat trans person working for Linus? Yes, that is a bit of a mystery, isn't it? Hey, we got the golden cappers. Dude, I feel like Twitch has popped off today for the, it's been a while since we've had an absolute insane hype train like that. The sleeping giant has been awoken. He, I think you mean she. Okay, what is the person's name? I need to get a haircut. What's left of it, at least. The Norwood Reaper is ever encroaching on me, it seems. Oh, Emily. Emily. Okay, come on. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, apparently they left the company and people were kind of speculating as to why. Wait, did I just say it as well? She. Okay. There's not really much of it here from what I can see. Does anyone have a link to any information about it? That was a Chinese poem. Lion eating poet in the stone den. That's what that was. Okay, guys, come on. I got a little bit more scraps here. It is slim pickings at the moment, I must say. Hey, thank you for sending me this. Oh no, this is the coming out video. Also, I need to reset the bars, don't I? I need to grift. I need to have a DSP moment.
Where's Anthony been lately? I'm still here. I'm still at LMG. Right now I'm vacationing. I'm visiting family. But things have been weird for a little while. Let me explain, and you'll have to forgive me for using a teleprompter here, because I want to get everything right here. It's going to be a lot. See, I try not to push my views too hard on social media. Linus might not see it this way, but I feel that fundamentally, this platform that I have isn't mine. I didn't earn it. I feel like I owe it almost entirely to my association with Linus Media Group, and that's not something I take lightly. This time is different. This time it is about me, and it will affect Linus Media Group too.
It just seems so wild to me that you can come on the camera, growing your hair a bit, that's it, and you're like, yep, I'm trans now. Like, yeah, at that point, just keep it to yourself, you know? And then we're supposed to be like, oh, what a brave, beautiful woman. And we're not allowed to have any... If you say, okay, I'm a bit... Even if you have the most mildest of skepticism, you're considered to be a giga transphobe. And it's like, are you though, really? I'm starting to fear the TERFs may have a point. That's all I'll say.
I am transgender. My name is Emily. For over 13 years, I've been in the closet. And I've got memories from as early as 25 years ago, as puberty began. The signs were there all along. After trying to ignore it for so long, I finally started taking hormones a little over a year ago. My intent was to hide it for as long as possible, like maybe even forever if I could get away with it. I don't feel ready yet, but I can't hide forever. As a semi-public figure, I don't have the luxury of doing this quietly like so many people hope to do, so here we are. Everyone at Linus Media Group has been incredibly supportive, and the company is behind me 100%. For that, I couldn't be more grateful. It's just amazing. But even so, I've made the decision to step back from hosting videos, at least until we know how this whole thing is going to go. Though I don't know when I'll actually be comfortable again in front of the camera. I just don't want to put a target on LMG.
It's like the camera angle, the close up. Like, obviously, you know what this looks like, and then you put this out, and then you're the bad guy for being like, oh, having a little pop at it. Like, it feels like baiting. It's like you're baiting a transphobic response and then complain about transphobia. That's what it feels like to me.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Sex expert, thank you for the 420, and it didn't come up. But they have, I believe, put in the male symbol 3 times. Take from that what you will.
Or anyone else close to me, because, well, it's just become a
Also, yeah, I think the kinds of people that watch Linus Tech Tips are going to give you these, you know, oh, so base for coming out. But I think there's probably people out there who are just like, okay, can you tell me about the latest tech tips, please? I don't really care about your identity. Her video, what did I say? Did I? Guys, it's intuitive. I can't help it. I can't help seeing something and calling it what I believe it is based on my own perception, based on my life experience. It's just, it is what it is. You have to take an extra step. I'll try. I'll do my best, guys. She. But fucking hell. I mean, you look at someone and you think he, she. Like, you come up with it in the moment, don't you?
political firestorm. Like, look at the response to Chris Tyson when they came out.
Oh, bro! Chris Tyson reference? No fucking way, dude!
That terrifies me. Like, it's just...
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do
I don't intend for anything to change or for anyone to treat me differently, though.
Thank you for the super chat.
I know many well, for better or worse. And all I've ever truly wanted was a chance to be myself, and I've worn so many masks during my life that I'm still not sure who that is. Persistent depression and anxiety have been with me for as long as I can remember, with precious little relief through.
Is it possible, maybe? That there could be other things that are happening there that maybe could explain somewhat this transition? I don't know. Or is it definitely the gender stuff? That's definitely it. There's only that.
Medication and therapy. When I felt it start to come back a couple years ago, it was clear what the common thread was, and I had to finally take action. My worries about what might happen if I did suddenly got outweighed by my worries of what might happen if I did not.
Very apt.
My past support for trans people might seem self-serving now, so let me be clear. I fully support anyone and everyone as long as they're true to themselves and aren't harming others. I hope for a world where people don't have to suffer for years or decades even, either not knowing what they're feeling or why, or because they're terrified of what might happen if they open up. I'm at that part of my journey now, and I guess we'll all get to see how it ends for me. I'm going to go back to my vacation now, so I'm going to log out of all my socials until I get back to the office. I'll see you all on the other side.
On the other side of...
Okay. Persist.
Huge step. Always love and support from the whole team here. Installs Linux once. When Chris Tyson came out and they were right. No, they got the Chris Tyson comments. Okay, so what is the deal with this person leaving? Is there anything of note, or is it just transphobia from you guys? See you on the other side, bro. I mean, sis. I mean, sibling, non-binary, sibling. Is there anything to that, or are you just being transphobic? She was the worst part of the Linus videos. Okay, anyway, guys. Unless there's anything substantive there, I think that's it for the Linus stuff. I just wanted to watch that video because everyone's talking about it. Okay. Right. I'm going to be here for just over another hour before we begin the gaming. The Fallout London installation is progressing nicely, so we should be good to go by the time we get over there. So I've got a little bit more stuff to look at here. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look-see, shall we? Oh, what's been going on? Okay. Are we going to do this? Someone just mentioned it in chat. I'm going to watch it for a bit and see what I think. I'm still skeptical, but maybe it will turn into good content.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment for my entire life. It's alluring, it's compelling, it's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories, ideas, rivalries, where they feel encouraged and engaged, where they involve themselves with the stories and become a product of influence. Thirsty for a distraction from time unspent, spoiling their minds, yet stimulating them at the same time. It's brilliant, and it's dangerous. I feel as if I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm. One follows another, follows another, follows another. It's mesmerizing. It's spellbinding. All these little consumers.
What am I supposed to say about this? What insightful commentary and insights and perspective that I normally give am I supposed to say about this dude losing a bunch of weight? That react harder. There's nothing to react to. It's just a guy saying a bunch of shit. I don't know.
All of these lost and bored people.
Wow.
People consuming anything that they're told to consume. So I am the villain because I've made myself one. And you will continue to consume these stories about me year after year after year, for as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain. Stories that permeate and linger and infect the minds of the ants.
Oh, okay. So there's like another aspect to it that I'm not seeing. Okay. The weight loss isn't interesting. It's the fact he has pre-recorded content that he kept releasing, so this came out of nowhere, which was impressive. Right, I see. So it wasn't like a gradual process. It was just like all of a sudden you're like, whoa. Okay.
Influence the ants.
I mean, I'll ask again. I mean, what? Good for him. I don't know what else to say. People think those videos are pre-recorded. Remember when that woman was being murdered in real time and he screamed over her to be funny at Chud Logic?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money
For
off
him.
depressed people?
He posted videos of himself as a fat ass like a week ago. He had a 2-year backlog of content to hide his weight loss. 2 years.
You see, this is the problem you're going to have, is I don't watch this guy's content, and I don't know much about him. So anything like that, I'm like, okay, I just don't know. Do you mean the guy who was a Doctor Who fan and he pre-recorded that Christmas stream and then fucked off to murder a bitch? Is that what we're talking about?
Brainwash the ants. You are the ants.
But how consistently, they're always on point. Again, they taste like this, but, you know, a little greasier.
So that was a scream. Wait, and he released this himself? Well, people are saying it happened. It was in the court. His neighbor's actually dead.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Jesus. Well, listen, the A-Log's word is their bond, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for the super chat.
Today I woke up from a very long dream. And I also woke up having lost 250 pounds off of my body. Yet just yesterday, people were calling me fat and sick and boring and irrelevant.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I tell you what, you need to know this guy and watch his content and watch all his rigmarole and, you know, all of his lolcowdom, I think, for this to really hit the same way. So, as much as people have asked for this, I don't care. Good luck. It's all involved. There is one lolcow thing, though, that I do want to watch whilst we're here. Okay. Yo!
It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me. No matter what I tell you, all right, they're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that, okay? All right. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it, okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally, every time someone asked me about WWE champions, I lied. Every single fucking time. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business, okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid. This is dumb. You know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it.
Oh, Anaba's video. Oh, that's the thing I've seen about Anaba and I think someone else as well, where it's like, they've just released giga videos about how fucked the Cardo Avocado is, and then he's like, actually, I've lost all the weight. Unlucky. Bro, the thing changed back on Kick. That's weird. Anyway, it should be updated now. Sonny V2, that was it.
Out of the way. And I tried so hard for so long to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it, but I forgot, well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the anal nature of these people who stalk me. All right. A couple things they outright got me on, like, for example, the Discord thing. I had no idea about any of that. I was incredibly ignorant, okay, of all of it.
No one cares about you spend your money. It's about asking for money for rent and then spending it on gacha games. Or, you know, even if you are asking for money for tax and rent, but then in the weeks before you spent a load of money on gacha games, people are going to think you're being irresponsible and therefore being dishonest, right? So, yeah, that's the simple reality of this.
I didn't know
Let's see.
any of that shit. So I had no clue that they could like track a Discord versus like numbers on your name and shit like that. So, you know, for me, here's the thing. You really, if you're a person who's coming to my stream and you just want to watch the content and have fun, do you want to hear about this shit? My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right? When I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes, yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going, but it was because I was kind of desperate for that week, you know. But the WWE Champions thing, 100%, again, I just always lied about it because I thought it wasn't important. It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me time and time again over the years, so many times for stupid shit that wasn't true. They had finally found one stupid little thing
But how do I make
that they got me on, right? So,
host on the after show. I met up with Wings and pelted that $1 with water balloons if you wanna watch. 7-minute video on the channel if you wanna watch.
Hey!
sometime, lol.
Thanks for the $10. Do you know what, Ken? You're in luck. We've been hankering for some fresh content, so we'll have a look at that. Yeah, I saw this. Apparently there was Wings got the water balloon treatment too. Dude, I'm sure you had a good time, okay? But I'm telling you, this is like classic, like, oh, don't call it fucking fake drama, guys, but Wings is getting hit with water balloons today.
I'm going to tell you this the truth now, but again, many of you are not going to believe it. I can't make you believe it. And I'm gonna open up for the first time about this topic ever right now here tonight. And some of you, if this is it for you and you can't take it and you want to leave and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you.
Last super chat, food shops. Well, that could be food shops or it could be Max, because Max also goes by food shops, right?
All right, I can't. But for those who've been here through this journey with me, by 16 years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence, you know, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true, that you don't care about my past and the shit that I was doing, you know, that was stupid and bad, because I admit it was stupid and bad, okay? All right, so, are you ready? Admission number 1. Yes, the They Call Me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account.
Oh!
Okay? That's admission number 1. It is.
Yo!
It always was. Okay? Now, it was very stupid of me to name it They Call Me DSP. You might say, why was he so dumb to name that account that? Because when I opened it in 2017, when the game launched, I didn't think anyone was going to ever give a fuck about my mobile game spending. I had already played games such as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Supercard, your WWE Supercard, and others as well. And like, for me, it was like, who cares? Like, who would ever give a shit?
Also, aside from the, like, e-begging, like, I need money for rent, I need money for tax, if you sort your basic affairs out, I don't think people are going to really care beyond that, right? As long as you're not, like, bad with money, generally. If you buy some luxuries, who's going to fucking care? I mean, I don't need these Red Bull Zero sugars, do I? At the end of the day. Look at that, eh? Yo, let's go! But my affairs are in order, so I'm going to treat myself to a cheeky little Red Bull. Why not? A little stack of Red Bull I've got tucked away in my fridge. So yeah, it's fine. Just have your basic affairs in order. Wireless keyboard. That was a regret, to be honest. I shouldn't really... Well, to be fair, it's only a regret when it runs out of battery. This was only like... I think it was on offer. It was only about 125 quid, I think. Wireless gaming keyboard based. No, in all seriousness, though, I don't think anyone cares about how streamers spend the money. You know, the problem is always the e-begging, not having your affairs in order, and, you know, spending money on frivolous things and then having to say, oh, please help me pay my rent. The retarded UK banks, bro. Bro, I should have put that money into... How many Hoogans could I have pulled with that?
I'd already publicly posted and talked about playing those games, spending money on them and shit, right? So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did, okay? Fair enough. So, what ended up happening was, the game came out, 2017? And I barely played it that hardcore.
To be honest, when it comes to equipment, though, I've got a second monitor that's got... It's like blurry at the edges. It needs replacing. It's about 3 or 4 years old now, so it's outside of its warranty as well. But it's got this kind of blurring around the edges, if that makes sense. And I've not thought about replacing it yet. I'm not one of these guys that's like, oh, I need the latest kit. I need the latest gear. Let's just say I'm not doing a Xander haul. Let's put it that way, at least. And I'm not saying that because I want to have a flurry of donations, okay? I could buy a screen right now if I wanted to. It's not about the money. It's just, until something like breaks, I just don't really see the point in replacing it, right? It just seems like frivolous and pointless. Also, it's like a kind of shitty AOC monitor. But do you know what I mean by the blurring? It's like got blurring around the edges, like it clearly is dying.
Like the first year or so, I would say. It wasn't until the second year where the game actually got like redesigned to be more serious of a game. And so then it kind of warranted more time, more spending, etc. Well, I played it for what? It came out in 2017. So I would say I played it for like 2.5 years. And I think about year 1 or 2, like a year in, 2 years in, it got, to the point where everyone wanted to form guilds and factions because big events were being based in the game around that. So that's when I joined my first faction. And I was, playing along with the faction. At the time, I was low. I wasn't, I didn't have a good account or anything. They were teaching me.
Listening to a grown man trying to justify their frivolous mobile gaming expenditure is so crazy, dude. Well, let me tell you about these factions I was in. Dude, could you imagine someone doing this with like Raid Shadow Legend? I mean, I don't really understand the Hogan pulling as much, but someone trying to do it with Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, man, I bought some 5-star champions and I was trying to upgrade them. You don't understand. I was in a faction and there was an event on.
Along the way on how to play the game and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And basically, I don't remember. The time frame is going to be completely wrong in my head. I can't tell you times of anything because I don't know because I never tracked it. Eventually, after being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay? So, and then I was with them probably a year more. Okay? And so, of course, there's going to be like, there was Discord, chats and things like that. There never was an issue with any of this. Never. And then all of a sudden, somehow, someone had discovered that there was a WWE champion's name of my name. And I guess what it is someone who had played the game, knew how the accounts worked or whatever, and they did money. And they said, he spent thousands of dollars on the game, right? Based on some calculation that they had made. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what it is because I don't watch my detractors shit. Okay? And I'm not here to tell you I didn't spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE champions. Okay? A good amount of money on WWE champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right? This is the big moment, correct?
Dude, you need to look into the gacha world more. There are far worse stories. Well, not so close to a sponsor. Although Monopoly isn't a gacha game, to be fair. Monopoly is just a straight up, pay us money to keep playing motherfucker game. Oh, you seem to have run out of rolls again. Here's 20 ads for more. Boom, 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 boom. Rolls, rolls, rolls. Money, money, money.
What ended up happening was, basically, my detractors, seeing that there was this name that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me like banned from the game. All right. What they found is that obviously the makers of the game don't care that I have haters online. They don't give two fucks.
Well, the thing is with Monopoly Go is I think what they're trying to do is move away from the the complicated multi-economies that exist on other games. Because with stuff like Raid, you've got like 20 different resources that you can get, and it gets quite confusing. And I think particularly for older play, like apparently from what I understand, Monopoly Go is quite popular with like an older demographic, and I think that's because of the simplicity, and I think that's by design, because they know that some old fucking granny isn't going to figure out, what 20 different gold shards and all this shit is going to figure out. They just want rolls. Give us the rolls.
So the attempt to like get to the company and shit, no one cared, right? So what they ended up doing is they started actually sending in clandestine people into the servers, like the Discord chat of the clan that I was in.
Get a Zenless Zone Zero sponsorship. What's that?
The faction I was in to join and then start tracking conversations, trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was, I guess, a detractor literally made shit up. They had made a fake Discord conversation between me and the actual guy who had like founded this faction I was in, that it was some weird, I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. Like it was a weird conversation, right? But basically they doxed the guy. Like they put it on Kiwi Farm. All right? So because the guy had gotten doxxed, now it escalated. It's not just, oh, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, kicked. They're not just having...
Dude, I'm literally just using this as an opportunity to chill myself, really. And let me tell you what sponsorship options I've got next. I'm unlikely to do it any time in the next month because that's too much. Next month, maybe I'll think about something. And I'll probably have new offers through then. But let me tell you what we got. So, these are the options that I've got available as it stands. We have got option number 1, Marvel Strike Force. Okay. Option number 2, this is a bit different. Quiz with 3 eyes. Now, to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't take this because it's a bit too close to full-blown Gamba for my tastes. But apparently, you can actually earn money from this as a player. And you've got to like deposit money and then you play a quiz game. So, I mean, to me, I'm like, oh, that's a bit too close to Gamba for my taste. I probably wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, to me, it just rubs me up the wrong way straight away. And I'm like, that doesn't seem right to me. So yeah, I think that's probably a no-go. And then I've also got Star Trek Fleet Command, which actually wasn't too crazy a sponsor when I did it, but it was a bit too grindy, I think. And then, of course, Ant Legion. But Ant Legion is like a full month sponsorship. It runs for 30 days. So... full month of ants. Do that for the memes, yeah? Yeah, guys, Ant Legion, month sponsorship based. And then, unfortunately, no more slots available. But there was a sponsorship for the Game of Thrones Winter is Coming game. But that's not available. Anttober. Well, I mean, I don't know what I can... I never know what I can say about the money side of it. It's, I don't know. I think over a month, maybe people might grind while they're playing. Who knows? Anyway, guys, for now, we've just finished the Monopoly one, so I don't think we're going to be doing anything just yet. But we will get there, okay? A month is a lot, isn't it? I mean, it'll probably get very tired by the past few weeks, but anyway.
Having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about...
Oh, breaking news, guys. Breaking urgent news. Okay, Queeman's editorializing and spinning of that Nicholas Diorio clip about BOWBLAX has perhaps borne some fruit already. Alex is also involved, it looks like. Uh-oh, what is this? Uh-oh. So for those of you that don't recall, earlier, I showed you this editorialized clip that Queeman shared, which did have some genuine expressions of frustration from Nicholas Diorio towards BOWBLAX. I'll play it again for your benefit, okay? This is how it was characterized by Queeman, who is Jewish. Nicholas Diorio publicly insults best friend, Sonic, Twitter versus Josh, for being a pathetic, estrogenic loser. And Queeman claims he's shocked and saddened by this huge betrayal and will be watching every BOWBLAX stream to show solidarity and support. So let's have a little listen once again to that clip.
Oh fuck! So yeah, that's the King of Nothing update. I think Sonic Josh tried to run defense for it, and he's like, well, actually, this own gets kind of ruined when you notice that King of Nothing has double the likes, and it's like, my video has more likes. My video has tons of likes. It's like, it's so obvious he's just parroting again. Listen, I get it. Josh likes to both sides, like every controversy or whatever, just to try to like check in and make sure everyone knows they're friends and stuff. But we all know whichever one of us slights you first, you're going to spend the next 6 months on stream talking shit about. So why don't we just speed that process up a little bit? I don't know. I don't know. What are we running defense for him on Twitter and tell me everything he says in private, or what are we doing here? What side are we on? Are we picking a side?
Ask you nice enough?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh no!
Oh, I don't know. I don't respect it. But yeah.
Now, I'm going to be repeating myself. Sources tell me that we're watching the stream that there were claims that was a joke or fucking around. Now, I can assure you, based on my social analysis and understanding of the situation, that is not jokes. Clearly, Nicholas is perturbed and peeved and frustrated by the fact that BOWBLAX dares to take a shot at him in public like this. Underhanded, sly shot. If you come for the king, you better not miss, okay? Anyway, Nick did mean that. And, you know, there's stuff, both public and private, that makes it pretty insane, I think, that BOWBLAX would be kind of throwing these kind of underhanded shots like this. And the 6-month comment, I believe, is in reference to the fact that BOWBLAX was friends with Tipster and now makes all these streams about him. Anyway, there we go. So that was the clip. Now, the update, if you please. Well, you see, Alex has further stirred the porridge by sharing this clip with the caption, "This is just the start."
Time to play the game. Time to play the game. Time to play the game.
Alex is a very funny Twitter account. They're often making little tweets here and there about commentary. I would recommend following. A Gamage, great account, very funny. So Nicholas has issued out a statement. Bro, this is where we are. I'm trying to make something out of this, okay? I'm doing my best. Doing my best, guys. Nicholas has said the following on X, formerly known as Twitter. I get that he's in a hard position being between two people fighting, but like, you can also just stay out of it instead of fence-sitting the situation and playing both sides. You don't have to insert lol, especially if the take is bad and copy. Oh my goodness. Look, you guys know that I'm obviously on very good terms with Nicholas. I don't have any quarrel with BOWBLAX. I'm more kind of neutral towards him, really. I don't have any like bad blood towards him necessarily. But I'm definitely naturally going to, you know, be inclined to side more with Nick. So I'm just trying to put that to one side. And it's like, I mean, yeah, it does seem very much like BOWBLAX is like trying to take shots at Nicholas in a kind of underhanded way by backing up his mate. And he doesn't have to weigh in. He doesn't have to say anything about the situation. Why is he so inclined to defend King of Nothing? Like, King of Nothing can defend himself, can he not? He's a fucking big boy, isn't he? If he wants to say something about Nick or say, my video's got more likes than yours, he can say it. And I think that this take is seemingly, to me, it seems like it's born out of like a conversation happening privately. You could easily imagine this being a product of communication between BOWBLAX and King of Nothing. And it's just like, just don't say anything. What does it matter? Why do you need to defend King of Nothing so hard? Or at all? He's like, he can defend himself. So there we go, guys. That is the developing, insane, crazy situation between Nicholas Diorio and BOWBLAX. But no, I do think this is a kind of seed of something. I think that there clearly is a bit of tension here between the two lads. And so I think this could kind of blow up a bit more, perhaps. We'll see. But to be honest with you, my best guess is BOWBLAX will probably end up, you know, walking it back and apologising to Nicholas. But yeah. What is this? Bro, what the fuck is this? Change your title on this video. Dude, there's nothing more to say. It's like nothing has happened. Like literally nothing has happened. But this is the best we got, okay? Link that in chat right now. Why? What are you going to do with it? I'm linking it as it's a fair request that I cannot deny. Also, this idea that I've got some control, like, look, I'm not, listen, Nicholas can be friends or not be friends with whoever he fucking wants. It's it's no skin off my nose. No, Nicholas, you don't understand, mate. You can't associate with this person because they're really autistic. Don't do it. Bro, that's his fucking lookout, isn't it? Good luck. Good luck to all involved. Dude, this clip's really funny as well. Anyway, you're not even privy to private communications that me and Nicholas have. So who knows what I have and haven't said and what has been discussed? You don't know. But no, I'm not going to go to someone and be like, cut this person off now. They're too retarded. Anyway, that is it. That is the drama so far. And we will see what happens. This is the lolcow live of YouTube dramas. Okay, right, what was this you wanted me to see? I actually did want to kind of touch on this anyway. The, is it on the After Show channel? Is that where I can see it? Yo, look at that intro.
He's already changed clothes.
Bro, that is okay.
Take him to dinner.
I'm in
That's such a
disbelief.
BS
I'm in
excuse.
disbelief.
Take him to dinner. Take him to dinner.
You won't even let Ken hit you with the remaining balloons. That is insane. That is insane. Chat, if I'm not being reasonable, then what the fuck, bro?
Well,
I
take
don't
the
ever
shirt
want
off
to
and
hear.
just let him hit your chest.
Oh my god, fuck this.
Just take the shirt off.
Come on, dude. He literally drove all the way out there. That's crazy.
He's gonna do it shirtless.
Yes.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah. There you go. There's the fucking wings.
Dude, I'm being
There it
more
is.
than reasonable.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, brother. It's all as fuck. That's the rumor. That's the rumor.
Careful, if this is members only, Keem's threatened he'll claim vids, just saying. I mean, you know, I don't want to watch paywall content, but I mean, this is a clip from someone else's stream, right?
Guess how tall I am compared to Wings, by the way.
Let's go, Ken. And Wings is taller than me by a lot. Shit.
Hey, Nicholas! Do you want to come on and talk about BOWBLAX? Up to you, no pressure. I was just talking about it in a dramatic fashion.
And we're getting shirtless Wings too. I'm fucking excited for that.
Finally.
Hell yeah.
This better
Hell
be
yeah.
good. This better be
Hell
good.
yeah.
Who's gonna hold
Follow
the?
that bitch.
Who's gonna hold the camera?
Let's go. Portrait, you boomer. Go portrait.
She's dropping water balloons. Party foul. Party foul. I'll get it. It's underneath. All right. So my video's not coming up since I'm mobile. So
No, we got you.
It's
We
been
can see
turning
you.
into the star of the show,
Yep.
bro.
Yeah,
all right, hold on.
Hold it like that. You good?
You ready?
Hit him in the pants.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
Get close up to him on the camera. We
Get
can't
close.
see him.
Get closer.
With the camera. Camera
Well, you
closer.
can see
Camera,
why
just
people
the
watch
camera.
this, man. I mean, come on.
Oh, party foul.
It's so stupid.
Bro, they tied those balloons tight, bro.
This is for the after show. Shut out the after show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo.
Something.
That's awesome.
It bounced.
Do we give a gray balloon out? We do still have one gray balloon.
Yes, he should be able to throw all
Ooh,
the
wonder what the
balloons,
gray
bro.
one is.
Come on.
What is it?
Let him hit
You
them
know what's in it?
all, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Let him hit them all. Let him hit them with all of
So
them.
do it hard.
Are you sure you're ready for this? These aren't water. All right.
Y'all still good, right?
Hit him
Y'all
hard,
can see.
Ken. Hit him hard.
Come on, man.
Throw him harder.
Yeah. Hard.
Okay, Nicholas is calling in.
How you doing,
Nicholas
buddy?
Diorio. How's it going, mate?
Pretty good, pretty good. Dude, I got scared the other day. I clicked on your stream and you were just spinning.
Oh, I had to leave stream early and I forgot to. I shut it down on OBS, but didn't in YouTube Studio. So it
Yeah.
makes professional, consummate professional. Just quickly before we get into the latest developing drama, what's your take on this water balloon thing with wings?
I gotta be honest, I don't even know what happened.
Okay,
I didn't watch it. No, I just got here.
Okay.
Is he like getting in trouble? Why is he getting a punishment? Did he fake cancer?
Well, I think the real answer to me is it was successful when it happened to Boogie, so they just done it to Wings as well.
Yeah, 100%.
When
When is Team doing it? He's the third host now, right? Is he gonna do a kick me thing in public?
I'm sure that the stuff that would be embarrassing for Keem is going to happen any moment now, right?
Why are they putting purple hearts in the chat right now?
Okay, let me lay it out to you. Let's just look. Let's call a spade, okay? So the claim is that for a long time, you and other commentary people have guarded BOWBLAX despite him being an autistic freak who lets you down at every turn. Not my opinion. I'm just saying what people in chat say to me, okay?
I
And
have
a lot of
my own fair share of issues with Josh. But I do like him. He's not like an animal that we keep around for like a pet, you know? Like he's a person.
Well, the argument that I would put to you, this is from chat as well, okay, is that, this is the same argument as Tipster. Like, Tipster had the same thing. People are saying BOWBLAX is an ex-Tipster, and I think people think this is a sign of that. The purple hearts is because people say that you're going to sweep for him. That's why.
Oh, I thought it was going to be I thought it was like Autism Speaks. I thought that was like their ribbon.
Maybe it's something to do with that. I don't know. But anyway, I think it just speaks, and dude, I don't know all the fucking lore of all these people that have been cut off of commentary in detail, but I think the idea is there's people that get defended, and then the moment comes when they fuck up and they get cut off, and that's it. They're like a retarded, under the basement spurg.
I have no intention of cutting Josh off. I just wanted to. I felt like I needed to check him. I don't know. There's one thing I never liked about like the way that he operates, and he knows this. I've told it to him plenty of times. It always feels like he's trying to make sure, like, you know what people do? Like, how do I explain this? You know when like you're having sex with somebody and you say like,
no,
"This is this okay with you? Are you good right now? Is this cool or whatever?" Like getting like reinforcement. Josh does that in like every fabric of drama, and it's just like he needs to remind everybody that everyone's friends here. Like he always chimes in on like he both sides a lot of it, right? And it's kind of cringe, I guess. Like you don't have to both sides it. You could just not be involved, and that's like totally cool. Especially when like your contributions are really stupid.
Right. So your perspective on this is not, you know, we're cutting off another dead weight from the commentary goon squad. It's more so just stop being
No, my
retarded and
eyes
then
lit
get
up, and I'm
involved.
like, I remembered when he was doing this with technicals, and I was like, there's no fucking way. It's no. I'm saying something this time. I didn't say something that time. I'll say something this time. You don't have to like jump in, you know, and like give everybody a reassurance tap that you're still like still friends with them. Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, can we just talk about Queenman's framing here? Because,
First of all, before we get there, he regretted doing this last time. Like he's openly expressed that like he regretted jumping in to defend King of Nothing the first time. So I was wondering why he did it again.
okay. Would you agree with Queenman's framing here, this clip? And I'll read it to you. Nicholas DeOrio publicly insults best friend, Sonic Twitterverse's Josh, for being a pathetic, estrogenic loser. Do you think that's a fair characterization of that clip?
I think he was really fast on that clip. I think he was waiting for that. He was just waiting to see what would happen.
Right, okay. I see. So you're now saying that, you know, despite the way this has perhaps been framed, this isn't a cut-off moment. This is more of a, come on, Josh, stop being autistic and retarded. Back off a bit and stop involving yourself.
I kind of said as much on Twitter today. I replied to the Alex Gekmo commentary reaper, who's predicting Josh won't make it to 2025.
that guy's quite funny. I like his account.
Well, the thing is, the reason why he's funny isn't just because he posts funny shit. It's that he's usually the catalyst that breaks someone. Like Tipster. Like Tipster also got like fucking super tripped up on Alex. And it just happens that like every few months, this random guy whose picture is a gecko is like the final straw that breaks the camel's back every time. If you want to say that like, oh, this is the next Tipster moment, look to Alex Gekmo's Twitter. If Josh responds badly to him, then it's over. That's a promissory note.
Do you see any value or weight in the idea that BOWBLAX is, you know, like, for example, maybe going after Tipster because he's worried he's next, like he's got the same sort of mentality, perhaps?
All right, get the brooms out. I'm going to say what Josh has gone through a really tough time in these last couple of months. And like, he's been completely off. So I have no idea what the fuck's going on with him right now. That's not a really good, that didn't sound like a great defense, but I don't know what the fuck is going on in Josh land. All right. Dude's like, in general, I think he's a perfectly serviceable content creator who makes pretty decent archive content. I find that his streams can be pretty funny. There's a lot of clips that come from it. In general, that's really all I've got there. I don't know. I don't think that he's I don't think he's like a malicious person at this point.
Yeah, I do feel this kind of like odd, like tendency from certain people that watch my streams, and it's almost like they're waiting with bated breath for BOWBLAX to get like tipstered or something. And I'm kind of fairly neutral towards the guy. We've spoken a couple of times. I don't have any bad blood towards him, but I do have seen some kind of spurg outs that made me think, okay, I can kind of maybe see why people might think that could be a potential future for this guy.
Sure. And we literally had the copyright argument on stream. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
What was that about? Cool,
It's
copyright,
like
obviously, but like
the Let Me Speak one.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, stuff like
Yeah.
that. Right, okay.
Like, I mean, there's cases where I thought he's like completely wrong, and that was how that convo went. Not the most funny clip for me to look back and watch, but others seem to enjoy it, I guess. I don't know.
Sure.
Whenever someone's a total retard, I'm like the only one who usually calls them out. So, I mean, you can say what you want about how I'm treating Josh or how I've treated Tipster in the past, but like, whenever there's like a bad faith actor in this community, everyone wants to huddle and cry and say nothing in private, and we're trying to handle it like quietly or whatever. Like, I mean, just Technicals Alberto, King of Nothing. Like, I'm leading the charge on literally all of those. So, like, I don't know. Everybody else wants to just sweep it under the rug, so I'm the only one who usually calls these people out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. So we are sweeping, we are walking back. Okay, can we just get something clear?
I don't think that walked anything back.
No. Look, wait, I even said earlier, I feel like Queenman is kind of editorializing this for maximum impact, right? You know, like I think I saw Salvo in the replies piping up too, so people were getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, fair enough. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, as I've got you, if you got time, briefly, Dr. Disrespect, what's going on?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
that statement was literally less than nothing. There was no... if your opinion changed by hearing him talk, my understanding is that like you just were looking for him to say he didn't do it, so you could just run. I don't understand what half the Twitter accounts are saying. The guy is claiming that like they violated the agreement, so he can show everything, and he's showing nothing, and he's holding potential screenshots over everybody's head because he says he has more to release, and 0 + 1 is 1, I guess, if you want to call nothing the nothing he showed, that he has more in the tank. I don't really... the only thing that I took away from this is when people asked to see the messages, he was pretty clear in not wanting to release them. So, yeah, that's cool, I guess. Now you got the journalists who are saying, why would you need to see them, demanding to release them? Everyone's completely 180 their position in 48 hours because this guy said that he didn't do it after he admitted he did it.
Yeah. I mean, we agree on a lot of this stuff. What is your thoughts on this argument or discussion about Twitch releasing the messages, or should they release the messages?
I think it's a gray area, as if they even can. I think they should release his messages. I want to hear what he said. Even if they're out of context, at least he can then we could listen to him try to explain what the context was. I don't know. Someone's got to drop the messages, whether it be Doc or them, because at this point there's no resolution until it happens. Otherwise, this guy just keeps going. And Twitch looks like they covered up for a person. Like, I can't tell if Twitch covered up for a predator or they smeared somebody as a predator. I really can't figure out which one.
Sure, because
I need to be able to point my criticism better.
Yeah, I see a lot of people talking about the Twitch thing and you know, talking about it a bit. I just can't see a good argument as to why Twitch would release the messages. I think there's a good argument as to why they should, because it would clear a lot of this stuff up. But they would potentially be opening themselves up to like legal liability, and it seems to me like they just want no business or no hand in it, and they're just going to let it sail on by.
No, but they certainly could have said why he was banned, and then the response could be like, "Oh, well, Twitch never gives reasons. They gave a reason on why they banned Donald Trump, so when it was good for editorials, they had no problem doing it." So I don't know if this guy's a fucking predator, and you think he's a fucking predator. It might be worth telling everybody. And people are saying like, "Oh, well, he's going to get his YouTube monetization back." I think J-Stock goes, "Why shouldn't he?" I go, "Because what changed?" Well, if he gets his monetization back, then they shouldn't have taken away to begin with. He's contributed nothing to this discussion. He just said, guys, I'm not guilty. I need my money back. If they give it back to him, then fuck YouTube. They shouldn't have taken it away because they have literally no reason to do so.
Yeah, no. It does seem like he's just spun a story, which I think is happening now because he's seen no one has released anything, so he feels free to do so. He's provided no screenshots, no evidence, nothing. I've previously having confessed to inappropriate messages. And yeah, people just seem to be buying it wholesale without question.
You're going to hate my explanation for this, but can you full screen your camera for a second?
Yeah, sure.
On your stream? Okay. Let me make sure. I just want to see if it's there. Okay, so look right at the camera guy. Look at the guy on the camera, okay? All right, if that guy, let's say he's approaching 40, okay? Fucking started inappropriately texting a minor, and his excuse was, well, it was legal in the state that she's in. What would you say? Look, I know he doesn't have really cool sunglasses, and he's not the spitting image of Teflon pumping masculinity. But if that guy right there was fucking talking inappropriately to a 16-year-old girl, okay, would you have the same fucking standard that you people, oh, it's not illegal! Oh, it's not illegal! Yeah, no, you wouldn't. Get the fuck out of here.
Thanks for that, mate. Also, you know, obviously it is a bit awkward to talk about because, you know, it's not pleasant to go over and stuff. But like, obviously I did suffer my own kind of allegations. And part of that was, you know, showing evidence to demonstrate my side of the story. So it's like, I know very well how sometimes you have to show something in an allegation to prove your, you know, innocence or whatever, right? And it's like, he can't do that. And it's the stakes are much higher for him.
They're calling Keem a pedophile for dating an adult.
Yeah.
What is the standard here? Keem's a pedophile because he's got a 22-year-old fiance? That's what this is? Do you know these guys are a similar age? This guy's got a wife and kids. Why the fuck is he talking inappropriately to a fucking minor? I don't care if it reaches the legal definition of sexting. This isn't a 21-year-old kid, you fucking asshole. This is a grown fucking man. This is weird. Dude, you want to watch the best take on this? Watch Nick Merckx. I swear to God, your brain will implode.
I agree, mate. Nick Merckx has dealt with this very well from start to finish, and at every point he's gotten shit from one side or another.
He called out all the bullshit in the new fucking video he just posted yesterday.
Yeah.
All of it. He was point for point, dude. I feel bad for him. His whole comment section is raping him, and he did everything right. Fucking hate him for the trans shit all you want, okay? In this case, he stood by his friend, waited for the confession, got the private text message saying, I'm sorry for putting you in this, fucking condemned him publicly immediately without fail, and now he's getting bashed for not believing in his friend who admitted he did it? Why? Oh, why? Because he was trying to trick some journalists? Yeah, the big 10,000 IQ move to lose all his sponsors? Yeah, okay, I believe that one, dude. 100%.
Well, yeah, that's the point as well. It's like, you're not just tricking journalists, you're tricking your friends. And then your friends are condemning you only later, that they're then getting condemned for cutting you off. Like, was that part of the plan, to trick your mates into thinking you're a nonce? Yeah, it's all just
No, the plan was to wait and see what Twitch did. And when it became crystal clear the messages would never drop, it was, oh, okay, I have free reign. I can do whatever I want.
Yes. I mean, that's exactly my take as well. Precisely my take. And that's why there was, it's almost, I feel like Doc's very manipulative, and he's layered things in there that he can then call back on, you know?
Yeah.
Ooh, I only said inappropriate. That could mean a multitude of things. And now he's like, it just means jokes, guys. When at the
Look
time
at the
he
way
could
you ran with inappropriate, Chud. Egg on your face.
But the thing is, just to me, logically, if someone says you were sexting a minor, you would say in that message, it wasn't sexting, it was just jokes, and it got taken out of context. But he never fucking said that, did he? And now he's saying that that's what it was. God, it's so annoying. All these
He was
people
laying
that are
the
buying this-
trap that you were bid on, and now you're mad. So all you commentary channels can go and, spin and weave your webs and create your narratives. Well, I'll be over here playing Black Ops 6. Yeah, okay, dude. Sick. Nice. Freak.
Okay.
Did you see the meme that I posted?
Yes, I did. I showed Nicholas. I showed it on stream, mate. It was so good. No, that's exactly what it is. It is that, isn't it?
Yeah. That clip that I posted, it's crazy because it happened after his statement. So all the React videos don't have the clip because it was like literally a minute after silence. So they all cut it out where he's just like, you guys want to see the messages? What are you in second grade? Like I posted that to Twitter. Nobody'd seen it. It did like 46,000 because like people are like, what the fuck? He almost got like 20 full minutes without like implicating himself really hard. And then he did. And all the messages are like, yeah, you wish we were in second grade.
Okay, Nicholas, I feel terrible about doing this to you, but as a journalist of a high, regard,
yes,
I must sadly present this information to you. So let me just do this real quick. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay. So hopefully this is going to be the right screen. Yes, it is. Oh dear. Oh, okay. So I've got these messages here now. Alex is saying what is nuke time. A month or so ago, BOWBLAX went on a schizo rampage in my DMs, begging me to delete the tweet I'm quoting here. After I obviously stood my ground, he got super aggressive. When that didn't work, he just started rambling in my DMs until I stopped responding. Le mafau. Can you please delete the tweet? Sorry to ask, but I've legit had a mental break. Nicholas? Nicholas? What's going on? Nicholas?
He took some time off. He's doing okay, all right?
Dude, come on, dude. This is what you were talking about, bro. This is the tipsterization, is it not? Spurging out in people's DMs, begging them to delete tweets.
Look, I had a very similar interaction, personally.
Okay.
So,
right. What was that all about then, mate?
why did he have to do this right after I made a fucking comment on stream? Now he's gonna blame me. He's gonna blame me. I'm gonna get all the shit for this. Dude, I'm gonna get totally blamed for Alex's tweet. God damn it.
Sorry for the
What did he
trouble. I know it
say?
sounds gay, but I do legit need a mental refresh and I'm going to touch grass for a week.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was the
Look.
thing. He was really active during that break. I don't know. Yeah. Look, it doesn't look great. I will say. It does not look great.
I mean, it's just, you know, the take I always give on this kind of stuff is like, you've got to find a way to handle this, either ignore it and move forward. But these kind of DMs, particularly when they leak, you just look like a total spurg. And yeah, your kind of reputation starts to take a nosedive, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not dumping mine. But
Okay.
yeah.
Well, look, that's your prerogative, okay? I mean, I won't speak on it further, but
like, I think I told him not at the time, or I might have just ignored him at that point, because he sent me these, and he's like, "Dude, Alex is saying stuff," and I was like, "Okay, well, why do you care?" I don't know. He was crazy that day. I've never seen BOWBLAX like that before. I can give you some info privately, but I can't. I'm kind of. If I tell you why privately, you'll know why I can't really say much here.
no, that's fine. Listen, I understand. I get this is a difficult time for you. Obviously, your friend is going through it, and now some of that is getting revealed. Very awkward. Yeah, damn, Alex. You were right about Alex. He is the commentary reaper, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so you get why I can't say that out loud, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I hate baiting the chat, right? I hate blue ball in the chat, but sorry, guys. Listen, my word is my bond. I'm sworn to secrecy. Okay. But
I'm trying to think of like just anything I even can say. I mean, the messages are real.
Okay.
That's a real thing, I guess.
Right.
Any other questions, I guess, that I could potentially answer or deflect?
No, listen, dude. Look, okay. Look, obviously, this is not super deep. It's kind of funny for me, but appreciate that. Obviously,
I'm relieved. I thought you were going to point out that I thought you were going to pull up a dog pack tweet where it's like, no, it is the real James Warren. I was like, fuck, and then it's just Josh. I don't know.
No, not at all. Nah, come on. Anyway, listen. There it is, I guess. I mean, the one thing I wanted to ask you, and you know, in that clip, I forgot to ask earlier. In that clip, people were claiming you were joking or messing around, but to me, it seemed like you kind of like were holding back.
No, I was
bit.
100%.
You were angry, but wanted to go harder, really, if anything.
No, because I hadn't decided whether I was going to say that up until the second I did it. I floated the idea before the stream. I wasn't really sure. But no, my intent was just to check him, say like, "Hey, look," because we were joking about this because the video tanked, right? And King of Nothing in particular was flexing on me how many more likes and views his video gets. And I kind of always assumed that like he's an algorithm channel, you know? Like I don't know really many people who are like, "Oh, King of Nothing is like my favorite YouTuber." But maybe I was just wrong about it. But seeing this, it's like if this video hits 500,000 views, it's entirely because algorithm carried it, because his video was DOA, like dead on arrival. And I was like, you could literally compare it, the opening day statistics, to like a shitter stream VOD that I posted or whatever. I think at one point it was even ahead of King of Nothing's videos, uploaded like 7 hours after or whatever. So I was just taking the piss because it's like, I don't even think I tweeted that. It was Smaggle's tweet. Smaggle was just taking the piss because this guy was flexing about how he's like such a big influencer. He hit his fucking play button thing and he was just getting completely destroyed on his fucking 5-month-long magnum opus project. I just thought that was funny. But the thing is, he was always talking about likes and stuff like that. Like, my video has this many likes, my video has that many likes. So when Josh pointed out the likes, it reminded me of when he was going and running defense for King of Nothing the first time, when he was saying, like, well, he had a really traumatic experience behind the scenes, and then we all know what he did with Smaggle, and it seemed like that was pretty lock and key of what was actually happening there. I mean, I know the guy rants privately because Josh tells me everything he says. So, like, it's kind of weird playing both sides of it.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me the point was, oh, you know, haha, you've done this big edited video and my stream segment has got more views. So that the amount of likes isn't particularly relevant to the matter. It's the effort you've put in for the views is extreme compared to a stream clip. So it was kind of an irrelevant point as well to get us.
And again, it's not even my tweet, and I wouldn't even be laughing at the guy if it wasn't for the fact that he said, like, my viewers need my regular content. If I thought, like, I'm not going to take time away to respond to slandering somebody because I have content to make for my viewers. And I'm like, where are your viewers? Like you got ratioed on your 100,000 sub play button post, and your new video bombed. Where are the fans? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that
I got
Ethan.
record numbers. I don't know where are your numbers.
I'm surprised that Ethan Klein didn't take further action on that because he seemed to be quite keen on it. But yeah, he seems to have just dropped it.
I guess he tweeted now.
Oh, uh-oh.
You guys are grinding content out of this.
Dude, listen. It's a bit of a drub time for drama at the moment.
Oh, I don't know if it's about this. The pressure of drama YouTubers to have a well thought out take stance on every nuanced drama story is ridiculous. I'm not a political candidate that you need to vote for. Okay, I don't know. I don't think it's about this.
Really?
Do you think it's about this?
Maybe. I don't know. I honestly, I mean, it could be about a multitude of things, couldn't it? BOWBLAX, come and face your, interlocutor, BOWBLAX. Come on, let's get some content going. No pressure, but I'm just saying, I've got a bit of time to do that. If BOWBLAX wants to hash it out with you, I'm more than happy to facilitate that fairly.
I mean, yeah, sure, if he wants to. I don't even think he knows we're live because he probably would have messaged me.
Okay.
I can shoot him a message.
Yeah, sure. Look, no pressure. Obviously, I am trying to farm content 100%. No shame in that from my perspective.
I don't care. I'll just, if he starts trailing off into like complete career-ending territory, I feel like I kind of have to like handicap him on this because I don't want him to say anything super terrible.
Okay, dude. Okay. So, okay, do you feel it's fair to say that you do feel a tendency to be like protective or helpful towards him, even though he's engaging in behavior that otherwise you might be more condemning of?
Normally, no. In this one specific instance, yes.
Okay.
I would say so.
Okay. Well, look, you know me, I'm a fair operator. No pressure.
When you get off, we're going to have a conversation. All right. You call me when you're done. I'll explain everything.
Okay.
You can report back and tell us what you think.
Okay. Is that it for now then? I'm assuming he's not coming on then. Is that right? Or
he hasn't answered. Let me see.
I mean, I was just, to be honest with you, I was just criticizing a UK show that got cancelled for having a severely mentally ill person on stream when they were off their, situation. So I probably don't want to be hypocritical. Is he in a mental state to come on a stream? Let's just check that first.
I haven't talked to him in like 3 weeks.
Oh, okay.
I know. I think he popped on Discord once. Let me see. The last time I messaged him was 8/29. That's close. That's a week ago.
Okay. Well, we'll give it a few minutes and see if he wants to. To
you have anything else going on? Any other cool things happening?
I'm playing Fallout London after I finish this stream on my second channel. That's kind of cool.
What is that?
It's a mod for Fallout, based in London.
Which game does it use for the framing?
Oh, Fallout 4.
Oh, okay. So it's it's gonna have decent graphics.
Yeah, it's got all the kind of basic features from Fallout 4, but it's basically just set in London, and it's I think it's got quite well received. It was it's like a total conversion mod or something, so it's like quite in depth. And lots of people have asked me to play it because obviously they want to see my own unique British takes on the matter. So yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, listen. I feel like well, if he's not responded straight away to come on. If in the next sort of 10-15 minutes you get a response, you want to hash it out, maybe hop back on and hash it out, or we could do it another day. Whatever you want to do, really.
Fucking Connor just texted me and he goes, "Dude, check this out." And I go, "Yeah, I know. I just got plowed. I'm live on Chud's stream and it just got posted."
Dude, I hope you don't listen. I'm just following the lead of
no,
the
I would have left.
journalism,
If I would have left. I would have just dipped out of the call. I don't really care.
Listen, I can't be sweeping, okay? We've got to fucking put it out there. Got to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay,
No, it's fine.
Good. Okay, well, look, let's call it there for now. And if you want to come on and hash it out at any point, I'm happy to facilitate it, okay?
I'll do it here if that's the case. And it won't be like the Nux Taku thing. If he's down, we'll do it.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
All right, peace out, buddy.
Catch you later. Bye-bye. Bro, it's just so crazy that I literally was looking at my second monitor just randomly, as I tend to do in a conversation, and it just was literally was the top of my timeline, and it was like I've got to mention this, dude. This is yes, Creeman was the instigator. Creeman won. I you know, happily will say Creeman won. Creeman did win. Now, look, listen, guys. I do get it, right? I mean, they're friends. They've known each other for a while. I'm kind of torn between understanding Nicholas's kind of position, but also wanting to do funny stuff for you guys, like show him that tweet live. Oh, by the way, here's some DMs of BOWBLAX totally spurging. What do you think of this, mate? Dude. Oh my god, bro. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is BOWBLAX saying now? Dude, I'm not like you guys, okay? I'm not a BOWBLAX hater like you guys are. I'm more neutral on the topic. What, dude? What is this, dude? Bro, you cannot be serious. This is this is so I think this is just what is it? What is he? Wait a second. I know this Wojak. Is it a Wojak or was it before the Wojaks? This is like the racist one, repurposed for BOWBLAX. This is the sheet guy, but repurposed. Oh no! Oh, he's directly Craig. No, Greenwood up tremendously. What's this? He's directly quote tweeting it. No. Retweet that, Stylo. I'm Switzerland. Okay. On the topic of the BOWBLAX Nicholas Diorio war, I'm Switzerland. The tweet was just a comment on Smaggle's tweet being not as good of an own as it could have been. I made a whole 2-hour stream criticising King of Nothing and made my stance clear to both Sam and Nick in private and publicly. The aggression in this clip is off-putting and confusing. Oh, here we go. Kinocopter, another stirrer. Let's have a look at what he's saying. Looks like the YouTube commentary hit list has named BOWBLAX as his next victim. You're not going to like it, Josh, but the only way out of this is to misgender couples repeatedly. God, dude, it's too much. Dude, these little, like, these accounts that comment on stuff like this are so funny. They just chip in with these little funny comments. Oh my god, dude, and there's this again. Freeman's going in. Freeman's not taking no for an answer, like normal. He's getting straight in there like a rat up a drain pipe, isn't he? Well, no, it is better than Doc 10. I agree. It is. It's funnier. It's more entertaining and funnier. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bro, there's loads of like commentary related channels that are going in on him. No! BOWBLAX. Oh shit, wrong thing. Dude, fuck off, Lamal. Vague posting about DMs being leaked and you being shit on for the KON fence sitting is so sad it's funny. You absolutely don't have to have a well thought out take or stance on every major drama, but when you publicly comment on it, people are going to criticize it when it's super fence sitter mode. I just think from BOWBLAX's perspective, if he doesn't want to get in these issues, just leave it alone. You know, you don't have to say anything. Guys, BOWBLAX is getting seized, feased, and maybe getting felted. It must be said. They're gonna keep coming back to this image. Dude, Queenman's just taking it too far, man. I really don't agree with this. It's too much. Bro. Dude. You know what's going on, don't you? He's hankering for some content, so he's making it happen himself. BOWBLAX needs to go live and address this now. I disavow this aggressive nature. Gentlemen.
The reaction, but
I'm live, I'm here, I'm live, I'm live.
Yeah. I understand. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
All right. I need to go back to that reply to Smaggle because I don't even know what the likes and stuff are. Also, earlier I tweeted like the pressure of having a well thought take is like ridiculous. I didn't even know that about the Nick clip until after I tweeted that. So I found out about this clip like 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. I was mainly saying that because someone replied to me saying that like I don't disavow King of Nothing, even though I did a 2-hour stream going over everything and criticizing everything. So I don't know. But anyway, what is so what's going on here?
Yeah, so I guess to summarize it in the least inflammatory way possible, it feels like you're always kind of caught in between two people fighting, and you don't want to be in these positions, admittedly so. You said you didn't want to do it last time.
Sure.
But you always kind of self-insert in between the two people who are fighting. And you've been doing this with like technicals and in this case, and I don't know why you do that. I think it's pretty cringe if you don't want to be involved at all.
So Smaggle made that tweet, and I just kind of, me and Smaggle are friends, and he knows a lot more about me than most people do. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not really relevant. Sorry, I just woke up like 30 minutes ago or whatever. My mind's kind of
No, that's fine. Have you and Smaggle bonded over like shared autism? Do you think?
Maybe indirectly, yeah. I don't know if we've like straight up said being autistic. Maybe we've said being autistic is awesome to each other. I don't know. But anyway, like I just saw like his tweet, and it's like it's a good like objectively like Nick's second channel is doing as well as King of Nothing's or whatever. That's more of King of Nothing doing worse than, but Nick's channel is also doing well. It was more so like I just saw the like discrepancy, and I'm like, well, I just wanted to like take a little jab at Smaggle. It had nothing to do with like my stand. Here's my stance on King of Nothing to make it clear. He fucked up with the video. He's stubborn as hell. He's in the wrong. I've told him he's in the wrong. He won't listen to me. But at the end of the day, like when it comes to like me and him just being like friends outside of like YouTube stuff or whatever, like we're still friendly and cool. And I don't think that's like I can disagree with someone and think they did a bad job and still like be friends with them. I think. I mean, I'm an adult.
Sure,
like,
I'm not saying you can't be friends with the guy. I'm just saying that like typically, I think in the last case, it's in particular, you said that you regretted saying anything on Twitter because he's not going to defend himself, and then you're speaking for him, even though if that's not your intention. Yeah. So it's like creating this whole discourse, and you kind of just did that again, I guess.
Oh, it was kind of just.
You saw the responses. There was like you got like 12 responses of people doing the exact same thing as last time.
Let me see. But so I'll read these in a sec. But it was meant to be like, and the reason I brought up my relationship with Smaggle to preface this is because the tone was meant to just be like, lol, you fucked up the call out, bro. Like, just more likes, dude. Like, it wasn't me trying to say that. It's about views. It's not about like an actual point. Like, I'm not trying to defend a King of the difference before is that I was trying to like actually, you know, take his points and show his point of view to other people, which I shouldn't have done. Here, I'm just talking about like likes and shit. I thought it was just banter, you know. I didn't think this was like a stance or me like defending him by just saying that.
I guess the reason why people are saying that is because the comment doesn't really make, I guess, a ton of sense. I don't want to argue with you about like the discrepancy, but like I don't know. This feels gay to explain it, but a video that you take 5 months to make should not be even comparable to a video that takes me 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, I know. Of course. The own was like good, but it kind of got a little, or maybe it just wasn't as good. I probably should have said lol, or the own doesn't hit as hard, or it could have been better, or something like that. Maybe I should have worded it better. I don't know. I mean, I just saw the tweet, and I saw the like discrepancy, and I made a little comment. I think I even have a like on Smaggle's tweet. Like, it's, I don't know. I didn't see it as like defending him, but you know, I definitely see how you could see it that way, and maybe you're getting like fed up with like my fenciness. I don't know. I'm just trying to like.
Yeah,
I don't really have an agenda. I really don't have an agenda.
That's why I was saying it. Yeah, that's like exactly how I would describe it.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not fence-sitting. My stance, and I've made this clear on streams, you know, that aren't dedicated to him, and one that's about him. That one's members only and hasn't been clipped yet, so only a couple thousand people saw it, like the live people or whatever. But my stance is, as I said before, he fucked up with the video. I disagree with him. I've had arguments with him about it. It's stubborn, but, you know, I'm still his friend casually, and it's like, it's not like he's my best friend in the world. We just like talk and are chill, and it's just, it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't even watch a lot of his videos. They're too long. Anyway, I made a tweet about how some videos are too long when you have to watch them. I prefer to just listen to long videos.
What is your take on the whole, like, because, you know, like, when we got into our argument, me and him, a couple months ago when he got his play button, when he said he wasn't going to respond, he was saying that we would need 10,000 Ethereum to take down the video.
Oh, I told him he was straight up retarded for that. And I talked with, like, our mutual friend group, and we've talked about this, and it's like, I feel like that was one of the biggest mistakes he made, because in terms of, like, if we're talking about selfishness, in terms of him, like, you know, not getting as much backlash, he should have said nothing. Like, why did he even say that? Like, it's just like, even from a selfish perspective.
That's actually lost media, because he perma-banned me from his channel on both my accounts.
Yeah, I saw that.
Anymore. But
I saw that. I also saw the little comment he made, because so one of you guys were talking about it in a group chat, like the timestamp where he was referencing the drama. I was like, bro. Yeah, it's still probably.
He started the quote. He started the video with a Holocaust quote this time. I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh shit, that's interesting.
I gotta be honest. I feel like you both are going a lot softer now. Okay, what is going on here?
Whoa! What's the hardness? Give me the hardness. I'm down. I'm just.
Well, BOWBLAX. Okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the reality of the situation. BOWBLAX, you are autistic, okay? And I think sometimes you spurg out, as demonstrated in this Alex tweet, and I feel like Nicholas feels like he's got to clean up a bit for you sometimes. And so I think Nicholas feels a bit annoyed when you take a little pot shot like this, and that's why he was frustrated. But now you're like, oh, it was no big deal. It was no problem. It was just a little tweet. So what is the reality?
Well, these are two separate situations. I'm talking about the King of Nothing situation. The Alex thing is different. I mean, the Alex thing is I don't know, how much did he leak of that?
Quite a lot, to be honest, mate. Quite a bit.
If he should have leaked all of it. I'll leak all of it.
Okay, but no, you say it's two separate things, but I think from what I understand, and look, Nicholas is a great guy, okay? And he's trying to be nice about it. It's part of the same issue of your autism that causes this. And he just gets a bit annoyed.
No. I haven't looked at. I blocked Alex. I haven't looked at the tweet. I don't know the context. I need to be a little bit informed here. This is my autism, like not understanding. Like I literally.
All right, I gotta reel this in for a second, because whatever happens here, I'm gonna get blamed for it.
Oh yeah.
You should not leak any more DMs. You should read what is on those DMs before you address anything in any capacity.
Do you want to screen share for or should we do this? I don't know. I'm like, okay. You know.
Look,
whatever. I'll
right.
own up to what
Are
I
you
need
in a
to.
mental headspace to have this conversation,
Fuck you,
BOWBLAX?
Smaggle.
Yes
This is
or
not
no?
my fault.
Are you mentally equipped and mentally well to have this conversation? Yes or no, BOWBLAX?
I think so, but I'm not sure. Okay, let me just tell you what happened.
Okay, go on.
Really briefly. The reason I've taken a break from YouTube is in July something happened to me and I had a manic episode and I went manic and I'm recovering from it. And I think I'm almost recovered, but there's some things that are still like pretty hyper in my mind. It's super personal. I don't want to talk about it too much, but yeah, I haven't been mentally well since July, so.
Okay, listen, dude. If you're not up to this, that's fine. We can just draw a line under it, and you know, like, if you're not well and you're still figuring it out, it probably isn't a good idea to do this publicly. Okay.
Yeah. I can address it and talk about it later. I didn't want to. I just wanted to kind of like.
No,
you know,
it's totally okay.
It's super private.
Yeah.
As for the King of Nothing thing, I'm completely fine talking about it. That's like public stuff. I haven't really been even paying attention to drama that much recently. I just saw the tweet and I made a little jovial comment, and I just didn't think people would take it that seriously. But I mean, maybe I didn't put enough laws. I didn't word it properly. I don't know, but yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Is there anything else to address or talk about before we wrap this up?
No. I mean, well, I'm sure people publicly have questions, but you know, I'll take them as they come. I don't really know. I'll look into the situation. I don't know what Alex leaked. But as for this conversation, I think we're good.
Okay. Well,
unless you have any more questions.
Well, look, the thing is, mate, it's like I want to be responsible, and I don't want to bring someone on who's currently in the midst of a mental episode and fucking, have a go at them or anything.
Well, I
right?
mean, it was in July, so I'm coming off of it, but yeah, maybe. I mean, if you want to have a conversation about this in depth, maybe next month. Maybe next month we can, if it's really like a hot topic or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's like my personal life. It's not super like I don't know, but.
Well, the thing is,
if
it's
you
not,
want to talk about next month,
it's not even it's not even about like the kind of the ins and outs of it. I don't need to know your personal kind of details of it. It's just that like I think that the concern, I guess, is that when you publicly kind of have these kind of spurg outs on the internet, or you're in someone's DMs and you're spurging out, that then gets revealed. It can look kind of quite embarrassing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. So it's like. It wasn't public. It was in private DMs with this person. So basically, like what happened a little bit. Like I don't know how much DMs are leaked or whatever. But basically, like, I don't know. He said like, hey, if something gets like really really heated and I tweet something about you, if you tell me, like, I'll take it down. And then I told him to take down that tweet. It wasn't like that big of a deal, but I was manic and I just didn't want to stress about it. And then he like refused and started arguing with me and being antagonistic, and it really pissed me off. And I was manic, and I was like, if you, I don't know how much DMs are shown or whatever, but if you read them, I'm literally trying to be like, I'm trying to be civil. I'm like literally trying so hard. I don't know, but
I mean, sure,
it wasn't a good time, but it wasn't meant to be public consumption. Like I was very careful about not, showing anything publicly or whatever, and the fact that people didn't know until now is like.
If Tipster's embarrassing DMs got leaked, would you be like, "Oh, I'm not going to show those. That's not meant for public consumption." Like you were the person that does.
Oh no! If it's leaked, it's
he
fair
also
game.
said you could pull them up. To be fair, he did say you could pull them up.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right, I get it. So what you're saying is, my contact there
before he's even
wasn't
read
for
them.
public consumption. So right, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're not saying
Yeah,
people can't react to them. It's just right. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
okay.
No. All I'm saying is that like when I made them and I freaked out in DMs, that wasn't meant for public consumption, and I knew to an extent that I was being crazy. So I purposely tried to like not show it too much publicly, which is why no one really knew, and these DMs look kind of spurgy, because if I were in a normal state of mind and I made those DMs, that would be crazy. So when I made those DMs, I wasn't intending them to like be public, so it's not like, it's like, I don't know, but if they leak, you can completely make fun of them. You're feel free. It's public information now, but I'm just saying that like when I made the DMs, they weren't intended to be public information. So like people are saying, oh, well, you're spurring out in public. Well, that's not public. That's private DMs, right? And if I spring out in public or say something in public, like the King of Nothing tweet, I will explain it and try to show my perspective. And you can disagree or agree or call me cringe or whatever. I'll explain it. But as for like the Alex DM, I just, I don't know. That wasn't meant to be public, but I will address it if it, it comes time to, because obviously everything public is fair game. I'm not going to be hypocritical. Like if you're comparing Tipster, that's an apt comparison. If Tipster should probably be doing a bully stream on me right now, and if he fired one up, I would not be mad at him. So,
okay, so you're dishing it out, but if you got it a bit in return, you're not gonna, be upset with him for doing it necessarily.
Yeah, for sure. I can take it. I'm not like a weak, fucking vulnerable little autistic man. Like I am a drama YouTuber. Like I can fucking take it and do it. It's just that with the Alex thing, it was a little bit into my personal life, and I regret like DMing him like that. But life happens, and I'm not mentally perfect, so
sure.
But
I mean,
do
you ever feel concerned? Because this is like a kind of narrative I think that some people perpetuate, particularly some detractors, such as, are you familiar with Queeman, for example? He's a detractor of yours, I believe.
Yeah.
But he and others like to perpetuate this narrative of like, you're not going to last till 2025. You're the next tipster or whatever. You're getting cut off next. I mean, how do you feel about that kind of perspective?
That is funny, and the reason I laugh, I've been doing YouTube since 2011. Even if I get kicked out of the drama community, even if Nick, God forbid, I love Nick, he's like one of my great friends, I'd be super sad if this happened. But let's say Nick disavowed me, everyone in the community disavowed me, I'd just go to a different genre. It might not be as successful initially, but I'll just move on to like gaming or do something else. I've been doing YouTube since 2011. I'm not quitting anytime soon. And it's my full-time job. So yeah, I mean, if they want to predict that other people might react to me in a certain way that would drop me, fine. If they're going to bet on me quitting YouTube, then that's a bet they're going to lose. Unless they, maybe I quit in 2035 or 2040 or something, but
Okay, so you're saying that even if you ended up getting cut off, you'd find a way forward. Resident Evil streams, perhaps? Yeah. What do you reckon?
No, Pikmin would be my version of Resident Evil. But no, I mean, I love covering video games like Sonic and Pikmin, as I always have. But I'd probably still like dabble a little bit in drama stuff as well. Still like talking about Dipster and stuff like that. I'll just do what I like and what I have fun doing. That's what I've always done on YouTube. So, and if people join me along for it, then I'm super grateful. I love the fan base I've built. So
yeah, do you know what's funny, mate? Is like I've always had a fairly kind of like, amicable or neutral perspective towards you. I don't think we've ever really had any significant arguments. But I get a lot of haters in my chat for you. What's that about? Why do you have so many like haters and stuff? What's going on there?
I don't know. I'm just myself, and I can't think too much about the hate. Before, I really cared about what everyone thought of me. So I try, and that's why you would see like fence sitting and stuff in the past. But now it's like there's too many people that dislike me that I can't be thinking about that. It'll just bog me down and I can't get anything done. So I just say, what I want to say. And sometimes I don't like think about how other people could interpret it. And that's how we get tweets like the Smaggle one. But generally, like, I just say what I think. And then maybe sometimes I have to filter it a little bit for, this audience to know exactly maybe what I'm saying. If it's like a tweet or, a stream, I always feel like I have to put so many disclaimers, but generally I just say what I think. I don't have a particular agenda or anything.
Okay. Yeah,
I know. Sorry, I rambled. I'm like,
no, it's obviously the image you're presenting here is very calm and collected. It's kind of a world away from these DMs with Alex that we've just kind of gone over on stream.
Oh yeah, I mean, right? The last couple months, like, I'm a very diligent and ambitious person, especially with my own mental health. I came from, if you watched my videos, like I've said, I've been doing it since 2011. If you watch my videos from 2011 and 2012, I'm literally like a retarded autist. I shouldn't even be on the platform, right? But my mental health, I'm very on top of it. And yeah, it's like crazy, especially in the last couple months. But I'm not uploading videos. I'm doing less streams. I'm trying to, get back to a place of mental normalcy, and it's getting there. So, those DMs were crazy, but it's just a bad spot, I guess.
Okay, listen, I'm getting accused of sweeping. people in chat are talking about bringing Queeman in. Okay, I've got
Okay.
no pressure either way.
No.
Okay, well, we don't have to bring Queeman in because I don't know what he said about me, but I assume he's probably my biggest detractor if I were to guess. So there's
He is quite
your
a
title
significant
there.
detractor. He's also Jewish as well. I don't know if that means anything to you.
No, other than
Okay.
I mean, I hope Hanukkah's fun.
Do
Sounds
not
cool.
add the IDF to the call.
Well, okay, like you don't need to sweep like okay, so and I don't think you are, to be fair.
I am.
But
Do not.
well, I'm talking to
I'm
talking to Chud. I'm talking to Chud.
Well, it's just, you know, the difficult for me,
what-
right, is I do, you know, I've got like a fairly neutral, if somewhat amicable perspective towards you. I've never had any beef with you.
Sure.
But, you know, I can definitely understand why some people kind of say that, you know, you're like the next tipster or whatever, because you do have these kind of like embarrassing things that happen, which maybe are rooted in your autism or some of your mental health issues. So it feels a bit unreasonable to go super hard at that when you're saying, well, I had a mental breakdown a few months ago, and you're just kind of open about that, you know?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, let's take away. Let's like maybe I don't know. Give me the harsh criticisms that you think Queeman would give me if he came into this call, but not like as harsh as he would. Like just in a normal way, I suppose.
Well, I mean, the difficulty is I kind of have done that already. It's like, I mean, he would just call you like an autistic sped that's like a noose around the neck of Nicholas or something, probably something like that. You know, that's what I think he would say. And it's like, that's why I'm like, well, what more can you really fucking say?
In a sense, I think there's a little. In some ways, it's a bit ridiculous because, like, I've been barely saying anything for the past couple months. What is it like? If I say one thing Nick disagrees with, like now Nick is like this untrustworthy person who puts a stock into people who are unstable. It's like people need to be less serious. It's like YouTube drama. Right? I don't know. Like this isn't like rape we're talking about here. We're talking about me saying something that was interpreted or maybe said in the wrong way or whatever. It's like, I don't know. It's definitely content. It's worth talking about. I'm not saying it's like above making a stream or a video on, but it's like to lower your respect for Nick based on what I say, I think is a ridiculous thing to do. So.
Okay, so I am getting word that there is a more specific criticism to levy beyond what I just said.
Okay.
So tell me more about your low viewership gaming streams and any content where you don't read tweets. How do you think you can make it? Direct from Queeman.
How I can make it? As long as I make enough money to live and you know, pay my mortgage, then I've made it. I already feel like I've made it. My other content funds, you know, my ability to spend time making that content that I like. You know, it's not profitable, but the way Twitterverses got big, right, is I was doing gaming content, and on the side I was doing the Twitter stuff, and it wasn't profitable at all. It was making no money. But I did it because, you know, I wanted to, and then it turned into something. So planting seeds and doing various things on YouTube, even if it gives you low viewership, number one is content you could maybe repurpose later when you have a bigger audience, or it's like seeds that you can plant to potentially grow and have more eggs in the YouTube basket. So I'm not like relying my entire income on drama. Maybe I can have a gaming pillar or another pillar. Maybe it won't work out. Maybe it will. It's fun doing it. I don't know if I'll make it, but if I can make enough money to, you know, pay my mortgage and be sustainable with it, then I consider it a success.
Sure. Okay, I've got a balancing point here because Queeman probably would just call you a retarded spurg and say horrendous things to you. But what about Smaggle Daggle? Yeah. That's a good balance, isn't it? Autist to autist. Come on, that's got to be okay, Nicholas. Right?
You don't have to ask me permission.
Well, clearly I do.
Oh, yeah.
Queeman can't come in, motherfucker. So obviously I do. All right. Okay. Anyway, listen, I'm having fun. Okay, this is all good fun for me. Let's add Smaggle.
This is good. I feel like you've been hosting this pretty appropriately. And I appreciate you like asking me like, are you mentally okay to like do this or whatever? Because, you know, I'm confident in what I'm saying, but I appreciate the concern and just
no. Look.
human
Obviously,
respect.
you know that is genuine because you don't need to get into it, but you know, I don't want anyone fucking topping themselves. Okay, I'm mad in Smaggle. Right.
Oh, you mean killing themselves? Oh, I've never been suicidal.
Okay, well,
That's
that's
what
a tick
Jeffrey
in the
Epstein
box.
said before he went off, dude.
I have a lot of mental issues, but suicide isn't one of them.
Okay,
Luckily, I'm very
excellent.
grateful for that.
Smaggle, please, what have you got for us,
Chud.
mate?
All right, so I just want to say, like, the one thing that I want to bring to the table is content, because you know me, Chud knows me, Nick knows me, BOWBLAX knows me. I like the content, and the content is telling me right now to do this. Creeman, come on down.
No.
Let's go. Creeman, come on down. Call in, dude. Call in.
Smaggle, this is inappropriate. I don't.
What's all this? Smaggle, what are you doing? They said don't bring me in.
Dude, I don't give a shit. I don't
This is
fucking
against
give
the
a
law.
shit.
Dude. See, this is why I love Smaggle. Nick,
come on.
Well, Nick's being a great friend. I like.
Are you just gonna cuck out now, Creeman? Come on. The whole
But
point.
Smaggle knows what's up. We need the content. We need that. We need the highlight clip. We don't have that highlight clip yet, dude. We need to make the VOD juicy. We need something for Chud's thumbnail and title. Right now, it's too calm to make a good thumbnail and title. So
He knows the game. You know the game too well.
yes, I do. Okay, milk me. Make me a lolcow. What's up?
We want to know all about the mental breakdown.
Start milking me. Let's go.
All about what happened last month with your mental breakdown. That's what we want to know. Has this guy got me muted?
No. So what do you want to know about specifically?
What was it about?
Caused it?
What was it about? Yeah.
It's about childhood trauma and abuse.
Oh, bro, can we not? Creeman, please. We don't need to get into that, dude.
Now, do you want to keep going in? I mean, you can milk
No,
me.
yeah, I would love to hear.
Oh, fucking Christ.
That's all I'm gonna give you. I'm not gonna give you the details.
Oh, it
but
sounded
I'll
like
give
you
the
were
explanation.
willing to open up from what
I'll give you the explanation, not the details.
Is this making more sense now why I had this position?
Well, look, bro, I had a smuggling good faith.
Sorry, I was just.
Well, there's other things. That's just like one small part of it. But I mean,
was this around when you had that tweet about trans people being hecking valid, and everyone jumped on you? Was it around that time?
The non-binary tweet.
That one, yeah.
It was before that actually. There's something else that started it. I'm a very mentally resilient person. I pride myself in that. But I mean, clearly, there's been a lot going on. I mean, the childhood abuse thing, that's just like one aspect of it. I'd say that's like a fifth of it. There's been a lot of pressure in my life on various occasions. So I took a break and, I'm almost ready to come back. But yeah, that was basically the reason. I know it looks spurgy or whatever, but it's my mental health that was going awry. I have to do something about it. So might as well take a break, try to fix it, do some little things on the side to look like I'm not having a mental breakdown. And that's about it. And unfortunately, that mental breakdown caused me to, go at Alex in DMs. And I guess I can apologize to him for that. But yeah, I mean, I've just been trying to handle it the best way I can. But it happened. So I don't know. This is just how I'm dealing with it. If you have any critiques, I'm open to hear it.
So we won't be getting any news about you soon then, BOWBLAX, no? Those two things weren't related. The trans people are hecking valid and the mental breakdown.
No,
Are you accusing him of doing a school shooting?
No,
can you stop being vague? Can you just get at what do you think? Like, I went crazy
I don't want to see you in a dress, BOWBLAX. I don't want to see you in a
Okay.
dress, okay, BOWBLAX?
Yeah, that's what you're getting at. You're getting at that I had a mental breakdown because I tweet out non-binary is valid and people went against it, and you think that that caused my mental breakdown? No, it was before that. I wish you would just be straight up. I wish you would just be straight up instead of asking all these kind of leading questions.
I told you he was Jewish. I told you he was Jewish. That's what he does.
Well, I just appreciate quicker to the point, but I mean, you're not doing too bad. I kind of got what you were getting at. It's just that the vaguity and ambiguity. It's like, bro, just say, "Are you trans?" Just ask me if I'm trans. What? Like,
well, Creeman is doing
what
it.
is
I
this?
see where he's coming from. He's trying to, bring a level of comedic intent to the question, right? That's the point, right?
Oh yeah, I
Might
mean
be- might be
content.
missed.
Yeah,
Might be
yeah.
missed
Sorry,
there.
I'm the one being focused. I'm like, just get to the point, but I realize it's content. You gotta elongate it. My bad. No. Okay, I'll take back that criticism. Anything else?
Yeah, what's all this I hear about you feeding information about King of Nothing to Nick while you're pretending to be friends with him? What's the deal there?
Feeding information.
So
I mean,
he is friends with him. He is friends.
But I'm
with
also
King of
friends
Nothing.
with
I
Nick.
don't think a friend
Okay,
would be leaking
here we
information
go, here we
about
go.
things he's saying in private to his
Here we
biggest
go, here
op.
we go.
That seems crazy.
Here we go. Okay. Nick is my friend, and King of Nothing's my friend. To be honest, Nick's a better friend. Or not a better friend. Well, Nick's more of a friend to me than King of Nothing because I've known him longer. But
So you betray the
I'm
lesser
just
friend?
sharing.
Is that what you do? You just betray the
Betray?
lesser friends?
Well, are you gonna let me finish? Or are you just gonna? You
yeah.
seem like you already made up
Feel
your
free.
mind.
Wait, hold on,
Should I just say,
hold on.
like,
Was
what
that
do you
a
want
train
an
in the
example?
background?
Wait,
Was that?
yeah,
was
that's
that
a train in the background.
Holy shit, dude.
You
Yeah.
put a mortgage down on a house with a train track next to it.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful view. It's like, it's the one downside. It's actually super annoying in recording sometimes, but normally I don't record at this time.
Sorry,
so-
listen, BOWBLAX, I've got to say, okay, Creeman, you come across very much like a BOWBLAX like detractor. Is that like a fair comment? You think?
Yeah, sure. Why not? A detractor? Yeah, sure.
Well,
It's like
you're
every
coming in
angle for
here
an
and trying to.
I
He's
just
trying to
tried to
already come in
explain it.
here
It's
with the
relevant,
narrative
right?
that I betrayed King of Nothing, like,
Well, it
and he
sounds
keeps
like that,
interrupting my
you
explanation
betrayed
to
his
say
trust,
that.
mate. You
So it's
betrayed
like,
his trust, did you not? It was something not said to you in private, and then it was.
well,
it was fed
well,
to
I
his
would
top
have been able to give you the explanation, but you just keep
Floor's
interrupting
yours.
by
So,
saying
the floor is yours, Josh.
Yeah. It's just I just think it's funny that like you already have like an idea of what. Okay, we already understand that. My bad. Okay, so what happened? Basically, everything I tell Nick, I've told King of Nothing. I vehemently disagree with King of Nothing on this. I've argued with him in private on this, but we're still friends because we can argue to hell and still be friendly, but ultimately have a major disagreement with how he's running his YouTube channel and what he's doing with his videos, etc., etc. I'm friends with King of Nothing as a person. As a content creator, I can't really avow his content. So I'm anti King of Nothing, but I'm pro Sam. I'm just friends with him. But yeah, everything I've told Nick is what I've told King of Nothing. So it's like yeah, I shit talk him, but I do it to his face and I do it to Nick.
No,
so it's not
I'm talking about
secret.
you giving Nick information about King of Nothing, about private conversations.
Yeah.
What? How is that? That's not you giving the criticism to King of Nothing. You're leaking stuff to Nick.
I'm saying what? It's me talking with a friend. Sorry,
He's doing generic like gossip, the same thing that everybody else
This
does.
is fucking retarded. Like
So
we're fucking adults.
You were leaking a bunch of shit about King of Nothing to Nick. You were hearing things from private conversations, and then giving them
Yes,
to his
I
enemies.
gossiped about my friends to my friends.
That makes you seem like a
with my
rat,
friends,
right? It's kinda
like
seem
a
like a
fucking
total
normal
fucking rat.
human adult. You talk to you. I'm sure you talk about.
I don't leak private conversations I have with one person to the biggest op they've got. The spearhead of the biggest campaign against them.
Has Nick used any of the information that I've told him?
Well, it's not Nick's stuff being betrayed, is it?
Dude, okay, I'm just.
Well, hang on a sec, slow down, because to me, it sounds like you're describing like almost a double agent, and the reason it's relevant is
I think he's a rat.
Okay, but the thing is, Nicholas is probably having it in the other direction. Like, does Nicholas have a problem with that? And then does King of Nothing have a problem with it the other direction? I don't know what the reality of that is.
Nick, King of Nothing is friends with me and doesn't fucking care if I tell stuff to Nick. Why is this fucking public? Dude, this is like my private fucking relationships with people behind the scenes. Like,
So
Whatever.
you don't think it would affect people's trust of you? You don't think maybe Nick is going to be careful about what he says around you if he feels like there's a two-way relationship where if he says something to you, it goes to Con.
Nick can tell
and if
me
Con says
and
something
say
to you,
Nick
it
can
goes to
do
Nick.
and say whatever he wants to me.
The reality of the situation is you kind of have to have that perspective that most things you're saying are private, but they're actually going to be public eventually. You have to write all your DMs knowing that at some point someone's going to read them, and that's just the nature of this online interaction. I don't say anything to Josh that I don't
Well, then
expect
if
to see on
someone,
the stream in
okay,
6
but
months.
if someone leaks it, we still
Okay,
we still say that's a
It's
bad
an
action.
inconven- Oh yeah, it's an inconvenience, but I mean at this point, you shouldn't be saying stuff that you don't want people to know because everybody here's snaky. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have that exact mindset, but it's probably the right mindset, Nick. Honestly, like,
So you see, but you're one of those snaky people though that are being described there, right? That's what Nick just said about you. Was it you're snaky?
I mean that criticism's probably valid for me as well. I'd probably do that too.
I'm interested in what BOWBLAX thinks of that. BOWBLAX, you feel like a snaky person?
Nick can tell me what he thinks of me through his own words instead of you trying to take what Nick says and recontextualize it in a bad way, dude. Like we're
But
adults.
Nick, did you just describe that as snaky? Did you
I
just
don't think
describe
that.
that as snaky?
Yeah, I don't think that was what that was, Josh. No, I think that a lot of people do that. I'm sure both of us have partaken in that activity. Yeah.
For me, it was just like, me like talking with friends. I didn't expect anything. It's just private conversations, dude.
So was it snaky, BOWBLAX?
No. Does Nick Nick, do you think it's snaky?
Probably.
Okay, well. Then I guess I'm fucking snaky. And King of Nothing knows it, and Nick knows it. It just does. It's not an issue. It's like everybody consents except for you guys, like you, Queeman. Like I don't know, but whatever.
What would you want consent for me? Did King of Nothing say, "Oh yeah, this is information for Nick Diorio"? What do you mean? You broke this guy's trust, no?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't give.
You don't know our
information
conversation,
to Nick
dude.
Diorio.
This is just fucking
So
stupid.
you didn't repeat the
I'm not
contents of
going to
private
fucking.
conversations to someone else. You didn't do that. It's not implicit in a private conversation that there's an expectation of privacy there, right?
King of Nothing knows that I talked to Nick Diorio and I've told him stuff.
All right.
All right. It's all amicable.
Yeah,
I'm
do
not
you know what?
trying to like the here's the thing. The intention
is that he's telling me. I don't know what the issue is.
Like there isn't any issue. It's like
I'm just letting BOWBLAX talk. I'm just letting him talk through it.
I'm about to make a fucking point in your favor, BOWBLAX, and you're freaking out. Calm down. I'm about to say.
Sorry.
I think I like when BOWBLAX has the floor. These are my favorite moments.
Of course you do. This is what it is, right? I feel like what's happening here is Nicholas doesn't seem to have a substantial problem with it. Maybe he thinks he's a bit snaky. And I don't know what King of Nothing thinks, but it seems like he doesn't have some big issue with it as far as we can tell. But Queeman here has a massive issue with it, and he wants it to be a big issue because he wants to see the bridge burn. Am I right? Am I right?
I want to see the fireworks, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't we all?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you satisfied with BOWBLAX's response? I mean, you seem like you just wanted to say yes, I'm a snake, and I don't know if we're going to get that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he got pretty close. He said he feels like he's snaky. He admits to being snaky. He's a snaky person who you can't say anything to.
The thing is, I don't ever do anything if someone doesn't want me to do it.
He wanted you to tell Diorio that stuff.
Nobody didn't care. I asked him first. I got permission. It's not snaky if I get permission. Is it?
Oh, you got express permission to share the information you shared.
He said I could say whatever I want to Nick Diorio.
What? In reference to the information that you shared.
Dude, okay, you are getting
that wasn't even what you portrayed it as, was it? That wasn't even what you said it was.
I'm so confused.
Didn't you?
I'm trying to clarify to you what the reality is, and you keep trying to reform it into what you think it is.
Oh,
so I'm getting confused
I just
every
pressed
time
you a little
fucking...
bit on what I literally applied a little bit of pressure, and it changed. I didn't try and reform it.
Because now you're basically asking me to recite DMs word for word, and that's a breach of privacy. See, that would be snaky. If I were to just say King of Nothing's DMs word for word and show them to you and prove it to you right now, that would be snaky.
I just asked you whether you had
that would be snaky. You're like, oh, you're You shouldn't be a snake, and then you're literally asking me to be
I
snake.
don't care about Mohammed's
essentially.
DMs. Okay, I'm just asking you very specifically. Did you have express permission to share the information that you shared? That's all I asked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, BOWBLAX. That's not what it sounded like just then, though. That's not what it sounded like. That's okay. I'll accept that.
Okay.
Can we just say that leaking stuff about King of Nothing is base though? Like,
well, I mean,
it's King of Nothing.
if he would stand on it, yeah.
Who the fuck cares, Queen?
Yeah, and he doesn't even care that much either. He's just doing his own thing, making his videos. He doesn't fucking care. That's what I love about Sam, dude. He doesn't give a shit. That's why I'm so like. I actually like gossiping to Sam, like about.
Oh, you like gossiping to Sam now as well, not just about Sam.
To fucking Nick about Sam. Okay, what? Dude, I'm being
really,
too
how does
open.
that work when you were just saying just then?
Fuck, I
you love the tactical guy 'cause
I
you
shouldn't
love
even be
gossiping
talking. If I'm gonna misspeak one time, I meant
Wait,
that
how
I
did you
gossiped
misspeak?
to
Okay, no, but you can
Nick
clarify, you can
about
clarify.
King of Nothing, dude. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay,
I'm
so
done.
I'm asking you.
I'm done.
asking you. How
I'm
does
done.
that make sense with what
I'm
you were
done.
saying
Bye.
beforehand, BOWBLAX?
Thank God. Holy shit, it's over. I was just gonna go for a walk and come back when it was
Why
done.
don't you talk about Sonic? Don't you both you guys like Sonic?
Fuck
We
you,
do
man.
like Sonic. I will race him on Sonic Adventure 2 anytime. Okay, he will rape me.
All right. Well,
Nick, hold on, Nick. You
that was
fucking
pretty
instigated
productive.
this. You were talking about BOWBLAX first. You were instigating this
that's
whole
like-
thing, and then
Dude, that's like saying like I hit a street sign with my car, and then a meteor came out of nowhere and hit it, and I instigated it by hitting the street sign with my car, bro. I have no idea how this happened.
What? Come on, you knew I would clip that shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't know. I didn't know
You're
Alex
crazy.
was. I didn't know Alex was going to drop the DMs and all that other stuff was going to come up. I didn't know it was going to take that direction. Yeah, I didn't know that was all going to. I knew we were going to talk about the other part. I thought it was going to just be the King of Nothing stuff.
Okay, well look, content achieved, I guess, but at what cost? BOWBLAX's mental health from the sounds of it. I'm going now. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you all for making the content for me. Catch you later.
See you guys later.
Dude, it's so dark in here. I forgot to turn my light on earlier. So I'm in a little dark room. But it doesn't matter now because I'm going over to my second channel. And you will not be seeing my face for the next few hours. You can imagine what I look like. Poll. I'm not going to do a poll. Okay, I'll do a poll. I'll do it in YouTube. I'm not in YouTube. I'll do a poll. Okay. Guess what we're going to be asking because Nicholas and BOWBLAX kind of sorted their issues out, didn't they? That was fun. Dude, do you know what it is, right? I feel like, you know, normally I'd be like, have at it, right? And I didn't interject that much in fairness. But I just, like, when someone is saying, like, I've had a mental breakdown a few months ago, I'm on edge thinking, I don't want to, like, cause someone to actually have a serious mental unrest. Do you know what I mean? I want it to be fun and entertaining and, you know, a little bit pressing or whatever. But there I was like, ooh. You know. Anyway, it sorted itself out at the end. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, the cough's bad. Yeah, I need to contact the doctor tomorrow. Queeman won, but he is still vile. Wow. A lot of Queeman haters. Jesus. We've got Queeman haters, BOWBLAX haters. We've got the whole lot. But do we have any Chud haters? That's the question. Chud's cough from all the dust he swept. I genuinely wasn't trying to sweep or anything. I was trying to, you know, be fair to all sides. But I don't, you know, I don't have the same energy for the BOWBLAX conversation as like Queeman does because, you know, I'm not that invested in the whole BOWBLAX shit. He's just you know, a guy that makes Twitter videos that is autistic, and I can understand why people think he's the next like tipster because he does spurgy shit sometimes. We can never hate you, Chud, so you do piss us off sometimes. That's part of the fun, though, okay? It would be boring if everything I said you agreed with, wouldn't it? Hey? Josh lost. Queez a cunt. You were about Jeremy Kyle. I just was thinking in the back of my mind, I literally just said how bad it was that Jeremy Kyle had that fucking real mentally ill guy on. And I just had this thought of like, well, I probably should just check, right? I don't want to be like, you know, someone that genuinely is in the depths of a mental breakdown, allowing them to be on stream. So I just asked the question, and it seemed to be fine. So I thought it was okay to continue. And, you know, I didn't think that Queeman would be allowed to be added, but Smaggle tricked us, didn't he? I tell you what, Queeman is a bit of a debate pervert, isn't he? I've noticed this a few times with him. He really fucking drills down, again. It's like, fucking hell, again, we get it. You think you wanted to say snaky, okay? Yes. Holy shit. Yeah, I think we had it a few months ago over something. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't any big deal. It was just a bit, you know, fucking hell. All right, mate. I get it, okay? He's very persistent, and I do wonder whether that persistent is matched in his... No, anyway, I said earlier, I would lend my credibility to Queeman not being a sex pervert freak that's going to have, like, dodgy DMs revealed. I would stake my credibility on that, 100%. BOWBLAX 1, stop the steal. Oh, no. I forgot about that. Yeah, sorry, guys. I'm just going to... Oh. I'm going to... It's 62% Queeman after 4 minutes. Oh. I just I pinned that by mistake. Yeah, now, to be fair, though... Okay. Don't forget, the age of consent is different. No, I'm not just joking, okay? Freeman will never have any inappropriate DMs of a sexual nature leaked between him and someone under 18. I would bet money on that, okay? He has got the Chud seal of approval on that one, all right? Anyway, guys, I'm late for my gaming stream because of that extra slice of content. Clip it and ship it, okay? I'm telling you. Put money on that. That's a guarantee. You got the Chud Logic guarantee on that, okay? And there's probably, honestly, only a few people that I would do that with. Okay, guys. Right. So yeah, I'm ending a little bit early today. I'll be back tomorrow on this channel and Twitch and Kick as normal at 8 AM Eastern. Hopefully we'll be able to piece some stuff together. It kind of worked out quite well today in the end. But I'm going to be going over to my second channel on YouTube, and I'll be playing some Fallout London. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best Fallout London gameplay you've ever seen, because it's going to be me playing, and I can talk all about how based and great London is. Got a license? You got a license for that nuke? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, where are we? Where's my stream? Is it public? That's weird. Why isn't it coming up? Okay. Can I link it this way? Can you see it? Please from less over the Yorkshire drama. Yes, no, I will. The trouble is, I think I could probably find a way to cover it that isn't just like... Yeah, I'll probably play Daisy again at some point, yeah. I'll probably... There we go. I'll probably find a way to cover it that isn't just being blasted with, grotesque descriptions of child sexual abuse, and maybe we can find a funny way to talk about it. But yeah, the Lily Orchard stuff is content for sure. God, I can't believe I forgot to turn my light on. Has that been like that all day? Why did no one say anything? Now I'm sat in the dark. Because I forgot to switch my light on earlier, which is just the light for the room. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and raid over to my second channel. If you want to see me play some Fallout London, come along, guys. It's going to be great. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. So hopefully see some of you there. Thank you for watching over here if you're not coming across. And I'll be back tomorrow at 8 AM Eastern here for my final stream of my week. See what's going on. Hopefully see some of you then. Thank you very much. See you soon. Bye-bye.